This kid's got the nerve to look down on pro fighters, even though he's only been boxing for 2 weeks. Nobody can keep up with Ryo's speed and agility. Even the OG heavy hitters don't stand a ghost of a chance against him. Ryo flexed so hard on the local coach that he called in CA, the world-renowned coach who's trained 5 GOAT champions, and is currently globetrotting to find his final protege. CA clocks the kid and analyzes every single move. He clearly sees the raw, natural talent in him, far surpassing anyone he's ever coached before. Every movement is pure instinct, and the kid's got his own unique drip. Basically, Ryo's got all the right stuff to be the next champ, but his clout chasing and lazy grind meant he couldn't beat an old school, dirty, and stronger opponent who ultimately secured the W. Right then, CA hears a ruckus coming from outside. Peering through the window, he sees a gang of thugs jumping a lonely, gloomy kid who doesn't even bother to clap back. He just stands there taking every hit. And then CA notices something that leaves him shook. He can't believe his eyes. This kid sees every single punch from those thugs in high def, but he simply chooses not to dodge. So CA heads down. And while the bullies get wrecked by the local coach, CA asks just one thing: why the kid didn't dodge those punches. He just bluntly says it's too much of a drag, then walks off like it was nothing. That's when CA decides to test the kid to be sure. He lunges forward, throwing his fastest and hardest punch, but the kid reads it perfectly and dodges it with zero effort. Light as a feather. Coach CA is floored by how easily the boy evaded the strike. He might be old, but nobody has ever dodged that move. And the fact that this kid did it so casually proves he has literal god-tier talent. Coach CA can't sleep on that infinite potential and offers to teach him boxing. But the gloomy kid seems totally unfazed and wonders what's so fun about hitting people anyway. CA realizes this kid lacks that primal human urge to dominate. The total opposite of the white-haired guy, the talent he saw back in the gym. CA answers that hitting people is actually a vibe. Crushing others gives you a sense of purpose, and everyone wants to reach that peak. After that, CA gives him his first boxing lesson with the jab. A simple one, too, and give him a 30-day window to take the offer. The gloomy kid just shrugs and walks away. The local coach just couldn't wrap his head around it. Wondering what on earth CA saw in that kid, CA explained that he usually bets on his gut feeling. He had that same vibe with all 5 previous champs, and even with Ryo. But this gloomy kid, he's a totally different breed of monster. Just one look from him was enough to give CA the chills and make him shiver with fear. CA was still literal shook after that encounter. That gaze, he looked completely bored, even while getting jumped by a pack of thugs. That's why CA tested him by throwing a haymaker from behind. Yet that kid saw the fist coming and just slipped it. It wasn't a fluke or some animal instinct. He moved with such precision and flow, it was like he already knew the hit was coming. CA has seen countless prodigies in his life, but never anyone like this kid. You might just think his reflexes are cracked. But no, the way he dodged CA's punch showed that time flows at a completely different speed in his world. He's basically not even human. He's a straight-up monster. The next day at school, Jay is getting cooked by a bunch of bullies. He's your typical soft nerd. Right now, he's being used as a human chair for Ryo. This white-haired delinquent is a bully who also hits the gym, the absolute worst combo everyone wants to avoid. Ryo is loving the clout from his lackeys. They're hyping him up, believing he'll be a world champ one day. This world is split in two. Weaklings like that mysterious kid over there and his nerd friend, and powerhouses like Ryo. The budget version of Bakugo. These thugs casually mess with our boy while passing by. But their main target is tormenting Jay. The poor kid is catching hands nonstop. At lunch, they throw nasty candy into his bowl and force him to eat it. This nerd is weak as a noodle. So obviously, he has to take that disrespect. Jay felt beyond humiliated after that. While other kids are vibing, Jay sits with that mysterious introvert since they're both losers. Jay is surprised because Yu has insane physical stats, but refuses to play, just because it's mid. Four Eyes asks about Yu's passion. But as far as he remembers, this guy never cared about being anybody. He just lives on autopilot, not giving a single damn about anything. Yu asks Jay back, and he says he wants to follow in his dad's footsteps. While they're having nice chat, Ryo can't stand seeing that nerd having a good time with anyone. He boots the ball hard at Jay, but to everyone's shock, he catches it like it's nothing. Ryo's crash out mode gets triggered immediately. He slaps you right in the face for having the audacity to do that. Ryo tries his hardest to put the fear of God in the kid's eyes, but you just hits him back with a deadpan stare, like he doesn't give a rip about the threat. As for Jay, he's still low-key training to be a fighter like his dad. His dad is a figure he sees as the definition of courage. In a way, he feels like a failure, like he let his friend down by not standing up to Ryo. After all, That bootleg Bakugo is his biggest fear, making him feel totally pathetic. Jay, feeling depressed, holes up in his room wondering if he even has a ghost of a chance against that unbeatable enemy. To Jay, the opponent's strength is clearly on another level. He'd seen that white-haired dude smoke guys way above his weight class. It was truly a performance, like he was just playing with his food. The Four Eyes thought nobody could stop him. To get some advice, Jay hit up his dad, who used to be an old-school fighter back in the day. He wanted to know how to smoke opponents who were way out of his league. His dad explained that back then, if you wanted the W, you had to put your whole heart into it. That's what separates the amateurs from the pros. Still, his dad recalled the absolute terror of facing high-tier opponents. In those moments, even a pro like him had no choice but to fold and take the L. He felt it was better to surrender and take the defeat than to get beaten to a pulp. But here's the kicker. Once you break as a fighter, it's game over. Jay's dad knew that truth and admitted the most important thing for a fighter is to always get back up, no matter what. However, he figured in any other situation, you should just run for it so you never get caught. He emphasized that anyone's courage is valid and deserves respect, even if they aren't a fighter. The nerd found comfort in his dad's words and crashed out for the night. The POV shifts to you. He's heading up the stairs when he runs into that punchable face again. Rio wanted to get even in a big way and even tracked him down his house. To teach you a lesson, Rio started trash-talking and baited him into a fight. Used typical idgaf reaction. Ended up getting him a blow to the head. As a result, Rio wanted to make sure Yu's life was a total nightmare by shaking him down for cash. After Rio left as per usual, Yu's life didn't change one bit. On his way home, Rio was fuming, remembering the dead eyes of the kid he just faced. He spotted a crew of thugs from another gang who were itching to test his strength. To vent his rage, the jerk landed an explosive punch right in the guy's face, dropping him instantly. He enjoyed breaking them one by one, because their looks of pure agony gave him a massive high. At night, Yu spends time alone with his cat. His eyes look so gloomy he looks like a straight-up ghost. The next day, it's go time. Today is the day Jay prepped for, ready to face his bullies. Even in class, he had to summon all his aura to not look scared. Surprisingly, they didn't do a thing to him. Jay was confused because this was totally SUS. Plus, Yu was missing. He started to realize there was definitely a reason they gave him a pass. This was confirmed when Yu was getting mauled in the warehouse for not bringing the tribute money to Rio. That jerk's lackeys were using him as a human punching bag for practice like he was a doll. He was there coaching them on how to land hits while enjoying the show. Suddenly, Jay bursts in, screaming at them to stop. A moment of silence took over before the fear kicked in. The boy's heart was pounding, realizing he just said something he couldn't take back. The fear crushed the resolve he had built up before entering the room. His body was shaking and wouldn't cooperate, but there was no backing down now. He had to fight, so he took a stance. This sight totally baffled Rio, but Jay wasn't trembling anymore. Applying his dad's advice, the boy lined up the perfect angle and snapped a jab, clean and crisp, before pivoting his hips for a straight right. This 1-2 combo even caught him by surprise. At the same time, it triggered his opponent. Satisfied that his punches actually dealt damage, Jay started feeling himself. This time, it was his opponent who was shaking in his boots. But that's enough, because Rio has stepped up to end it all. He's here to make sure Jay remembers this humiliation forever. Even the lackeys think it's unfair for the nerd to face the final boss right after a win. Rio taunts him to take him down, while Four Eyes believes his real battle has finally begun. That budget Bakugo provokes Little Jay to attack him. Little Jay is having a newbie gains moment, thinking he can actually drop him. Jay throws a straight punch, but it gets slipped easily. I'm an anti-fan, but for real, this Rio guy is tapping an ultra instinct to dodge these hits. Jay is locked in, trying to land just one hit, a single shot that could floor Rio. But sadly, he's so gassed that even Rio starts clowning him. The guy delivers a slap that spins his head around, leaving a nasty, stinging cut. It makes him start losing hope. The fear of taking the L rushes back as Rio dares him to keep attacking. Jay takes a heavy hit to the face that leaves his head spinning. The kid is in a total state of panic, realizing he's fighting a literal monster. Jay is out of breath and knows right then he's cooked for challenging this guy. Rio's clout-chasing cronies join in with the trash talk. Rio walks up and asks Little Jay if he's ready to tap out yet. But no, Jay summons his inner Rocky Balboa and stands back up. He's ready for the smoke, even though he knows he's completely outclassed. His new strat is to try and tire his opponent out. But Rio is just enjoying playing with his food and decides to hand decap himself by using only one hand. Yet even with one hand, he's landing hits that pierce right through Jay's guard. Rio rains down a devastating barrage of punches, while Jay tries to hold his ground. He catches a heavy-duty punch straight to the gut, while his twisted opponent is vibing on the violence. The nerd realizes this is what a real street fight feels like. But he's not quitting. He plans to tank the hits until he somehow secures the W. Ryo seems to have Jay's whole strategy on lock and treats him to a variety of punches all over his body. Jay is catching heat from every angle. Even the lackeys think this is the textbook definition of getting folded. Jay is enduring this beatdown just to find one opening, to land a decisive blow. And then it happens. Ryo overextends for a power punch, creating an opening for Jay to counter with a single uppercut. You think this is the underdog comeback? Nope. That jerk dodges like a maniac and answers with a heaven-sent smash right to his face. Jay's dad didn't exactly have a glorious or famous boxing record. He was never remembered as a brave fighter, the very quality his son admires so much. The boy has endured everything and now lies defeated on the floor. Ryo scrambled his brains so hard he's lost his sense of direction. The bug-faced jerk mocks his pathetic strategy and reads him like an open book. He saw right through Jay's plan. But the fight isn't over. The nerd still won't submit, even after his spirit got ruthlessly crushed. Jay eats countless slaps to the face from Ryo, who makes sure to drag him through every level of hell he knows. Knocking Jay to the floor, the boy remembers his dad's words and scrapes together every last bit of motivation to stand up. Ryo praises his spirit and respects Jay enough that he's actually willing to stop bullying him. But it's not over. Not for the boy clinging to the spirit of a true warrior. Jay stands up again, desperate for that ultimate win. He watches him closely, while that jerk is absolutely losing it. He goes berserk and lands a bone-shattering smash to Jay's face. Ryo swings his fists with such savagery that even his friends think he's about to catch a body. Jay's face is swollen and messy, covered in every kind of bruise and blood you can imagine. Ryo sees the boy's persistence as a direct insult to his ego. He calls him a pathetic loser just to prove his point. But what shocks the hell out of that bastard is that Jay never even thought about winning. He calls Ryo an idiot for misunderstanding him. Thanks to this act of bravery, Jay has leveled up into a stronger version of himself. He doesn't care about the fake hype of that budget bakugo over there. Jay's spirit is roaring. When he declared he would become a professional boxer, those words struck a chord with you. But they only pissed Ryu off, a contrast that made Ryu beat him even more savagely. Then, a sharp question from you made the entire room go dead silent. You asked the exact same thing he'd asked Coach K about hitting people and finding joy in it. The scene shifts to Coach K, who explained he bet on his gut when he saw that gloomy kid. It was that same natural instinct he felt when training world champions. But this kid was something else entirely. Back to you suddenly standing up to Ryu. The lackeys were acting all tough guy and all bark, no bite. The introverted teen perfectly recalled Coach K's movements and unleashed a 1-2 combo that left the thug seeing stars. Coach K summed it up. He got goosebumps of pure hype when he met the boy. Yu's punches created a deathly silence in the room. One by one they charged, only to get absolutely wrecked. Ryu watched the scene like he'd just seen a ghost. Coach K added that the boy's eyes tracked the fists flying at his face, as if nothing in this world was interesting enough to actually grab his attention. This abnormal behavior was something Coach K had to verify for himself. He threw a devastating punch intended to crush the boy's face. But the result was clear as day. The boy slipped the punch with total grace. A quality fighter's only gain after years of grinding. It wasn't luck or timing. It was something supernatural. Even the world's greatest boxing coach had to admit he'd never seen a prodigy like you in his life. Now it was time for the truth to come out. Ryu felt an overwhelming sense of dread. Yu's death stare had him stressed to the max. Yu lunged forward, and suddenly it felt like the right side of Ryu's face had been blown off. He screamed in agony, catching the exact karma he deserved, while he just looked at him like it was nothing. The bully, now a helpless victim, felt a terror he'd never known. In Coach K's own words, that boy wasn't human. He was a straight-up monster, the literal definition of built different. Let's look back at Ryu's past, the guy who just got dropped with one punch. Back then, he saw way too many openings in everyone's style. He rocked the world's goofiest haircut, but that didn't stop him from crushing everyone else. The dude started thinking he was Goro or something because nobody could stop his run. The feeling of total domination pushed him to do it even more. He fed off the misery and fear of his opponents. It completely transformed who he was. This guy beat so many people that the whole country knew him as a menace. Ryu loved it when guys 5 times his size tried to lecture him. He truly lived for that. He enjoyed every second of knocking them out, engraving into their tiny brains that he was unstoppable. Ryu won so much that he started thinking he was on another level, like a living god or something. But oh, how the tables have turned. He got crushed by a monster that nearly ended his whole career. His previous confidence was shaken to the core. But ultimately, Ryu didn't sweat it. He thought it was just a fluke, probably just him being sloppy, the idiot. He tried to put his entire life force into making sure he took you down, wondering which approach would be best for this payback. Ryu decided to put his whole body weight into a single fist. He saw you duck to dodge, but the poker face guy anticipated that move. He slipped past you and aimed straight for his head. Nobody could dodge from that close. But the word impossible isn't in Yu's dictionary. He dodged it like a total cheat code. Ryu's soul left his body because he knew he was finished. You unleashed a jab heavy as a sledgehammer before dumping a whole clip of punches all over him. The God-given talent Ryu claimed for himself became useless against an opponent who was completely off his radar. This monster snuck up from behind and proved that every predator has a natural enemy. After getting folded, Yu woke up screaming in a hospital room like he was in a nightmare. Seconds later, he realized every bone in his body was crushed. Ryu faced a completely alien feeling, the sensation of loss, fear, and pure despair. He tasted defeat, and like a bratty kid after losing a game, Ryu sobbed uncontrollably over this L. Meanwhile, Coach K was hyper-focused on his latest obsession. He only wanted one kid on his roster, and he'd never craved a recruit this badly. The man was so obsessed, he was ready to straight-up kidnap you. Interestingly, while they expected Ryu at the gym, you showed up with a vibe like, "I just turned your star pupil into Swiss cheese." Coach K was hyped to see you show up to learn the sweet science. You accepted the terms, but he had one condition of his own. He demanded cash to cover the hospital bills. Coach K realized what happened and jokingly asked if Ryu was a fun challenge. But to everyone's shock, the kid said Ryu was boring. It was just that easy. Coach K laughed it off and was ready to drop bags to buy the whole hospital, if it meant you would join the gym. The two of them headed to the hospital. Hilariously, K was low-key happy to see Ryu mangled. He didn't give a damn about that arrogant fighter's life anymore. He was worried about Jay's condition, remembering the fire in his heart. After paying the bills for both, you took Coach K back to his apartment. It was a terrifyingly empty place that screamed this guy had zero social life. Finally, he asked for the boy's name. It brought back memories of his mother's tragic death. The only thing the boy remembered was his surname. You introduced himself briefly. Coach K explained he was going to take this introverted kid into a world completely different from anything he knew. The fates of these two crossed paths. And in the same vein, the arrogant ones were tossed aside like trash. Talk about irony. Ryu didn't even dare look Jay in the eye. He had the face of a loser, while Jay stood tall, optimistic and brave with his resolve. The time had come. You had nothing to bring along except a small bag. And his loyal pet cat. Coach K decided to give our boy a glow-up. He got him a haircut that looked fly as hell. They hit the airport, where Coach K met his assistant. Carmen is their gym manager, and she invited them into the car. You hadn't even started his boxing career yet, and already secured a sick crib thanks to Coach K. They immediately headed out for the first training session. The Rin Boxing Club is famous for producing the GOATs of history. They flexed the best curriculum updated with scientific methods, while they gave you the grand tour of the gym. The other fighters were shook. The boy looked tiny and weak in their eyes. Carmen explained that only a few fighters get coached by K directly. She told him to be proud of being chosen, but the kid was so stone-faced he didn't even care, which started to annoy her. He was introduced to security, but his attention was glued to the portraits of the world champions. Aaron Tide was his absolute masterpiece and the best of the best. The coach wanted him to feel the thrill of watching a live match. So he told Carmen to book some tickets for a title fight. Coach K wanted to give him a chance to learn about monsters just like him. Among the roaring crowd was the ring for two fighters. The current world champion was crushing his opponent with every single punch. Every hit he landed sent heavy shockwaves through his opponent, until an inevitable KO ended the fight. Aaron won and successfully defended his world heavyweight title. Coach K advised him to listen to the roar of the crowd because he was going to be a big deal, just like Aaron. With his help, the lonely introvert would soon sit on top of the world with his own title. And that's when K's hunger became a reality. He was beyond hyped for you. The boy remembered vividly the figure of the man who stepped into his life. He woke up in his new room, still as empty as ever, at the boxing club. Lyons, a fighter who actually piqued Coach K's curiosity. This gingerhead wanted to train directly under Coach K, but his request was so hilarious that K thought he'd never even lay a finger on you. And if he did, K promised to turn him into a world champ. Rumors about the match between Josh and you spread like wildfire. Josh is no pushover. He's been grinding day and night to get to this level. But even though he won the youth tournament last year and smoked many fighters in this pro gym, Coach K didn't seem to give a damn about him. K reminded him that guys like him are a dime a dozen, basically calling the dude mid. Kay said he has no taste for people whose ceilings are so obvious. Josh took that trash talk as a challenge and vowed to crush you to make Kay eat his words. In the ring, Josh was dead serious, like this was the fight of his life. But when he looked at his opponent, the kid didn't even know how to wrap his hands. Josh got even more tilted having to fight a complete rookie who was clueless about the boxing world. Everyone around was hyped for this match. He looked like a walking skeleton and a bootleg version of a fighter since he'd never trained a day in his life. While some lowballed you, others thought he must be cracked since Coach K handpicked him. After getting ready, Kay asked if he was nervous. The Silent King just found the whole thing boring. The cool teacher gave him one more boxing lesson, a crucial one. Never get hit in a fight. With that advice, he left the ring, leaving the two fighters to square up. Kay must have been losing his mind with excitement because he wanted to witness his prodigy's power. The bell rang, and Josh unleashed a fierce attack. But his opponent slipped the hits light as a feather, as if he saw Josh's combos coming a mile away. No matter how sharp or heavy Josh's strikes were, they couldn't touch Yu's face. Just watching this match made Kay want to throw him into a real war so he could delete everyone. Kay and the others realized Kay prioritized speed over power when scouting. The kid didn't even blink while dodging those hits. They were so slow in his eyes that after a dozen jabs, Josh was the one gassed out. He couldn't believe he couldn't even touch the skinny kid in front of him. Coach K's savage words left this poor kid traumatized. And now he knew Kay wasn't just baiting him. To the gingerhead, it felt like he was up against an impenetrable wall. However, Josh wasn't going to fold that easily. He wanted to switch things up. His new strat was to confuse you with a barrage of feints mixed with slick movements, but you didn't even blink while Josh was on the edge. A flashback to his training days shows us Josh used to think he was the hardest worker in the gym. He put in hours every day for years, looking up to the legends, hoping to become one of them someday. But now, there was nothing left but rage in his heart. Kay thought it was unfair that many people get good at boxing through grit, yet they still have a ceiling. And at this moment, Josh started to realize his own limit. Facing a natural-born monster, those hours of hard work proved to be useless. Kay figured fighters like him shouldn't be discouraged, though, since they reached this level through pure effort. Round 1 ended as the ref separated the two. Josh looked completely spent while Kay instructed to catch me if you can king to land a clean shot on the chin for the KO. You had only learned 2 lessons, how to punch and how to dodge. This was because Kay believed geniuses like him were born with the innate ability to create their own style and optimize movements. He didn't want you learning cookie-cutter techniques and wanted him to prioritize the target. Kay was dead certain he'd never seen talent like this. The old man was glazing him hard, even calling him the embodiment of boxing. Anyway, round 2 was about to start, and things weren't looking Gucci for Gingerhead. Ginger admitted his opponent had god-tier reflexes, but at the same time, he was sure guys like you must have trash cardio since that only comes from training. His goal was to gas him out with slower attacks and keep the pressure high. Josh was confident in his strat, but the literal second the round started. My boy got deleted by a single punch. Lights out, completely unconscious. When he came to, Josh noticed everyone had already cleared out. The reality hit him. He got smoked. Until you offered to go one more round. Josh thought that was pointless because the kid was on a completely different level. But something about him reminded him of Jay's heart and grit. As he left, Josh wondered if he could actually take down the other phenom Kay scouted during recruitment. He thought about it for a sec. And instead of seeing Rio's punchable face, he saw the undying persistence of Jay, who would always stand up to scrap with him again. That's why you thought he was stronger, leaving Josh to cope with his sadness alone. 2 years have flown by since that first match. A blonde dude who looks like a scanner from a parallel universe is digging for dirt on Kay's new fighters. It's tough to find info on you, but one thing's for sure. He's been on a mad grind focusing solely on endurance. He runs until he's completely gassed out, then heads home to wash up. The skinny kid is now a jacked monster thanks to the training arc. At the gym, John Taker, a lightweight fighter with a mid-record of 9 wins and 7 losses, is set to be his opponent. This creep-looking dude is famous for gatekeeping rookies and stealing their debut hype. He loves backing fighters into a corner because he's a straight-up rat. Carmen figured it wouldn't be a big deal for their star player, but there are other issues. Carmen specifically believes you only trains by watching title fights and jogging. Coach K is leaning on his cane, deep in thought about that. John Taker, the bald dude with the Sukuna tattoos, is busy pulverizing a heavy bag. John loves messing around with hooks and then clinching his opponent to deliver the finisher. It's called the headlock hook, and it's made him infamous in the boxing scene. John's manager introduces him to Peter Ken, a reporter. This jerk who looks like a cartoon character is surprised he's even getting an interview. He knows the media is looking for a clickbait headline. They want John to delete K's secret weapon. Budget Escaner over there seems to know the game and wants to spice things up. John admits that gifted and talented types are just trash. They get way too much glaze, and he gets a high from crushing their spirits. This makes the creep excited. Worst of all, he thinks he's doing a public service by reminding talented people they're actually mid. All he has to do is drop his opponent, no matter how dirty he has to play. The reporter gets called a coward because John hates weaklings who play by the rules. The surprise factor comes when John forgets the rules and leaves rookies shook. He spouts his thug philosophy, reminding Peter of the world middleweight champ, Fabrizio Santorino. The bald dude looks up to the Santorino brothers and considers them the ultimate warriors. John leaves a message for K and his latest golden boy, vowing he'll destroy K's talent. After the interview, John actually wonders if he can catch the W against you. Talk about irony, right? After all that big talk, the manager has to be the one to tell him to keep his chin up. Elsewhere, Yu is catching all the media attention. As an outboxer who relies on footwork and picking apart his opponents for points, Carmen handles him like a girl boss and slams the door shut. John wonders what all the hype is about on the other side. He's itching to destroy this rookie even more now. Finally, it's time for him to step into the spotlight. The John haters are going wild, dragging this guy in the comments. The commentators are hyped for today's lightweight bout. Everyone is curious to see Yu's talent as K's final disciple. Meanwhile, John is happy to crush K's talent and leave them with a fat L. The fighter, standing at a clean 175 centimeters, walks out with his team. Coach K helps him into the ring. The dude looks straight up cold while soaking in stage lights. Peter is getting even more curious about Yu since he only focused on endurance training. John was fed this intel so he could try to force some inside fighting. Coach K has already coached Yu on how to fight. He's going to stick to the game plan. The commentators are warming up the crowd, expecting a masterclass from Yu. Even John has to admit our boy has a cold, steely composure. He's ready to bring him a world of pain the second the bell rings. With all eyes on the two fighters, the battle finally begins. Being a total dirty player, John's first move was a fake glove touch just to sneak in a cheap shot. But he caught a real case of the shivers when he saw Yu just death staring him down, like John had a gun pressed to his head, ready to click if he tried anything SUS. John's composure was completely rattled, and then something insane happened. He snapped a clean punch that grazed his cheek, leaving the entire crowd stunned. The scene cuts back to Coach K's pre-fight remarks. It seems K was always counting on Yu's talent and was plotting exactly how to leave the crowd shook. John's eyes were wide open. The dude was mentally wavering. But he wasn't about to let him off easy. He smothered him with a rain of punches, precisely aimed to just graze the edge of his face. Coach K wanted this moment to be a whole lesson for the entire world. John opened his eyes to find his face a bloody mess. It got so bad the ringside doctor had to step in to check John's injuries. The man who'd been a doc for 21 years couldn't believe he'd run into such a mystery. The doctor explained that normally these hits would cause blunt force trauma, but the cuts are way too surgical instead of bruised. The doc was floored seeing Yu create precise blade-like cuts using just boxing gloves and his fists. A state of pure horror and dread took over John's mind. The fear was suffocating him. The doctor, stunned, reported no life-threatening trauma, so Lil Johnny could keep the fight going. But Lil Johnny was in a total daze. He refused to be a coward and wanted to keep scrapping. This made the ref stay on high alert. The bald guy couldn't understand what was so monstrous and built different about this rookie. To him, boxing was all about technique and skill execution. However, he felt zero restraint from his opponent. He was like a lethal warrior, a monster built to delete humans without a shred of emotion. John knew he was squaring up with the devil itself this time. He tried to take the lead, but the guy couldn't even get close without getting punched in the mouth. John truly couldn't wrap his head around how he was being read like an open book. You pinned him against the ropes so hard the man wondered if he was dreaming. Our cold protagonist lunged in with another bloody uppercut. The match looked more like a grisly street brawl than a pro boxing match. John was getting smoked, blood spraying everywhere, leaving the audience horrified. Everyone knew who was taking the W in this fight. Even a ball guy's own coach had to admit he was just playing with his food. Poor John couldn't block a single punch without feeling the full weight piercing through him. He continued to get pulverized, getting more pathetic by the second. The fear of death finally broke him. This vibe of relentless violence stirred the crowd, shifting from horror to a twisted sense of hype. They were getting hyped over the monster Coach K helped create. The silent crowd suddenly erupted in a roar, the exact kind of hype K was fishing for. John was dead certain you could end a man's life without feeling a single thing. He tried to play dirty by aiming to crush Yu's lead leg, but the cheater got completely outplayed. You saw through every single one of his moves. The crowd called him a low-life cheater. Even being tough as nails wasn't enough to win. You unleashed jabs sharp as razors, but now something felt different. John's coach thought you was starting to show a weakness after falling into John's range. He was confident in John's headlock hook move to finish him. However, the weight of the world crushed him. With a face dripping blood, his whole boxing style was humiliated. The crowd's roar filled his head with madness, leaving him frozen on the canvas. In the moments that defined his career, John was once an amateur fighter who was constantly rejected. John's coach used to think his headbutts were his strongest asset. The coach told him about his next opponent, an elite wrestler who was a dominant force and even won Olympic gold. That guy had transitioned into pro boxing. John accepted that he'd be deleted in the wrestler's debut. The coach felt bad for him, but John's passion for boxing pushed him to try even harder. He was just happy to be given the chance. And then he got beaten to a pulp, exactly as everyone expected. John took the full force of those punches as the guy rained down savage blows all over his body. John threw a wide haymaker, but got caught with a hook to the ribs. The opponent kept dismantling him, but that was exactly when John shined. He believed in the laws of a harsh world, having had a rough childhood growing up in the back alleys. When John was finally taught the art of boxing, he could finally vibe with his passion. In the match against the wrestler, John used a cheap trick and landed a thunderous headbutt right in his face, taking the guy out with a single blow. Nobody thought he'd actually be the one to drop that dude. Dresner got back up, but something in the match had shifted. Something about the nasty nature of his style changed John forever. It didn't take long for John to snatch the W. John was recognized as a prospect with potential, giving him a shot to keep competing. Even though John wasn't a total scumbag at first, this was the only way for him to make a name for himself. Back to the current match. The bald guy is getting roasted by the whole world. They're clowning him while John's coach stares at his pathetic state. Even though John told reporters he admired Fabrizio, the coach knew deep down he was just a fighter nursing internal trauma after every match. He never wanted to be like this, but it doesn't change the fact that he's a low-life fighter. The bald guy's coach was the only one who believed in him because he'd seen the real man underneath. Despite everyone's trash talk, the coach still acknowledged John's talent, becoming the reason he kept fighting. Hearing those words, John lunged forward, unleashing a power swing. He figured guys like you would never know the fear of being abandoned. John tried his old dirty strat again and actually managed to land a heavy blow. Everyone was shook except for Coach K. What actually collided were their punches. John put everything into that hit, and it ended with his fingers getting pulverized. You saw this as the opening to land the finisher. The ending K was itching for. After the bloodbath, John collapsed and got knocked out. The crowd kept dragging him even after he took the L. John's coach begged him to stand up, feeling guilty for failing to lead his pupil. Unfortunately, that man didn't have the juice left to keep motivating John. Seeing his coach's devastated face made John struggle to stay on his feet. He was still in the game. He was still ready to scrap with the monster in front of him. John was prepared to win. He wanted to be a fighter just like his inspiration. But then his resolve shattered as he realized his mistake. The match ended with the W going to you. The fight's conclusion honored you as a ruthless devil making his boxing debut. The crowd's roar hit its peak. Peter the reporter was totally floored by how John's dirty headlock technique was dismantled by a counterhook, even though it was John himself who took the hit instead of you. It's clear as day that you possesses the ability to defy the limits of human growth. Coach K finally found the one he was looking for, a monster who likes to play with his food. Peter figured the heavy hitters must be hyped. Josh was one of those watching the match, but instead of being hyped, he just accepted his fate. He realized he'd never be a world champ, and decided to head off to become a bartender. Josh's spirit was completely crushed just by Yu's existence. Back at the boxing club, Steele is training with Jay, who is full of awe after Yu's phenomenal victory. He always had faith in his own strength. The second egghead wanted him to chill out because he'd never reach Yu's level. Still, Jay hopes to impress you one day and cranked his training speed even higher. It's that intense self-belief that has them both training like maniacs. While this inspires Jay, others are plotting to take you down. That salty-faced Bakugo now looks like a gentleman, but he still gets triggered every time he sees Yu's face. Just remembering those bored eyes is enough to make him jealous. The scene shifts to a conversation regarding Gene, the reigning world lightweight champion. No matter how strong he is, Gene was full of admiration after Yu's match. And then there's this gluttonous fat dude. This guy is like Goro the Destroyer, and considers our boy to be mid. This big guy thinks he'll be the lightweight rookie of the year, but I think he forgot the light part is weight class. The reporter guesses fans will be most hyped for the lightweight matches because of Yu. After all, K brought a monster with insane, crowd-pulling potential and the skills of an assassin. Interestingly, there's a fighter even more famous than Yu, the nephew of the head of the global jihad group, who has been causing a shockwave in the boxing world. But what shocked everyone wasn't just a rich kid showing up, but his lethal fighting ability. The stage is set. It'll be you versus Kasim, a match that'll have everyone holding their breath. The winner of that fight gets a shot at the 15-year reigning lightweight champ, Gene. Kasim kicks the door down, looking like a fat grizzly bear, ready for the next challenge. He meets his director, who is fuming because he went MIA and came back looking fat as a pig. Kasim didn't give a damn about the insults and felt the fire of battle lust burning inside him. He was out there handing out $10 to anyone who had the stones to scrap with him. Kasim's coach recalled the first time the guy showed up at the gym. It was crazy, but the dude was dead serious. He wanted to snatch the world title right then and there. To be real, at first, he was just an arrogant prick. The coach figured showing him what real boxing felt like would be enough to make him cry home to mama. But it ended badly when Kasim straight up devoured his opponent. The rookie decimated every fighter in the gym with his raw talent. Yeah, that exact ugly mug that looked like it just ate a few pro boxers for breakfast. The director was shook that he still stuck with that wild style. Kasim insulted his opponents like they were literal children, even though he was part of the gym. The director still low-key hated that fighting style. Kasim slipped a hit and unleashed a decisive uppercut, as if he were a character straight out of Street Fighter. He went wild with his own custom moves, leaving his defense wide open. The coach screamed because he was breaking rules with those shameful attacks. Kasim even had the nerve to offer to buy the whole gym, just so he could change the rules. Even though the director hated his guts, he couldn't deny that the Reddit Discord mod build was actually working for him. He had talent that was miles ahead of everyone else. Kasim just smoked 20 guys and proved he wasn't just capping. He was a natural-born fighter who could actually snatch the belt. After 2 weeks of training, Kasim beat 1,000 opponents and now has a giga. Chad physique. Even though he was literally obese 2 weeks ago, he now has washboard abs and infinite cardio. Kasim is like a beast that eats and sleeps whenever it wants. He's the type to defy human limits so hard that the coach couldn't see anyone beating him. Leaving a pile of defeated bodies in the gym, Kasim was being built up as the perfect challenge to dethrone the lightweight champ. James was a fighter who couldn't even afford a decent meal for his son. As a father, he was broke and only fed his kid potato soup, but the boy never complained. After all, his dad had too many bills to worry about, just like us in this damn inflation. He wanted the prize money from the next win to make sure they got a gourmet meal. A day before the fight, Kasim was nowhere to be found. That's because he was busy kicking down the door to use gym, demanding that you show his face. Nobody in the gym had ever seen Kasim before. Even Coach K was surprised to see the tomato head show up at his spot. K started acting weird, grabbing his legs and checking out his build. K concluded that this man was the perfect blend of power and pure madness. He's not like Aaron, but this guy's punch packs some serious heat. Coach K was looking forward to you completely pulverizing this weirdo. The redhead said he wanted to visit you before their inevitable clash. K said you was busy with endurance training and told the guy to go chase him down. The scene shifts to you, who was mid-workout when he got jumped by Kasim. You countered with a strike, but impressively, Kasim actually blocked the hit. The loser, looking like he stepped out of a Looney Tunes cartoon, introduced himself as the one who'd delete you and sit on top of the lightweight division. But You's id-gaff attitude tilted him hard. Before leaving, the tomato head reminded you that he'd never beat him in the ring. After saying his piece, he ran off like a total clown, leaving even you. In the ring, Kasim was a beast crushing his opponent. He baited a hook to confuse the guy, but then dropped him with heavy-duty punches. Every hit sent shockwaves through the man's entire body, until he was completely brought to his knees. Coach K watched the match with his team of 5 staff members. He saw him as an interesting fighter with a bizarre style. There's a reason fighters never box like Kasim. It's because his moves are inefficient and clunky. However, his monster physical stats let him get away with those gimmicks easily. His athleticism is why he's at the top. James, Kasim's opponent, made a life-ending mistake by trying to get back up. That crazed fighter still had a few more tricks up his sleeve for him. James had a bad gut feeling about this, but he was ready to fire a counterpunch, hoping to break Kasim's momentum. Boxing technique versus chaotic movement. The outcome was just moments away as he lunged like a torpedo and slipped past James's only shot at a W. A flash of red blurred his vision as James took the hit, dropping to his knees before collapsing onto the canvas. Kasim soaked in the crowd's hype, thinking the match was over, but no, James wasn't done yet. He still had some fight left in him. After all, he made a promise to his kid. He tried to tell Kasim to keep the sport clean. Unfortunately, that was the end of the road for James, while his beastly opponent didn't give a single damn about a loser's words. Then came our boys' match. All he had to do was take one step forward and the victory was already his. The same thing happened with Kasim, who played with his food and secured the win. he thought he was straight up invincible. Both of them were tearing their opponents to shreds, getting closer and closer to the world title. You prioritized sharp, mechanical movements, while Kasim loved overwhelming opponents with his built-different freestyle. Kasim has the mental age of a 10-year-old, constantly reminding the world that he'll be at the top soon. He took that trash talk public and challenged you, claiming he'd crush him like all the rest. Kasim's wins were a whole movement aimed at creating an era of freak boxing. The reporter was impressed that Kasim was the one to make the first move. Hearing this news, Kay laughed his head off. He was delighted to be the one to shake Kasim's resolve. The crowd was roaring and standing him, because they become fans of Kasim's unique vibe. His existence completely split the boxing fandom. Some embraced that weirdo style, while others clowned him for acting like a circus act instead of using traditional technique. Kasim's fame blew up on the news, with everyone talking about the future waiting for him. He didn't care about anyone's opinion and just did whatever he wanted. Kasim thinned out his hater count by growing his fan base. Honestly, the director was glazing him to the moon with that born to be king nonsense. Back to our boy Yu. He was just chilling, landing some crisp shots, when Kay showed up with the news of Kasim's public call-out. Kay emphasized that this guy wasn't like the small-time bums you had been deleting lately. Finally, the big day arrived, the massive clash between two legendary underdogs. Kasim and Yu would set the pace for the title fight against the world champ, Jean, who showed up in person to watch. The director thought Kasim's path to glory was right there in front of him. This guy, with his crazy nature, didn't actually care about just winning a belt. He was insane enough to want world titles in every single weight class. His ambition was noted by Jean's cold attitude. On the other side of the ring was Yu, who had received his orders from Kay. The fighters death-stared each other. Kasim had that savagery while Yu was a calculating genius. The burning question of who would conquer whom was ready to be answered. The match finally kicked off with Kasim vibing in the ring, eyes locked on his prey. Yu tracked his opponent's movements while Kasim did the unthinkable, hiding his fists behind his back. He was baiting Yu to lunge at him. The redhead wanted to prove how stupid fighters are who only know how to throw straights with zero creativity. Then, before he even realized it, Kasim ate a devastating punch that nearly blew the left side of his face off. Coach K was just like always. There was no way he thought Kasim would be a challenge for you. In fact, K just gave our boy the green light to go all out this match, do whatever he wanted. That first punch was nothing. Yu happily wiped the smile off his face with another hit that sent the redhead's hair flying. K noted that only someone like you could dodge a high-level punch like that. But then again, there are freaks like Kasim who can dodge too. Kasim's face was getting dismantled, and Coach K figured that even though his muscles were tanking most of the damage, he was basically a human punching bag catching Yu's most serious hits. Our boy coldly reminded this jerk who the real monster in the ring was. His attacks caused a massive wave of chatter in the crowd. They'd been waiting to see Kasim get humbled for a long time. Even his own coach had to admit Yu had barely shown his true power in previous matches, just so he could later delete opponents like Kasim. His confidence was trashed as he stood there gasping for air. He was questioning every bad life choice he'd ever made, especially stepping into the ring with you. Not to mention the massive crowd cheering for the Tomato Head's downfall. While he was going through hell in the ring, to the crowd, it was just top-tier entertainment. Terrified and shook, the Predator suddenly became the prey and tried to run. He was trembling and backed into the corner like a helpless kid. Coach K mocked his pathetic, soul-crushed look, while Kasim's director screamed at him for being stupid, advising him to drop his hands. It sounded like giving advice to someone who had never actually trained a day in boxing. The guy's face got punched into another dimension, even though he tried to protect himself. That was the moment the director realized a fatal mistake. He never actually taught Kasim the art of boxing because he always just enabled his freak style. Kasim was in a desperate dead-end situation, flailing his arms to cause chaos. Our boy rocked his world with another punch. It made Kasim's coach fuming. The incompetent coach was so delusional about Kasim's rise that he never focused on giving him even the bare minimum basic training. He was about to fold, but then the thought of Kasim fighting his heart out pushed him to motivate the kid. He wanted Kasim to endure just one more round. However, that was never going to happen because this pussycat already tried to flee the ring like a pathetic fighter. Even the ref was stunned because he'd never seen a scene like this before. The coach got in Kasim's face and gave him a total earful. He exploded in front of the coach, declaring that he might be crazy, but he's not crazy enough to scrap with a monster like you. His career was over before it even started. The coach was livid because the whole time, Kasim had been treating this elite sport like a game. He took a slap across his ugly mug and admitted that you might be the strongest in the world, but it didn't matter. It was some stupid logic that he'd only face weaklings. No cap, The coach earned my respect with his speech as he encouraged that naive crybaby to put on the spirit of a real warrior. Then Kasim remembered his own memorable words. Now they came back to haunt him under the gaze of thousands of eyes. He used to think he could snatch the championship if he just had fun playing around. James's haunting words terrified him and clung to his soul. Kasim was humiliated, his ego completely trashed. He ran off, crying like a literal baby. It made the coach regret letting this greatest loser ever step into the ring. The end result of this battle was an easy W for you. The match was so unbelievable that Kay couldn't help but laugh his head off. Right after vanishing, Kasim never set foot in the boxing world again. And as for that long-awaited wholesome moment between James and his son, turns out he got a happy ending. He brought home some finger-licking good KFC fried chicken for his boy. You faced his worst nightmare, King Cat. King Cat and our boy were sparring like Goku and Vegeta, trading blows while dodging each other's hits. Coach, Kay was laughing like a maniac as usual while he got slapped in the face and finally woke up from a dream. The tiny King Cat had woken our boy up. After the win over the bedwetter Kasim, Kay decided to give you a proper vacation since he hadn't had a break in forever. Even though it wasn't necessary, Kay thought it was better to let our boy rest since he'd been doing nothing but handing out LS to his opponents. So to kill time, you watched TV, but in his state of crisis. Nothing could entertain him. Remembering the words of his bestie Jay, you thought it was time to start his pro gamer career. So he did what he does best. He hit up the arcade and completely deleted a veteran at air hockey. The guy was floored. Facing an opponent who was absolutely cooking him, the guy thought he'd found the chosen one to be the genius of the air hockey revolution. It was hilarious because you didn't care and still found it boring. The man made a life-changing offer, saying he had the potential to be the air hockey world champ, but the poor amateur got rejected because this time he didn't have to worry about money and wouldn't be bought out by someone like last time. You left a crying Indiana Jackson behind and continued his gaming conquest. Next game, this guy's truly unstoppable in every game thanks to his reflexes. Even in fighting games, he was just out there deleting opponents. The boys spent the whole evening gaming, but still hadn't found anything interesting. This man is suffering from success. You decided to sit in the park while watching a family spend time together. He glanced to his left and spotted a boy with eyes glowing like he'd just seen a celebrity. The boy claimed he'd watched the matches of this underdog fighter. He wanted to seize this once-in-a-lifetime chance to get an autograph. Too bad you didn't even know how to sign his name, and just wrote his name in the most basic font ever. The kid admired Yu's boxing power. Meanwhile, his idol was radiating "I hate kids" energy. The boy is dead certain that you will become the world champion and, in turn, become the strongest. He says he wants to follow and use footsteps to get strong. Interestingly, Yu doesn't have an optimistic view of the strong. He thinks they're useless because a gun a day keeps the trouble away. Yu believes most strong people end up dead, even if they accept challenges because, in reality, this guy is out here giving a literal child lifelong trauma. He even told him his parents are going to die. You concluded that he doesn't see anything flashy or cool about being the strong one. He found it confusing that the kid seemed triggered and ran away, crying back home, the shadow of a painful past version of a miserable Yu clings to him, implying he's still haunted by his own life. Our boy returns to the King Cat, aka the GOT puncher, hoping his little fur ball lives a long time despite death closing in. He sleeps next to his best friend like he always does. Jean has finished meditating to prep for his final match. Sitting across the dinner table from his girlfriend, Jean refuses to eat, which gets her tilted. Something is seriously weighing on his mind. It's the shadow of the cold-blooded fighter, Yu. The scene shifts to Carmen, who just finished work and finds Yu grinding through his workout. While everyone else is chilling, our boy is here putting in that overtime. Carmen figured he should take a breather, but this guy is way too dedicated to his training regimen. She thinks that's normal for a fighter, but she also low-key believes he might be a secret robot. Yu's face hasn't changed at all in the last 2 years, not to mention he refuses to get close to anyone. His only goal is training exactly how the coach says. Carmen wonders if Yu's passion actually lies in boxing, or if this weirdo likes anything besides his cat. In short, Jean is going to be a massive challenge for him. She thinks they have some similarities, but Yu remains completely indifferent. He doesn't even care if he snatches the title or feels any pride about it. The POV shifts back to Jean, who is focusing on his meditation cycles more often than usual. Even his coach knows Jean's mind is occupied by his inevitable opponent. Jean reports that he feels fine for the fight, but even that might be nothing when facing an opponent he's bloodthirsty for. He wants to perform way beyond excellence. Coach K shares a strategy meeting with Yu to scout Jean's style. The title fight between Till Schneider and the lightweight world champion. K explains that there are 5 monsters in the boxing world: welterweight Yuto Takeda, middleweight champion Fabrizio Santorino, light heavyweight champion Victor Grigorievich, heavyweight Aaron Tide, and finally, him, the lightweight champion Jean-Pierre Manuel. This guy has won every single match, mostly by decisive KOs. He's an incredible, undefeated fighter. Jean possesses a unique advantage when it comes to boxing technique. This is noted by how he extends his punch, hovering it right near the opponent's eye. Jean uses this stance to block the opponent's vision. He uses very little energy to drop opponents thanks to his insane reach. The truth is, his reach is even longer than Yu's. The coach even admits Jean's reach isn't the only thing. Because the lightning speed of his jabs leaves people dazed, he can move in and out with terrifying speed, deleting any fighter in his way. The coach further claims Jean's jabs rival straight punches. He possesses the perfect rapier to pierce through opponents from top to bottom and strip away their defense. His attacks are savage, but his opponent wasn't a total scrub either. He managed to slip past Jean's reach and aim for his face. The world champ seemed to be open here, but that wasn't all. The man meticulously rolled his shoulder to block the punch and landed a devastating hook to the ribs. Then Jean continued to dismantle him with a barrage of jabs. Coach K summed it up. He converted a body blow into a forced trade so powerful it completely flipped the momentum. This means Jean's decision-making skills are god tier. Only Jean and you are even in the same conversation when it comes to pulling off a feat like that. But the catch is, Jean has another weapon in his bag that our boy lacks. Jean switches stances and deletes his opponents, hitting them while they're still guessing his next move. The moment the opponent regains their footing, Jean switches back to his original stance to keep smoking them. He has the unique advantage of being ambidextrous and combining two stance sets. This makes it impossible for his opponents to predict what's coming next. K said he's playing the long game, sowing seeds of despair before raining down a hellish storm of punches. The winner was Jean, who didn't make a single mistake, as if he were a perfect chess grandmaster. K emphasized this point to you, reminding him of the different layers he'd have to face just to get past Jean. A reporter asked for his thoughts after the massive W. The world champ even admitted to flaws in some of his movements. He added that if you had been the opponent there, Jean would have taken the L. The world champ isn't a coward and wants to scrap with you. It's the kind of challenge Coach K lives for. This is the type of fighter that gets him hyped because he's constantly leveling up his skills. Coach K is truly curious to see how much Jean will adapt before fighting you. This is the one match that's actually going to make our boy work for it. During Yu's match against Kasim, the world champ meticulously noted every single muscle contraction and extension, as our boy unleashed those cold-blooded jabs. With perfect body mechanics, Jean was absolutely floored. The only comment he had for the underdog skills was how beautiful the performance was. Jean's headspace was getting so crowded that he absent-mindedly spilled his coffee. His girlfriend asked what was eating at him, even getting salty because he only ever cares about the sport. She hated that the world champ gave her zero attention. Jean isn't a simp and straight up told her she was being a nuisance. Jean's coach did an interview about the world champ's fighting skills. He described him as beautiful, like an artist who spends his whole life perfecting every single technique. It's as if he's a painter chasing ultimate mastery in his art. Jean was meditating while Peter delivered news. He interviewed another guy in the same gym, who flexed that Jean is on a whole other level of crazy. His first step of training is meditating before hitting the ring. The dude fights demons in his head for hours before even stepping between the ropes. The guy remarked that Jean is a total weirdo doing the most bizarre stuff ever. He stands perfectly still, then shifts his position after a while. Then a long time passes and he adjusts again. The guy finally realized what the world champ was doing. Jean was focusing on a simple jab, polishing every single movement with extreme delicacy. Basically, he's insane. That's why he gets insane results. Peter didn't buy this BS because that level of training seemed too quirky for him. The coach argued that Jean never actually relaxes during meditation. Instead, he's sharpening every single sense. This level of focus makes the world around him go dead silent. Peter gave up because he couldn't disturb the world champ mid-meditation. He tried meditating alongside him. The coach gave him some pointers. Sitting across from the legendary lightweight puncher, Peter was shook by his massive aura. He entered a state of stillness and got lost in the present moment. The world became quiet and slow. The only thing he could hear was his own heartbeat. The higher the focus, the sharper the senses. The coach explained that someone like Peter only feels the heartbeat. But a monster like Jean is built different. He feels every fiber of muscle down to the blood cells and tissues. His entire body works in perfect sync. This is Jean's hunger. He wants to reach the peak of technical mastery. After the intense meditation session, Jean learned that Peter had already left. He confirmed that he has been living rent-free in his head. He's smart enough to admit that all his perfect techniques are meaningless against someone for whom the world moves in slow motion. Gene craves a level of hyper-focus far beyond the norm to take down this impossible opponent. Gene's poor sparring partners are regretting their life choices because they're getting beaten to a pulp just so this guy can sharpen his perfection. He's taking on 3 of them at once. He orders them to attack, and the poor guys rush him head on. But in the blink of an eye, everything happens at once. Gene still thinks he lacks the focus needed to defeat the monster in the ring. In an interview about the meaning of boxing, Gene claimed he sees it as an artistic pursuit. He wants every single movement to be flawless, meeting the high standards he sets for himself. Gene thinks the world title is just proof of one's perfection in boxing. He craves nothing else. When Yu threw his first jab during his pro boxing debut, not everyone understood the beauty of that strike as much as the master Gene did. On a rainy day, the police are investigating a gang of street thugs in the slums. Rumor has it guys showed up and beat them into a bloody mess. You guessed it, right? It's our boy Gene, out there catching bodies in the slums if it means getting more training time. The SUS part is that Gene carefully collected their blood. Back home, this creep is supposedly painting with his victim's blood, but even then, he still hasn't found perfection. The next day, Gene's shadowboxing is fast and aggressive. Even his coach is shook. He doesn't know what happened or what led to such imprecise movements from someone usually so composed. Gene is imagining himself actively fighting Yu's shadow, the monster that outclasses him at every turn. The coach is stunned by Gene's rate of progress, even though it makes 0 sense. He's worried about the extreme measures Gene took to reach this power level. As the session ends, the world champ is about to leave when the coach questions his recent exhausted state. After a month of silence, he mumbles with a manic grin that he's feeling absolutely peak. Gene's coach advises the freak to stop being so hard on himself, but this is the world champ, who has a morbid obsession with boxing. So of course, he shows up in the slums again just to do a 1 versus 5. Gene notes every weapon around him. The dude thinks they're trash for using weapons. The ringleader reached for his weapon, but the guy's ripped biceps. Jacked arms are faster, and he shuts him down. He continues to skillfully attack the second opponent, feeling proud of his movements. Gene moves on to the 3rd victim, calmly calculating every hit as he lands them. After meticulously dodging a knife, he throws a full power strike to delete the guy's head. The last person is panicking after witnessing a straight-up massacre. Gene believes in equal rights and equal lefts, making sure she catches these hands too. But then something happens. He faces a life-or-death situation. When a leader points a gun straight at him, the fear of death makes Gene dizzy. Before he focuses every muscle fiber to slip through a punch, similar to Yu's explosive attacks. At the end of the scrap, Gene concludes that he's finally reached perfection, just like Yu. That night, he's happy as a kid, as he paints an illustration of the monster that represents how he perceives Yu's terrifying boxing skills. The next day, the world champ is going through a manic episode. Something about him changed the night before. The coach wonders if it finally happened. Visualizing Yu's perfect strikes, Gene unleashes a flurry of punches, seeking to transcend innate human imperfection. Finally, he has surpassed what needed to be surpassed. The world champion has achieved perfection. The leader reaches for a weapon, but our boys. At the bar where Josh is working as a bartender, he told a poor woman to beat it because they were closing, but she started whining like a literal baby. She wondered if she was being a nuisance to him. She blamed her disappointment on men, while our boy, Josh, was busy questioning his own existence. In the next scene, we catch a glimpse of Yu's training arc. The dude now has top-tier 6-pack abs as he pushes the limits of his endurance workout. Carmen was shook because Yu cranked up the intensity for the title fight. Kay drilled into his head that he needs to be ready for any outcome and pursue his own art. Surprisingly, Carmen thought Yu would definitely secure the W because she believed in Kay's gut feeling. The guy is basically a walking win machine who only cares about victory and handpicks the best fighters. Even though she could read his mind, Carmen had no clue why he even got into boxing in the first place. As he was about to head out after the session, Carmen asked him that curious question. After a month of hesitation, Yu confessed he saw a ray of hope. He remembered Jay's undying spirit and wanted to chase boxing because of that. Carmen didn't get his vague words, while Yu said even he wasn't 100 sure about his own answer. She sat with his words for a while, wondering if he'd ever find something like that in the boxing world. Funny enough, she was also surprised to see he's more sentimental than he looks. Everyone who steps into the ring has a heavy reason to scrap, whether it's for the bag, power, or personal gain. The two fighters destined to clash are the absolute goats of their weight class. During the interview, Gene's heart was thumping with hype to fight Yu. Major props to our boy. He looked cold as hell in that suit. Later that day, Gene made a wild request to his coach. This man didn't want the match to stop even if he died. That's how much he cared about fighting you. Fight day finally arrived. The world champ had evolved into a higher being. He could feel the slightest vibrations, whether it was brushing his hair or changing clothes, or even doing mundane stuff like walking. He had reached a realm of power where everything was interconnected. Gene smiled. Realizing this is how Yu has lived his entire life. Gene, the undisputed champ for a decade, was now facing an undefeated challenger with the highest win rate. It was all or nothing. All eyes were locked on this match. Kei emphasized that Yu would snatch the world title. Not just one, but all the belts soon. Yu wasn't really hyped and just stood there like a robot. On the other side of the ring, Gene's coach said he had surpassed all his previous milestones. This was the best chance to prove his standards to himself. It was the ultimate completion of Gene's goal. The fighters squared up, ready to face off. The burning question of who will become the world champ was about to be answered. Even the fans, including me and all of you, are extremely hyped for this match. The second the match started, you had a hard time dodging those machine gun jabs from Gene. The champ was attacking at full throttle, impressing even Coach K. With the level of perfection he achieved in such a short time. Before their epic clash, the scene shifts to the author's personal experience. No, you heard that right. The author used to be a sports junkie obsessed with becoming a hooper. In a clutch moment, something happened. He jumped so high it felt like he could touch the sky. He felt totally free. A jump that was built different. An experience of a perfect leap that could never be replicated. Every movement was in perfect sync, until the inevitable jump took place. After that jump, he tried to recreate that experience many times, but unfortunately, he caught nothing but LS. There's another story about a baseball hitter. They say hitters at their peak can clearly feel every molecule of the ball flying at them. Their bodies react in a perfect flow, just like these moments. There are many similar cases with other athletes. Now, in this boxing match, imagine that experience and multiply it by 100. Gene's perfect jabs grazed Yu, who was constantly slipping and weaving. Gene's machine-like reflex analysis tightly controlled every one of Yu's movements. He could see right through the next move he planned to make. To answer that attack, the world champion threw a bold strike. The commentator was stunned to see Yu having a hard time piercing through Gene's invincible reach. The reigning world champ is really making him struggle. Coach K was as impressed as ever. He could only describe him as a genius. But now, Gene has upgraded himself to the level of a monster that reached the peak through sheer grind. K remarked that many soldiers go through traumatic experiences in war. He remembered his younger days as a soldier in the Special Forces. Every battle was a moment of tension and a constant death alert. K is one of the few who has experienced mastery and perfection. He dashed through a hail of bullets, feeling every split second as the bullets whizzed past him. K is a believer in the absolute limits of human potential. He knows these monsters are all beings who have gone far beyond inherent human limits. Gene's best skill is likely his total body control, feeling every tiny muscle fiber extend and contract with perfect timing. That kind of ability is why world records stand firm. Gene's ability to perfect his technique is what built his championship status. K was itching for it, and he wanted you to get a real taste of boxing. It's a sport that compares the raw power between two individuals. K is extremely hyped and wants to explore just how much Gene has challenged the concept of human limits in this match. You dodged the jabs and closed the gap with every movement. He got close enough to maintain an offensive stance on Gene. The crowd is going feral as both fighters push their ultra instinct to the max with insane reflexes. Coach K was curious about you, wondering how he would overcome the world champ's reach. You remembered the conversation with him yesterday. K had instructed him to watch the title fights of world champions every day. Strangely, you thought the goal was to copy their moves. But K replied that he should feel a different sensation. He advised him to memorize their movements, but never mimic those flaws. K's only advice for you was to focus on the match with his own body. And so, this monster entered a defensive stance like no other, leaving the audience speechless. Gene felt the weight of his opponent's sudden stance shift. Even though Yu's face was wide open, the world champ didn't want to catch a hand from our boy. But that's exactly what happened. A punch as powerful as a thunderclap landed right on Gene's face, shaking everyone across the globe. That single punch decimated Gene and knocked him down instantly. This is the true power of a monster. Stella stood in the crowd, horrified as she witnessed the fall of the champion. Gene's face was distorted after just one hit as he lay there trying to figure out what the hell just happened. No one outside the ring could understand what was going on. The referee began the countdown. Gene's coach remembered the man's words and wanted to keep his promise to stay out of the fight. The countdown continued while Gene wondered what happened in those few short seconds. He realized that even though he had reached perfection, Yu's boxing ability was on a completely different plane. But the world champ wasn't done yet. He hungered to see more of Yu's true fighting power. The world champ summoned all his spirit to stand up. He recovered from the devastating attack, even though his stance was shaky. The referee noticed the risks involved in the match. Yu's unrestrained punch was simply too much for anyone to take. The ref wanted to wave off the fight, but the look in Gene's eyes left him rattled. He straight up asked the world champ if he could keep going. Gene spat out a mechanical response, asserting he was more than ready. The referee emphasized he'd wave off the fight if things got grisly, but the world champion isn't a pussy. He was ready to go all in and fight to the death. The match resumed as Gene held a tight guard. Without a second thought, Yu returned to the previous stance that had already decimated the world champ. Gene thought that if he didn't catch Yu's attack, he'd be facing total deletion. Yu prepped his movement, ready to strike while the champ was busy reading his next move. The time had come, and both fighters were ready for round 2 of the brawl. Yu lunged with terrifying speed to unleash the same attack. But his opponent was braced for it. It looked like our boy was about to get smacked in the mouth. But nope, the kid ducked an impossible speed and landed a clean punch right in Gene's face. Kay noted, the elite technique Gene used to mitigate the damage by rolling with the punch. But even so, it was clear as day he was only a few punches away from taking the L. Gene got hit with shots so heavy he was forced to stay on the defensive. But then our boy started raining hooks down on his body. Even Gene's coach admitted he wasn't exactly a tank. The fact that the world champ even stood up after tanking Yu's lethal blow was a straight-up miracle. The world champion was still reflecting even while getting smoked. Yu showed zero mercy and let it rain punches all over his body. He was hitting faster and faster. Gene realized that Yu didn't have a hunger for victory or even a shred of hesitation. All he cared about was executing technique like a machine. Gene got destroyed for the second time. But ironically, it was the experience he enjoyed the most. He got dropped for the second time in the very first round, so the crowd was dead certain that Yu would become a new lightweight champ as Gene lay there. The world champion reflected on his previous thoughts about human imperfection. His family had faced a bitter divorce, and he grew up with a past just like anyone else. He grew up in a house where all he heard was noise. The countdown continued, while Gene's coach begged him to just take the L. He bluntly thought he was a mistake that should have never been born into this world. Coach K was cheering because he'd pulled off the unthinkable once again. Gene stood up on his own 2 feet because that's just who he is, gasping for air and completely spent. He faced a monster that overshadowed all humanity. His mother left, and Gene's father spiraled down pathetically. He was an incompetent man who didn't care about the consequences of his choices, which led to this broken home. Even comparing himself to his father, the boy remained patient and considered himself capable. Back in the ring, the crowd roared as they witnessed the world champ's undying resilience, not giving a damn about the rest of the world. Yu prepped his stance for the 3rd time. This hit would likely end the match. Coach K was looking for him to close the show, while Stella silently prayed for her partner's safety. Yu dashed at an incredible speed to finish the fight, but the referee stepped in just before he could land the final blow. The first round ended just in time, giving Gene a chance to recover. He'd escaped death by a hair, but either way, Coach K was dead certain Yu had proven his skills were miles above a lightweight genius. At the same time, he's the only one to survive round 1 against Yu, while every other fighter got folded. Gene was attended to by his coach, who never in his life expected the champ to get beaten to a pulp like this. He was more worried about his fighter's life than the championship belt. Gene's coach barked at him to wake up, demanding to stop the fight because it could literally cost him his life. Answering that question with a shaky voice, Gene reflected on the meaning of life. He figured that dying while chasing his goal was the most noble meaning imaginable. Of course, the coach strictly opposed this insane mindset. Gene declared that he had to manifest his existence in this match, and once again demanded zero interference. The world champ was ready for round 2. As he stepped into the ring, the question remained whether he could survive Yu's lethal attacks in the 2nd round. In the most brutal fight of his life, he remembered his father abandoning him in the middle of nowhere. The boy could read his father like an open book and even felt pity for him. He didn't even feel sad about being abandoned. Instead, he was disappointed by the low-budget drama of a dad who was going to buy milk and never coming back for 1,000 years. The boy suppressed his emotions and walked his own path. He refused to follow in his father's footsteps and strive for perfection. What he saw right in front of his eyes was the ideal, the perfection he had craved for so long. Gene entered a state similar to Yu's, prepared to complete his life's work in this final battle. The coach thought he'd lost his mind, but it was already too late. Gene grasped that same monster technique after seeing Yu. His coach, unfortunately, cared too much about his health and wanted to throw in the towel. He was the one who had nurtured Gene's boxing talent. He didn't want Gene to reject his humanity. Instead, he wanted him to embrace the slowness and meaning of life. Even Stella felt like she was about to become a widow because this man was straight up diving into his own grave. The final battle was set, but before he could step forward, Stella's annoying voice cut in. She begged him to stay and value his own life. Suddenly, a surge of emotion rushed through him. That day, even though the boy acted cold, he was actually heartbroken deep down. He was trembling and terrified the moment his father abandoned him. Stella finally revealed that she was pregnant with a child. His life flashed before his eyes as he realized he was torn between two ideals: the pursuit of monstrous perfection or holding onto his humanity, accepting the parts of himself he had rejected for so long. Gene remembered that it was his coach who gave him a home when he was lost. A beautiful truth was revealed: that Gene, just like his father, had finally led himself astray. Instead of continuing the fight, Gene decisively left the ring and lost by disqualification. The rest of the world thought he was just running away like that coward Kasim. Coach K was so livid he was about to blow a fuse. Gene personally handed the championship belt to you, affirming that he deserved it. K was fuming because Gene basically robbed his star pupil of his glory by quitting like that. After a 15-year reign, the successor is you, the new lightweight champion with unrivaled power. His boxing record became the most impressive resume ever seen. After the match, Gene had his wounds treated. He asked his coach if he could be a good father. Stella entered the room with teary eyes. She pulled him into a hug, making the man feel even more physical pain. Gene's boxing career closed with a near-perfect performance, proving he's still one of the GOATs. While the whole world was cheering, all you heard was meaningless noise. His athletic ability was considered so insane that even the welterweight champion, Yuto Takeda, had to be concerned. On the other hand, that salty-faced Ryu was nowhere to be found because he was busy handling some business. He was facing off against a gangster known as Ryu the Butcher. Ryu didn't know what the hell he was doing wasting time with his trash. When his lackeys caught up, they were shook to see he had deleted everyone, including the leader, Ryu. He remembered Yu's face and got triggered. He vented his anger by kicking the guy repeatedly until he felt satisfied. Ryu was pissed for wasting his time like this. As for Jay, he's the most hyped best friend you could dream of. But at the same time, Yu's poker face was enough to show he didn't give a damn about the belts. This leads to the question of why our cat-loving introvert became a boxer in the first place, though that remains unsolved. Jay still celebrated with Stella and his coach, revealing that our favorite blondie will soon make his boxing debut. Jay flashed an innocent smile that didn't look like a fighter's at all. The coach recalled the time Jay's father was in the ring, back when he used to scrap with him. He strictly forbade Jay from watching Yu's matches because that guy is on a whole different level with a completely unique boxing style. Instead, the coach advised him to watch the matches of Yuto Takeda, who is considered the best in-fighter in the world. Even though that was the advice for Jay, the reality is Jay is only at level 1 compared to a certain fighter. The coach remembered this fighter as someone respected by generations of boxers worldwide. He was the man at the start of the series who saved you. Jay is training at full throttle for his upcoming debut. In this world, there are people who carry stories of overcoming adversity. Then there are those who become salty right after their initial success. Finally, there are monsters like you, standing tall like a final boss for the rest of the fighters to try and take down. Even though everyone has their own story, the real protagonist here is revealed to be the blonde fighter, who realized the boy he once saved has become the world champion. He suddenly showed up at the gym, leaving young Johnny and the coach stunned. Shining bright like the sun, the man remembered he had a goal to fulfill a promise to someone. Turning back to Jay, he was living life to the fullest with the thought that finally, he would break his limits to become a real fighter. This time, the story focuses on Jay's perspective. After you beat the guy who looks like Bakugo's cousin to a pulp, Coach Typhon Kim stared gloomily out the window in a dark mood. He had expected to catch a big fish like Ryu, but now that didn't even matter anymore. Typhon is a good man who wanted to hand over his gym's treasure to Kei's father. At least, that's what he thought in his delusions. Everything changed because a bigger diamond crushed the old one into pieces. He felt like his hard work went down the drain when Ryu quit boxing entirely. But then, someone else came along instead. Jay and his father showed up at the gym, leaving him completely confused. The blonde boy went full speed to move the heavy weights. Jay has a major weakness in his eyesight. Jay's father acknowledged his son's passion for the sport. He and Typhon used to be rivals back in their prime. Even though Typhon had an impressive overall record, Jay's father was superior in their head-to-head matches back then. Typhon looked like a model who could throw 1,000-pound punches, even though he was a technical fighter ready to sacrifice himself for the sport. Jay's father, however, was like a thick wall, taking every single one of his punches. Jay's father admitted that his son's eyes were a real problem. When he was a kid, he almost went blind due to an injury. Because of that, the broccoli-head kid has trouble gauging distance. At the current level, Typhon is pushing Jay through high-intensity training so he doesn't miss any aspect. He emphasized that Jay's only strategy in the ring is to tank as many hits as possible. That's the only way for him to open up an opportunity. But distance isn't everything. Jay took an uppercut that nearly broke his face because his strikes lacked power. He has to pass many training hurdles just to reach the level of an average fighter. Jay countered with a short-range hook. Typhon wanted Jay to just overwhelm his opponent with non-stop combos. He even banned Jay from wearing glasses so he could train his eyes. Every part of his body was forged to build a survivalist physique. Typhon didn't want his foolish apprentice entering his debut match unprepared, especially with such a disadvantage. Their training continued, even with those goofy mantras from chefs on TV. Typhon's forced training style with Jay reminded him of why he became a fighter in the first place. He believed the boy's talent was more like a tree than a gem, while the value of others is decided from birth. Trees will always keep growing, even if they are broken countless times. Typhon's goal was to help Jay grow into a sturdy tree that could withstand the heaviest obstacles. Time is a commodity granted fairly to all humans. The three main characters are no exception. While Yu achieved massive progress in a heartbeat, while Ryu choked and took a massive L, there was finally someone who didn't settle for the satisfaction of the present. He patiently waited for time to pass until his progress paid off in the future. Finally, Jay's debut match was set, and his opponent had been handpicked. His coach was a bit anxious, having to admit that the opponent was literally going to eat him alive. It's like a giant versus a cockroach. Rock Gang has double the wins and very few losses. In reality, Rock was a champion in his prime. He's the definition of an infighting master with the veteran experience that Jay lacks. Basically, Jay is facing someone with the same skill set, but at level 100. Typhon said rookies aren't usually paired with guys like that, but all the seed spots were filled. Pio thought our boy was going to get chewed up in that fight. Typhon slapped his bald head and told him to stay positive. This old man talks about eyes when he doesn't even have eyes himself. Lucky for Jay, they also have an infighter who used to be a national champion. The funny thing is that person turned out to be Steve, the middleweight champion of his class. This guy is a budget version of Mike Tyson and immediately called Jay an easy snack. This guy's trash talk game is no joke. Infighters are famous for throwing hooks and uppercuts at close range. That means this is a war of physical and mental attrition. It's that ugly boxing style where you really have to be a tank against your opponent. Typhon helped Jay train by utilizing the unshakable nature of a tree. It's clear as day that he'd still get crushed in a raw power struggle. The coach admitted that Jay's build is more suited for outboxing than tanking hits like an infighter. In the ring against an opponent way out of his league, the question is, how will he overcome that challenge? Our boy dashed at an incredible speed to slip past Steve. This created an opening that the opponent didn't see coming. Jay lunged in, attacking that Mike Tyson wannabe from the side. The result? The dude's face got smashed in. It's obvious Jay has a lot of hurdles to clear when facing a seasoned veteran who knows the game inside and out. However, one advantage rookies have over veterans is the paper trail. They can learn by watching and exploiting old weaknesses. The biggest edge Jay has is that nobody has any data on his skills. On the flip side, his opponent has plenty of televised matches. Typhon's strat was to use this advantage to predict Rock's moves. They analyzed how he fights, usually prioritizing hooks and uppercuts in the first round. He loves throwing straight punches and will immediately exploit any openings. Typhon concluded that a liver shot would be devastating for the champ because it directly exploits his weakness. Liver shots are unbearable because they cause extreme agony. He wanted Jay to create fake openings for the former champ, making him think he had the upper hand, but that's exactly when they'd seize the moment and drop him. The nerd's training continued intensely. He put 100 effort into every drill. By the end of it, Jay had an impressive physique, even if his face still looked like a total baby. The night before the match, his heart was thumping nonstop. His father noticed Jay wasn't in his bedroom. That's because he was out here grinding and training in the wind. His father observed Jay's impressive progress. The fighter, feeling scared, said he had to face a very strong opponent. The thought of taking an L in his first match haunted him, as he'd be seen as a failure of a fighter. Understanding his son's feelings, Jay's father comforted him by sharing his own rookie experience. Being a pro fighter at the end of the day is about getting through each match. Although that matters in boxing, Jay's father thought there was something even more important than the fight result. He remembered watching a fighter who shone so brightly that the result of their matches didn't even matter anymore. He left his son with one piece of advice: find the meaning in your own boxing. Jay reflected on his father's words and focused all his energy on his opponent, determined to give it his all. His debut match finally arrived, and the boy's body was shaking with nerves. Pyo thought it made sense for him to feel weak, because he actually is. The cool coach here immediately called him out. Pyo was so terrified during his own debut that he almost peed his pants. Jay walked out as if he were ready to face the big stage. His father was among the fans in the crowd, cheering for his son. The boy took every step toward the ring with pure determination. He stepped into the spotlight and saw his jacked opponent, who looked terrifying in real life. Jay calmed his fears and focused on his fighting skills. Typhon reminded him of their game plan. Jay remembered he had to fake being an outboxer before switching to an infighting style. The boy memorized every single strike his opponent could possibly throw. Jay was getting his confidence back. But the second the match started, a punch aimed straight for his dome. All those inspirational speeches turned into a hot mess as the blondie got sat down. On the very first blow, Typhon realized that Rock wouldn't hesitate to end the fight since he knew nothing about his opponent's style. If it were any other fighter, they would have stayed down for the count. But this is our golden boy Jay, the one who dared to stand up to his bullies even when he was outnumbered and outclassed. And that's exactly what's about to go down now. Jay has faced everything from the wrath of bullies to the punches of a tank-like classmate, and now he's catching hand from a national champ. He's a veteran at getting his face smashed like a punching bag, but that's exactly what makes him formidable. The amateur fighter mused that getting punched actually helped him feel a bit less stressed. The champ was pretty impressed with his footwork. The match resumed. This time he was prepped to mitigate the damage to his chin. The national champ wanted a quick finish, so he lunged in at full throttle to exploit Jay's range. However, the strike that should have landed was dodged thanks to Jay's speed advantage. He slipped several more brutal attacks from the puncher, giving him the illusion that he was a boxer with elite evasion. Rock thought he would just steamroll Jay with pure power. He focused on the efficiency of his strikes by closing the distance. The cat-and-mouse game to trap the fake outboxer began the moment he lunged. Jay shocked the national champ by slipping inside and landing a thunderous uppercut right on his chin. That first power punch dropped him instantly. The former champ was floored because he got outplayed by a perfect uppercut. He started realizing he'd just been finessed by an opponent who was actually an infighter. Typhon believed the real match was only just beginning. Now that both had tasted each other's power, the battle continued with both fighters provoking each other at close range. The war of attrition started as Jay planted his feet firmly on the canvas. Rock was quite impressed by the rookie's strength. Both traded blows at an even pace. Typhon remembered that the boy in the ring had zero talent or power compared to the big dogs in the boxing world, but there was still something special that set him apart. It couldn't just be hard work, since every fighter grinds to reach their goal. It felt extraordinary, and the coach was dead certain the kid's skill had a unique flair. The champ agreed because he thought Jay was progressing faster than typical rookies, even though he was just a greenhorn. He was tanking a rain of blows from an opponent much more aggressive than Steve. Jay used his speed as an edge, pulling off a lateral move to exploit an opening. Then he unleashed a barrage of jabs on the egghead, but they were so weak the guy didn't feel a thing. The match was going exactly like the sparring sessions with Steve. The same movements repeated, only this time Jay's reflexes were faster. They had total faith in the boy's ability, as he cornered Rock and dodged every single strike. After all, Jay had already experienced the weight of punches far more refined than these. This gave him the experience to evade and counter his opponent. Typhon was impressed as his pupil pushed his limits to the point where he could see a vision of Jay winning this fight. When a round ended, the coach gave him solid advice to maintain his lead on the scorecard in round 2. As for Rock Gang, he was clearly impressed by the rookie's power. It felt unfair, because Jay should have been miles ahead of regular rookies with his excellent evasion skills. His sharp slips felt like they were influenced by a fighter even greater than Jay himself. Hint hint, his name is Salty Face. Still, Rock thought Jay was still lacking when it came to the final result. Meanwhile, Jay's father started to realize the gravity of the situation. In the second round of the match, Jay was a green fighter, but full of confidence. Every move he makes is efficient as he lunges in and rains down punches on his opponent to seize the lead. This is a solid way for him to farm points, so the illusion of victory is finally right before his eyes. Rock throws a hook, but it was past our boy. He's trying to move with finesse because a single slip-up could mean game over. Regarding what's making Jay's dad anxious, he's hoping Typhon sees what he sees too. However, the coach is way too hyped about the boy's progress. He's thinking he's got the W in the bag. Surviving round 2, The coach advises Jay to manage his stamina so he doesn't gas out. It's obvious to everyone Rock is going for a clip to score points. Then it suddenly dawns on him. Jay is abnormally spent, way too tired despite all the grueling cardio training. Typhon immediately realizes what's up when he glances over at the opponent. Jay's dad has been worried this whole time about match pressure snowballing into fatigue for a rookie fighter. This mental warfare is a whirlpool of punches enough to puncture a fighter's solid psyche. It's a whole different beast compared to sparring. Jay doesn't know how to handle that pressure. So even if he lands some fire punches here and there, it has completely drained him. Rock knows this weakness and has been playing him like a stage he has to control. Typhon knows that if this keeps up, Jay is definitely getting crushed. He calculates Rock's next move and chooses to put his faith in the boy's ability to outplay the seasoned veteran. To show some guts and hype him up, he tells his pupil to just do what he's always shown. And so, round 3 of the match kicks off. As usual, it turns into a war of attrition, but something is different in this clash compared to before. The opponent has been saving his energy while Jay was wasting his. Jay's speed has tanked hard, and now he can barely slip any punches. It's clear as day to everyone that Jay's momentum has pushed him onto the back foot. The unlucky rookie is getting cornered as more and more of the opponent's punches pierce through his guard. He lands a few hits, but they don't do squat. Typhon is worried sick about Jay, who is fighting for his life to hold his opponent back. He manages to slip a wild left hook, impressing the former champ. Despite that effort, unfortunately, Jay drops his guard and tanks a massive hook straight to the face. This has to be the finishing blow that puts him away. His body collapses onto the canvas. The countdown for the L begins as Jay lies there reflecting on his opponent's insane power. Jay is overwhelmed by the massive experience gap. At the same time, this is the kid who used to get beat up every day. He's not tapping out and stands right back up. Rock can tell he's faced some heavy hitters before to make it this far. The rookie has earned his massive respect. To honor him, Rock wants to use his ultimate technique, a bad omen for Jay. The match seems to be tilting in his favor, but this exact moment is what Jay has been waiting for. He chambers his fist and creates the perfect opening to land a thunderous liver shot. Sadly, despite giving it his all to finish him, the attack still gets blocked, and in return, Jay gets dropped once again. The match seems like a total L for our blondie, who can't overcome the old-timer no matter how hard he tries. He lies there questioning what actually defines a person's value. Even his opponent is low-key rooting for Jay to learn from this experience and surpass him. Winners and losers are always decided by the final result. There are indomitable forces that rise to the top, but only a few get a taste of the fire at those peaks. In Jay's case, the answer is clear as day. He refuses to quit even if the result is a loss. The boy is ready to give it his all even though the outcome is already written. Even after taking 2 major falls, he stands up yet again. The referee wanted to end the match with an L for the rookie, but realized he was still hungry and hyper-focused on fighting back. To respect his grit despite the injuries, the ref decided to let the fight continue on the condition that he'd wave it off the next time he went down. The round resumed with punches piercing right through Jay's guard. He clearly had no intention of taking it easy and kept up the suffocating pressure on his opponent. Then, just like the previous round, he cornered him and unleashed a barrage of punches. In his mind, Jay had accepted that he might be one of those fighters who loses their debut, but that didn't matter to him. He didn't take up boxing to prove he was better than anyone. He started boxing to discover the beautiful meaning of true strength. Even while catching hands to the face, Jay's fighting spirit was still screaming to keep going. Rock was impressed by getting pushed back, even though the rookie was running on fumes. Our blondie knew he didn't have much gas left in the tank, so this battle was going to be decided by one last clash. Rock acknowledged the rookie was built different compared to other fighters in the same class. Jay's father was rooting for him, while the coach reflected on the unthinkable adversity the boy had to overcome to make it this far. Typhon saw something in the kid, which is why he took the match. This man basically signed his pupil's death warrant. He wanted to find the answer through Jay's actions. Rock's punches were getting heavier instead of losing steam, to the point where Jay was only staying up thanks to the ropes. A powerful straight punch rocked the kid because he'd never faced anything like that before. Instead of feeling salty or hating his opponent, our glorious blondie felt respect for the extraordinary effort and years of grind his opponent put in. Their boxing was the result of the lives they had lived up to this moment. It was a conversation between 2 fighters, both carrying different stories of how they became who they are. The result became irrelevant. And right there in the ring, Jay learned to appreciate the joy of boxing. The final attack was coming. Rock's strongest straight punch. Even though he ordered his legs to move, his body was too stiff. Jay mobilized every last bit of energy in his body and slipped a punch. This time, the opponent's opening was right there waiting for him. He had the chance to land a liver shot, but sadly, he didn't have enough stamina left to attack. Jay was accepting the inevitable L when he suddenly remembered Ryu's devastating counterpunch from their fight. He pulled off the same move in a split second and landed a paralyzing liver shot, followed by a massive right hook to the face. Rock went down, and this guy isn't getting back up. After pouring blood, sweat, and tears into this impossible battle, Jay secured the W. Meanwhile, the life of that salty-faced Bakugo lookalike is probably at its lowest point right now. He's been sentenced to a whopping 6 years in prison. In contrast to him, the boy chose to embrace growth and just won his first debut match. Jay was zoning out, while Steve was incredibly impressed. Coach Typhon was glad he followed his gut and let Jay shine. The boy's father felt more proud than ever. And his opponent, Rock, didn't even know if he had the will to pull off a series of counters at the last second like that. Those were pro-level moves. Rock admitted he never had that much fun fighting an opponent. He became our boy's #1 fan and wanted to support him. Jay is a clumsy dork outside of boxing, but his courage spoke volumes and was a testament to his training. It's clear to the veteran that this kid definitely has a bright future ahead and will eventually become a title contender. However, he fears the inevitable clash between him and the champion, a formidable force. After the match, Jay lay in bed but couldn't sleep. Scenes from the fight kept rent-free in his head. The achievement of finally becoming a pro fighter hit him hard. The boy flashed back through a series of memories, the struggles, the obstacles he faced, and how much he had to overcome to get this result. He smiled like the happiest kid in the world, kicking his legs around wildly. The only reason he could pull that off in time was thanks to Ryu's influence. That night, instead of crashing, he decided to shadowbox his old nemesis. He tried his best to slip punches and recreate moments from the fight. Except this time, he got tagged by a massive imaginary blow. It meant the blondie really just escaped by the skin of his teeth in that last match. Jay expects to run it back with Ryu in the ring someday, but poor kid has no clue he's rotting in prison right now. Gassed out from training, Jay wanted to head home, but wasn't ready to quit until he saw Yu's sharp shadow. The match was over before it even started. The man realized he was just an ant compared to a boxing god. He might have called it a day, but Yuto Takeda is out here grinding to face the monster that crushed Gene. Yuto confidently checked the incoming attacks, and like a total Sigma world champ, he planned to go another 100 rounds. The POV shifts to a reporter explaining that Kei publicly expressed his saltiness over the match results. He officially announced that his next move is for Yu to conquer the welterweight division. Kei wanted to go as far as challenging the champ directly, but it wasn't happening due to the rules. The coach advised Yuto to enjoy his belt while he still can. Right after the press conference, a match was set between Yu and Elias von Heiberg. He's at the top of the world rankings in his class, and facing him is the lightweight world champ, Yu. This weight class is packed with heavy hitters. Even though Elias was supposedly the fittest of them all, he totally underestimated his opponent. The dude thought he was all that, but he had no idea the world of hurt he was walking into. Elias's goal was to take down Yuto. Is anyone surprised he got dropped by Yu? Because that's exactly what went down. The guy got slaughtered as he dodged every single one of his attacks. The other guy was just trolling him and didn't even bother to counter. Elias felt humiliated since he couldn't land a single hit on his opponent's face. A fighter at his level would definitely feel disrespected after such a cold brush-off. By the end of the first round, Elias's ego was completely cooked. The coach told him to stop being delusional and lock in for the match. Round 2 starts, and well, good night, Elias. This arrogant prick should have been called the One-Punch Man because the kid was out here one-shotting anyone he saw. This match was a public flex to show off his power to the current world champ of the class, Yuto. It was a way of saying, I'm coming for your head right now. You proved he has the power to end the fight the second he wants to. The kid is at the peak of talent, while Yuto represents the ultimate grind. He's out there jogging while his coach is stressing out. They thought Gene might be an easy out for you, but now it's a real problem since even Yuto's toughest rival took a humiliating L. Yuto is running like a madman. This man knows he's cooked. His coach knows the man is cooked. Everyone knows he's cooked, but he keeps on grinding. Yuto went home to rest. Remembering those lifeless eyes, he wondered if he could actually beat his opponent, admitting he's terrified of what's coming. To understand what kind of fighter and person the welterweight champ is, his coach believes they should be called hard workers. Peter harshly said that people who work too hard are just losers. And he hit the nail on the head. Takeda's coach thinks fighters with a lot of pride usually flex about the hours they've put into the grind. But she thinks it's all cap because you can't tell a world-class fighter apart from a regular person just by hard work. She claims every fighter works hard, but the greatest ones are there purely because of talent. There's no other path to the top except talent and effort. Their high-intensity training routine isn't even that deep. She looks down on such talk, because if someone flexes that they're working hard, it actually means that fighter isn't anything special. And then our boy Yudo shows up. A clear exception to any philosophy she just spat out, watching him train ruthlessly every single day. She could bet that no other fighter grinds even half as hard as he does. She remembered the first day he hit the gym, just an average Joe with zero talent like everyone else. He was just a kid when his dad suggested he learn some self-defense. Of course, the coach wasn't vibing with the idea and suggested Yudo's dad should have taught him judo instead. Eventually, the kid's dad decided to go buy some milk and never came back, something I'm starting to think is a recurring trope for every fighter. Then, during his first session, Yudo started learning the basics of boxing. People who flex high athletic ability can usually guarantee fluid movements. But this kid was probably the worst candidate to ever turn pro. He was shaking and falling over like a total weakling. In other words, back then Yudo was seen as an ordinary individual with no talent, but that same boy is now the world champion of a major weight class. When she asked his mom about Mio, she knew her condition was stabilizing. The three of them were actually childhood friends. Mio and Hiroto always hung out together. Mio was always the clumsy, weak one in the group who needed help, and before long, they were living their youth. At that time, Misaki had already invested quite a bit of time into boxing, while Hiroto pivoted toward judo. He always had a happy smile once he started dating Mio, but that complicated their friend group. She wasn't surprised they ended up together, but eventually, she felt crushed and speechless. The three of them still enjoyed their good times together. Misaki cherished their bond and chose to be the ultimate wingwoman for her friends. Grateful for the moments they shared, even though she wished for the best. Hiroto suddenly passed away while Mio's illness took a turn for the worse. Before he passed, Hiroto had started dealing with way too much stress and was considering quitting his job. As a cop, he couldn't just stand by while some thugs were brutally beating a stranger. His sense of justice kicked in, as he fought off the guys he considered worthless cowards. He passed down a key philosophy to his son, that the strong are those who don't run from fear and instead inspire others with courage. He fought tooth and nail to save an innocent person. But unfortunately, due to his severe injuries, he didn't make it after the fight. Misaki got a sudden call from him. That made her jump. Immediately, she felt something was horribly wrong. Hiroto's voice came through as he shared his final wishes for Yudo. On that day, the boy's father passed away and Mio's illness got critical. Unfortunately, Misaki had to carry the heavy burden of breaking the news about Hiroto's passing. She broke down, begging her to wake up. In her weakest moments, Misaki confessed her love for her friends. Even after everything she said, Mio passed away right after Hiroto due to her illness. This grief left her completely shattered, to the point where she questioned the point of even living on. Remembering his father's words, Yudo said he mustn't be afraid and must give courage to others. That was his reason to get strong. The boy had zero natural talent. Instead, he was blessed with insane mental fortitude. Misaki asked if he wanted to keep boxing. She reminded him of the inevitable fate of how many times he'd have to get knocked down. But the boy didn't care. No, this little guy just wanted to follow in his father's footsteps. The teacher-student bond was locked in. Her only wish was to pass everything down to Yudo. She had nothing else left, and saw the boy as her reason to keep going. It's no surprise to anyone, but this guy was a total scrub despite all the hype. He couldn't even learn a basic punch for an entire month. His movements lacked flow so much that it was like rote learning a math problem instead of understanding the formula behind the technique. It took years to build this formidable force. Yudo has become a monster to be reckoned with. Then a sudden twist occurred. 15 years passed to create this giant. His physique was the first priority they focused on with high-intensity training. His immediate schedule was a 6-mile run right after waking up. Next up were 2,000 sit-ups and 1,000 push-ups. The dude is literally out here competing with Saitama. Traditional boxing drills continued while he was still just a teen, but it was necessary. Every part of the training was vital to becoming an indomitable force in the ring. Initially, he struggled a lot when facing other fighters after reaching his peak strength. To understand the concept of the growth peak, Misaki explained that everyone has a growth chart. Their talent and effort go hand in hand. Most people start from zero and gradually experience a certain level of growth every day. That's the most exciting development phase, but after hitting a certain level, it plateaus as limits start getting in the way. Eventually, at that rate, even a pro athlete will hit serious plateaus. This varies for every athlete. However, if someone grinds through this slump, they can become a master and achieve a solid ascent. Nothing compares to progress like that. After this calm phase comes a rapid decline, marking the end of a pro career due to age. World champions possess god-tier talent paired with strength compared to their charts. Yuto, however, was a straight-up embarrassment. He was absolute trash with no signs of growth after his third year of training. Peter was stunned, but the truth is his dream was crushed to the point where others started lapping him. Now, imagine carrying all that negativity and still becoming the strongest infighter in the world. Misaki said something happened when he woke up in the hospital. That completely flipped his life upside down. At that time, the boy was in middle school. Ordinary people all have idols or heroes they cherish in their lives. For Yuto, it was his father. Entering a new school life, Yuto found himself different from the others who were following their own paths. There were bullies, and there were victims. His class was the same, as there was always some blonde prick bullying the introverts. Yuto became that boy's hero and stunned everyone with his courage. The bully finally got a taste of his own medicine. Rumors about Yuto being Hiroto's son started buzzing in the class. Everyone thought he was cool as hell until the guy got punched straight in the face. The bully went all out trying to clock him. But he was so cold that he didn't even flinch. He didn't even give a damn, making the other guy look like an embarrassing weakling. The thug ran off while Yuto built a huge reputation among his peers. The students were all hyped for him to smoke the bully. Unlucky for that idiot, the class's top bully was still stuck in his ways. The hero of justice arrived for the rescue. The thug tried to act tough and attacked Yuto like a maniac. But with just one punch, he gave this moron the beating of a lifetime. The gap in their skill was like night and day. After dropping him, he planted a seed of belief in others. That characters who bring hope still exist in this world. On the way back, the boy apologized for always leaning on him. The frail boy praised his strength. Even though Yuto didn't think much of himself and claimed he just worked hard, Yuto decided to drag this weakling to meet his coach. Misaki wasn't exactly thrilled since she hadn't had a client in ages. She was fired up to train Yamaguchi. Misaki explained she was an Olympic gold medalist and wanted to turn him into a champ. She even cut the membership fee for him because she was that desperate. Yuto suddenly realized he'd been getting free training his whole life. This dork better be grateful. During the session, Yamaguchi observed the intensity of the workout Yuto did every day. Misaki emphasized he had nothing to worry about because his talent was too mid compared to pro fighters. The boy was shook to learn that even someone as strong as Yuto couldn't measure up to real boxers. Misaki told him to watch Yuto's grind, because effort will definitely make a person stronger despite the hardships they endure. On the way back, Yamaguchi was hyped and motivated by the thought of changing. In this world, you can never choose the circumstances of your birth. However, there are environments that help people grow, and there are those that make them live in hell. Yamaguchi fell into the case of having a junkie mother. She abused him just because she believed a loser like him could actually have friends. Yamaguchi's mom got dumped by some guy and was only living with him for the fat child support checks. Hesitantly, he asked his mom if he could learn boxing. She called him trash and didn't show him a shred of kindness. Scene cuts to the bully who was fuming after getting bodied. His gang was itching to find out what that guy was capable of in a scrap. After all, they just found a fighter training to be a world champ. Back to Yamaguchi's life. He showed he wanted to turn over a new leaf and started jogging with Yuto. Yuto was hyped to have a gym bro. He advised him to keep a slow pace. Unfortunately, Yamaguchi was completely gassed while the guy in front of him just kept zooming ahead. His respect for Yuto shot through the roof, because even though they're the same age, Yuto grinds so much harder. Yamaguchi felt motivated to change despite his home life holding him back. At the end of the run, Yuto was proud of him for making it that far without throwing in the towel. He expressed his admiration. At the beautiful sunrise, a weirdly unique euphoria washed over him after that session. Happy and free, the poor kid finally felt alive. The night before school, the bully learned that the hero of justice guy only wants to throw hands with the worst of the worst. This man has crushed actual killers in fights. He's insane on a whole different level. He got even more curious about fighting strong dudes, which is why his next target was Yuto. The kind, polite guy even invited the class bully to eat lunch with him. The bully couldn't wrap his head around his vibe at all. Even after catching a beating, the thug woke up to find an apology note from Yuto. But sometimes this kind of kindness feels like a straight-up insult. The little brat brushed off the offer and ran away fuming. He felt extremely bothered and was now getting roasted by others, since he couldn't bully them anymore. Their lives moved on, and the bully went MIA. Yuto's training with Yamaguchi continued as his friends started to keep up. One fateful night, Kazu called Yuto. He had kidnapped his best friend Yamaguchi. He introduced himself as an anti-hero like in those superhero tropes. This dude thought he was so edgy. Mr. Anti-Hero here was acting like a straight-up villain. He even threatened to finish Yamaguchi if the cops were called. Yuto rushed to the scene and immediately confronted this psycho. Kazu is the type who loves playing with his food. He wasn't having any fun because he was tired of bullying kids who weren't even in his league. Since Yudo's name started buzzing, he began hunting him down. Yudo was pissed that all of this was happening for such a petty reason. He lunged at Kazu to attack, but he dodged it like it was nothing. The psychopath even complimented Yudo's skills. But in reality, he was just playing with him like a toy. Even the bully thought there was no way he could beat a fighter like Kazu, who had wiped out every gang in the area. The dude was a monster. But there was something about his opponent that felt off to him. He realized there was nothing special about Yudo. He was just a hollow shell with zero talent. He just kept repeating the same moves like a damn NPC, using only the most basic techniques. Kazu realized the coach had to mold this talentless loser from scratch just to get him this much power. Kazu landed a hook on him, proving he was on a whole other level. He noted that Yudo's fighting ability was based on simplicity, while Kazu was a straight-up genius in the art of boxing. He found a match boring and landed a thunderous punch. Yudo struggled, questioning why someone so strong would waste their time living selfishly instead of helping others. But the guy basically gave him the who asked face and kept beating him within an inch of his life. It was a merciless beatdown until Yudo collapsed on the ground. The whole time, Yamaguchi felt guilty about his pathetic uselessness for not being able to help his friend. People who only live for themselves can't understand the value of sacrifice. Returning home that night, the miserable boy saw his mother getting beaten and abused. The next day, Yudo woke up in a hospital bed with a letter from Yamaguchi was working his tail off just to make ends meet. He knew he couldn't have a normal life no matter what he did. Eventually, he buckled under the cruelty of his fate and ghosted Yudo entirely. The moment Yudo read that letter, a transformation went down. Yudo's entire persona flipped. Even after hitting his growth peak, he swore to become even stronger. In that state, Yudo went to Misaki, declaring he would become powerful and be a living icon to prove that circumstances mean nothing if you grind hard enough. That was the day the world champion Yudo Takeda was truly born. Misaki chewed him out during practice after finding out about the scrap with Kazu. She knew about the peerless talent of that genius kid, who was hailed as the next GOAT of their generation. Misaki wanted to back Yudo's vision of beating him, so she went along with his obsession through training. While Yudo doubled down on his grind, Yamaguchi felt even more miserable. At his dead-end job, the fateful night finally arrived when Yudo faced Kazu for the second time. The result? He got bodied exactly like the first time. But even after getting dropped, Yudo swore he'd eventually crush Kazu's talent. After that L, the boy decided to switch up his strategy. He decided to drop out of school to pursue boxing full-time. Misaki, as a responsible adult, wondered if she should help him realize there were brighter paths than boxing. She wondered what his parents would say to him, and decided to give him the answer he wanted to hear most: validation. Yudo's training continued to ramp up more and more, moving from one machine to another. The night of the third match with Kazu arrived. Yudo took another L. Undeterred, he went right back to grinding even harder. Then came the fourth match. Yudo failed yet again. He trained more and challenged the genius puncher for the fifth time. Kazu was actually starting to get bored now. Yudo still got beat down. Yamaguchi was crying in misery, surrendering to his harsh reality. Meanwhile, Yudo trained every day to make the impossible possible. Years passed, and he had lost to Kazu dozens of times. The second he opened his eyes, his only thought was training. Because of the extreme stress, he couldn't tell dreams from reality. But Misaki was shook because she was witnessing him shatter his growth limits. He became living proof of an athlete evolving beyond his own potential. When Yudo challenged Kazu again, even he was surprised by his progress. The result was the same, but he was genuinely hyped to see that growth. Yudo couldn't even speak clearly, but everything he mumbled was about his own mistakes. Kazu began to be impressed by his nonstop rate of improvement. Then one day, Yudo proved to be a real problem for him. While his friend was considering ending it all, Yudo, in his third pro year, had made massive leaps in improvement. He had become a monster who surpassed Kazu's genius, landing the punch we've all been waiting for. Yamaguchi remembered that beautiful sunrise. He watched with Yudo during their first run. A human who surpassed the limits of natural talent was born, Yudo Takeda in his current prime. He answered that boxing is proof that everything can change through effort and dedication, regardless of anyone's circumstances. A world champion's mission is to prove that hope exists for everyone. The big day has arrived, the final match between world champ Yudo and the lightweight superstar Yu. The crowd is going wild for Yu's god-tier talent as he steps out from his corner. Those eyes containing peerless talent set the crowd on fire. This is the man who didn't take a single hit from Gene, and now he's hungry for his second title. From the other side, the champion Yudo Takeda appears. He is highly praised as the best infighter in the world. It was Yudo's extraordinary grind that turned him into the man who conquered the welterweight division. The difference in their physiques is straight up ridiculous. Yu's deep eyes stare blankly with total indifference. All eyes are on these two fighters, each representing the peak of effort and talent. However, even the commentators are dead certain about a lightning-fast victory for Yu. They don't think the reigning world champ stands a chance against this calculating monster. Misaki reminds the boy in the blue corner about their strategy. His heart is pounding out of his chest as he stares at that terrifying puncher. Yudo thinks that even if he gets knocked down, it's fine because he can always stand back up. The match begins as he lunges into attack, trying to scale that high wall. Dodging Yu's deadly jabs, Yudo cuts through Yu's range and takes the fight to the inside. However, our boy slips away and maintains a distance. Misaki's strategy for him is to keep constant pressure on the opponent. Watching the match with Jean, they realized Yu's attacks were impossible to counter. The only solution to beat that move is to break the opponent's range. Yudo utilizes pressure to ensure Yu never gets a chance to land his finishing blow. Their plan is to drag the match through all 12 rounds, knowing Yu has never been in a long war. They think his body might show weakness, giving them a chance to take the monster down. But this simple and predictable plan was completely expected by Kei. In the battle strategy, he trained Yu on Yudo's strengths. His muscles are the ultimate defense, while his lightning speed and insane stamina make him a formidable force. In essence, since Yu is an outboxer, Yudo is considered his biggest hard counter. Yudo's stamina is freakishly strong to the point where he shows no signs of gassing out even in prolonged battles. Initially, Yu planned to fight him within range, but he wanted to prove a point and adjusted his stance. Yu shocked the entire world by mimicking the champion's own stance. Kei wants the world to know what real talent looks like. The whole world is stunned, including Yudo, who doesn't want to overthink and prioritizes the attack. Then, the first punch lands hard on him, leaving the crowd shook. The second punch follows up and connects, leaving the guy dazed. He's like, what the hell is actually going on right now? The problem is Yu is copying every single one of his movements down to the smallest detail. What's more, he's even faster and more precise than the man who spent a decade honing those skills. Misaki is speechless, while the boy in the blue corner is actually questioning his life choices. He realizes this is a level of talent you just can't compete with. The cold hard truth is you would beat him every single time they clash. The crowd goes wild seeing Yu suddenly switch styles, a copycat. His ability is overwhelming the world champ with a brutal beatdown. Yu refuses to take it easy. And even the feints are useless, as Yudo tries to focus on defense. He gets hammered from the side. Just like how he used to rain punches on his opponents, Yu is doing the exact same thing to him. Misaki realizes he's in deep trouble and hopes he survives the first round, so they could discuss an escape plan. Round 1 ended along with Yudo Takeda's confidence. The guy looked like he had just seen a ghost or something. Misaki snapped this dork back to reality, telling him it wasn't the time to lose focus. The poor guy was speechless seeing that Yu's power was unmatched. Misaki figured there had to be a weakness that even Yu would fall for. She wanted to exploit that opening in the upcoming rounds. Meanwhile, Kei was just chilling with the easiest job of his life. Initially, Yu didn't think much of Yudo, but Kei emphasized that this guy is a late bloomer who gets even stronger when facing a challenge. He could definitely give you a run for his money. But our bored-out-of-his-mind protagonist really didn't give a damn. After round 1, the commentators believe Yudo had some kind of strat for the next rounds. Round 2 started with Yudo lunging in, only to catch a brutal punch to the face. However, he countered almost instantly. Misaki's advice to Yudo was to keep trading blows with the monster to memorize his rhythm and reignite his fighting spirit. And so, he did exactly that. Despite tanking blow after blow, Yudo was starting to manifest his hope. He thought every living thing has hope, no matter how big or small. Yudo's intensity ramped up, and he was determined to eat a dozen hits from his opponent. His goal was to stay planted on his feet, no matter how hard the punches stung. Now, Yu was the one getting cornered, leaving even Kei impressed with his comeback strategy. The budget version of Frost over here believed he was just trolling the world champ by not showing any real power. The vibe of the ring shifted as Yu dashed out to create some breathing room. Yudo tried to close the gap, but hope started turning into despair as he got buried under a mountain of punches. Every opening was sealed tight as the monster revealed a tiny fraction of his true power. With his guard wide open, Yudo tanked a soul-crushing punch to the gut that sent the world champ to his knees. The drama he expected hadn't truly appeared yet. The fighter Yu was there to demolish the world champion in front of a global audience. In the crowd, there was a boy. It was Yamaguchi, rooting for Yudo's success. The author makes an interesting point about effort. It's always portrayed as something exciting to watch, but the reality of true grind is loneliness and mental fatigue from doing the same thing over and over without stopping. Misaki saw the shadows of his parents and old friends while he struggled to hold a plank. So after practice, Misaki almost wanted him to change his mind about boxing, but then decided not to follow through with that thought. Back in the ring, the welterweight world champ was enduring agonizing pain. He could barely catch his breath, but the guy in the blue corner remembered the power of friendship and stood up immediately. However, his opponent remained cold and unbothered. The big question was how he could ever surpass him. The round continued with Yuto analyzing the situation. He knew he had to tank hits and break through Yu's range. He pulled it off and closed the distance by putting the squeeze on Yu. Gojo's dad, Kei, was quite impressed as he tried to make a comeback. But even the guy in the blue corner started realizing he couldn't hold out for long. Yu switched to the offensive, giving him only a split second to wonder how to react. The monster unleashed a finishing blow, but something impressive happened. The world champion cut through the attack, making Yu lose his balance at the last second. Coach Kei was absolutely hyped by the hard-working fighter. Round 2 was nearing its end with Yuto making our boy break a sweat with those lunges. The champion stayed resilient against attacks so heavy that even his ultra-durable body was starting to fall apart. Yuto lunged in even faster, only to get clocked so hard he went down for the second time. Misaki was considering throwing in the towel. While our boy lay on the canvas, the man looked totally dejected. But then he remembered what he was fighting for and stood back up, becoming the embodiment of his own words. Yuto Takeda set the crowd on fire. There was no sign of consciousness left in his eyes. It was so obvious that even the referee watching him could see it. Poor Yamaguchi realized that. Yuto was fighting his heart out to show everyone in the world that there's still hope. He was the one who helped him start over and overcome life's hardships. Even his mother was getting treatment for her addiction. The champion took a stinging blow, but kept on fighting even though he shouldn't. He just kept pushing. Yamaguchi begged him to just stay down. The round ended with Yuto officially becoming the only fighter to last until round 3 against Yu. The coach chewed him out, but the guy was so spent he couldn't do anything but close the gap. His mind had already entered a dazed state. Misaki encouraged him to try and hang in there until he found an opening to attack. She wondered what her old friends would think of her. Misaki deeply regretted not being able to give him a chance to enjoy a comfortable life. Round 3 began with the acceptance of her mistakes. Yuto immediately tanked tons of brutal attacks. Despite the champion's desperation, Kei was impressed by Yuto's potential, as he only continued to improve with every round. He was like a typical manga hero, getting stronger and stronger to defeat the villain. Kei thought this would be a good experience for Yu, since his final opponent would be the strongest, the heavyweight world champ, Eren. From round 4 to round 6, Yuto's undying spirit and stamina remained resilient. He had taken countless hits, and was hoping to pull off a miracle against his opponent. Coach Kei wondered how our boy was feeling in this match. It was clear he was starting to hit a wall. So now that he's in a tight spot, Coach Kei wondered what he would do. Yuto took another brutal knockdown. No one wanted him to get back up. No one, except for himself. He tried, but his body was completely washed. As his lifeless eyes rested in front of Misaki, he remembered a conversation they had under the night sky. She thought he was overworking himself, beyond what was necessary. So, as a lesson, she told him about the cold hard truths of reality and how he would overcome them. There's a grim risk of being shattered after giving it your all. Misaki feared this outcome, most for Yuto. She wanted him to cherish life, because she had also lost precious friends. But meeting such amazing people had made her life complete enough. She thought Yuto should also cherish that gift of life by dropping his heavy burden once and for all. Not the world champion. The boy she raised since he was little had become her greatest gift. Yuto Takeda, with eyes full of passion, stood up yet again. His light reminded Yu of Jay's persistence. The round started with Yu dodging a heavy-duty attack. Slipping his puncher's attacks was getting harder and harder. Yuto Takeda took the center of the ring with an incredible advantage. His coach was stunned because the most extraordinary thing had happened. Yuto Takeda lacked the fluid movement that geniuses like Yu possessed, but now, in the heat of battle, he had achieved that flow. The boy with no talent had entered the realm of elite talent. He evolved and leveled up exponentially. This monster was unstoppable until he was clocked by 3 fatal blows from his opponent. Yuto's body collapsed as the monster's power exploded out of control when the battle ended. Coach K was out there losing his mind with excitement, like he'd just seen heaven or some crap. In the moment you switched to extreme offense, Coach K saw exactly what he wanted to see. The awakening of the monster had left the welterweight champion in critical condition. Misaki was livid and about to slap Yu, but Kei was there to stop the woman. Misaki declared she saw zero boxing in that ring. She viewed Yu and his coach as straight-up monsters, while Aaron Tide himself had his eyes glued to the fighter who would challenge him. One day, Yudo's condition was so bad his jaw was shattered, and he might never box again. Misaki sat there dazed, regretting that she didn't throw in the towel sooner. For having taught him how to box, Misaki sobbed, thinking she had failed both of her friends. But Yudo managed to say a sincere thank you for everything. Misaki flashed back to all the memories they shared together, and felt indebted to the boy who gave her life meaning. We see a fruit basket with a note from Yamaguchi, wishing his big bro a speedy recovery. After a while, Yudo recovered quickly and was expected to be discharged soon. The doctor also told them about a patient who was a huge fan of the boy in blue. This kid had been receiving constant donations from Yudo for his rare disease treatment. The boy fights for his life every day with no signs of recovery. However, seeing the champion fight on the big screen gave the kid the courage he needed, just like Yudo had stood up so many times. The boy expressed that he also wanted to be strong, just like his idol. The kid's words reminded the former welterweight champ of his own father. Yudo burst into tears, hoping he had lived up to his dad's expectations of a strong man. He finally had a moment to be vulnerable after an impressive run in the boxing world. Scene cuts to the terrible duo. Middleweight world champ Fabrizio Santorino just watched the rookie demolish two champions in a row. His brother and coach, Marco Santorino, knew they were next in line. Yuto Takeda's shocking L didn't just lead to one, but the collapse of two more champions. Yu has become a 4-division champion and draws a crowd that Fabrizio Santorino can't even touch, with Yu clearing out countless weight classes without breaking a sweat. His next target is the one-of-a-kind scoundrel of the boxing world. Fabrizio suddenly appeared on stage, leaving everyone shook. This guy gets tons of hate from the audience thanks to his trash reputation. Fabrizio didn't give a damn and impressively praised Yu for not taking a single hit in any of his matches. To put on a show for the world, Fabrizio pulled out a revolver as if daring Yu to dodge bullets. The crowd went even more wild, seeing this psycho pull out something that dangerous right in front of the champion. Our cold protagonist didn't even know the meaning of fear as Fabrizio slowly pulled the trigger. Turns out it was just a prank to scare the world, true to Fabrizio's mischievous nature. The audience hated him for pulling a garbage prank like that, until Fabrizio used that same gun to fire live rounds into the air, silencing everyone. He declared he would destroy his opponent in the ring instead. Scene cuts to Carmen, who just showed up at our boy's house. She brought a pack of henchmen, leaving Yu totally confused. They started checking every nook and cranny of the house on Kei's orders. Discovering cameras inside meant something was definitely sketchy. Carmen handled the strange packages and discovered another prank from Fabrizio. He sent our boy a headless cat carcass to freak him out. She told her men to handle the situation and explain that. Both Santorino brothers are mentally cooked. Marco does everything in his power to intimidate and terrify Fabrizio's opponents before they even step into the ring. They're like pigs, but Kei's team can handle a bunch of swine. Carmen was tasked with checking everything you would touch. The psychological warfare between world champs has already begun. After a thorough sweep of the scene, they found 30 devices meant to spy on our boy. Carmen explained that a puncher named Chavo Uras became the middleweight champ after Bob Norris retired. That's right, this is the same Bob in the commentary booth. He was one of the 5 legends Kei trained and turned into killing machines. Carmen reflected that Kei's last 2 pupils barely even seemed human anymore. Right after becoming champ, Chavo was a total letdown when he got beat by Fabrizio through mind games. The puppet master behind the scenes was Marco, who made sure the other fighter couldn't perform at his best. This just goes to show that Yu's next opponent will need more than pure skill to win. These guys are cowards who don't fight fair. Carmen warned our boy to only trust her and Coach K. Yu's daily grind continued under Carmen's strict watch. She realized his daily life was pretty pathetic since all he did was move back and forth between home and the gym. Suddenly, there was a shift in Yu's gaze, like he was even more depressed than before. After practice, Carmen and Yu headed home, and he asked about the bodyguards. She said they were guarding his place. She told him to prioritize his own life if he got jumped in public, since she could handle threats at home. Carmen was forced to play chef for him because they couldn't trust anyone. She advised him not to eat out because fast food workers are easily bought off due to their low wages. Eventually, Carmen whipped up a whole spread of different dishes for him, acting all smug about her cooking skills. She was stunned sitting across from him, seeing the disgusted look on Yu's face, something she had never seen from him before. The poor girl was triple shook when our boy couldn't even swallow her food without gagging. Carmen's ego was absolutely crushed as Yu struggled just to finish the meal. In the evening, he took a shower before bed. This guy has a body like a statue thanks to years of training. And, unfortunately, even our girl Carmen couldn't keep her eyes off it. She was reminiscing about how he'd built such an impressive physique since he started training. After a shower, she was surprised to find out Yu doesn't like sleeping in a bedroom. He prefers the floor over a bed, which caught her off guard again. Since Carmen had to watch over him, they slept in the same room. She thought Yu was more human than she initially imagined. She could see it in his eyes that he was on the verge of tears. The thought of this boxing monster's human side made her curious. The bodyguards working under Old Man K sent him the footage. This old geezer is literally stalking you 24/7. The next day, the poor bodyguards were struggling to keep up with the world champ's training schedule. No matter how good their stamina was, they were still nothing compared to a 4-division champion. When he got home, he saw a messy Carmen with bedhead just waking up. She slammed the door immediately before coming back out like nothing happened. The guy was genuinely confused about what just went down. At the gym, Old Man K showed him Fabrizio's recent fight. It was the match between the middleweight champ and the world challenger, John Reynolds. The coach could clearly see it on John's face, that he'd been suffering from their dirty tricks before the match. The guy was losing his mind while the Santorino brothers were gloating. The match started off fairly even. He was a bit surprised when the coach explained that. Fabrizio is a master of brawling. He's the dirtiest champ with the roughest moves. He has zero sense of defense and only focuses on the attack. Fabrizio is great at a theatrical style of boxing that draws tons of hate. Opponents are forced to play his game, but that's exactly what he wants. Old Man K even mentioned that Fabrizio is using gear to bridge the power gap. Peter was in the crowd, remembering his experience interviewing them. Neither of those two even care about boxing. Marco criticized boxing fans but thought they were doing the sport a favor by putting on a good show. John got headbutt, but the ref didn't even call a foul. However, when he retaliated, he was immediately penalized and warned. It's obvious they bought off the ref in this one. Marco took pride in how the Santorinos manipulated the boxing world. A match that should have been a display of professionalism was turned into a street fight. The reason John became absolutely livid was learning that his daughter was dating. To Marco, that was an uppercut that even Mike Tyson couldn't have recovered from. The girl had been gaslit by Marco into believing he was a good guy, despite her father's warnings. She naively trusted Marco. Then one day, she came home crying her eyes out. It was obvious what went down. Marco had completely ruined her. This is why John wanted to slaughter Fabrizio. He perfectly exploited the fighter's emotions to land the finishing blow. Even though he was the better fighter, John was still defeated by dozens of fouls and manipulation tactics. This is exactly the kind of challenge you is about to face. Back to his early morning workout with Carmen, who was surrounded by several creeps lurking around. The drunk guy, right in front, was paid a stack of cash to dump something on you. They even drugged him to make sure he followed orders to AT. As he got close, the man faked a slip, but our boy zipped past so fast he dodged it. Carmen laid out the game plan for you. She prioritized him staying away from anyone who approached him. She also wanted him to avoid reporters' questions. Marco is spreading hundreds of malicious rumors about our boy. Carmen knew they would try to play the media, but she was ready to clap back. She had planted her own spies among Santorino's henchmen, so the next day, he was the one in deep water, swarmed by the press. Instead of being annoyed, he was impressed. In this game, money is the ultimate truth, and Old Man K has a mountain of cash thanks to his gym. Everything was fine except for our boy's food, which apparently tasted like straight garbage. Any packages he received were burned to stay safe. She couldn't leave his side for a second or use electronics, but it wasn't a big deal since this guy is such a massive introvert. He doesn't use anything anyway. Carmen drilled into his head that while Fabrizio wouldn't touch him, Yu's cat was a different story. She wanted him on high alert to protect his majesty. Man, the coach is staring at the cat like a psycho. He's definitely plotting something. Half a decade has passed since Yu first showed up at her gym. The high school kid has now conquered 4 weight classes. She thinks him winning the next fight is a given and wonders if Old Man K's end goal is for him to take down Aaron Tide. But even after beating that boxing legend, she fears our boy will fade into nothingness just like the others. Right as she was lost in thought, their group was approached by a bunch of thugs. She was surprised and wondered if she'd miscalculated the local thugs in the area. Carmen prioritized Yu's safety, but our boy was already busy in neutralizing the threat. He snatched the gun and shot them in the ankles. The fighter was about to end their lives when Carmen stopped him. At the last second, she realized that he actually intended to kill these people, just like with Gene or Yudo once he stops holding back. Despite this monstrous and cold side of him, our girl still believes in his humanity and desperately hopes there's some heart left under that shell. To test that, she suddenly asked our boy out on a date. The 4-division world champion is a total virgin who has zero clues on how to act on a date. Carmen explained the basics, and you agreed. So on her next day off, you picked her up looking all sharp and polished. But she was a bit let down because our boy planned to hit the streets in the most basic NPC outfit imaginable. Carmen did his hair, learning that old man K advised that spiked up looked specifically for his matches. Hair done, she wanted them both to go shopping to get him some drip. Carmen pulled out the flashiest clothes and made him try them on. The two of them looked incredibly awkward, but she insisted he wear the outfit anyway. You clearly wasn't feeling it, while Carmen was totally living for his confusion. They tried on a whole bunch of different outfits. Every single one had her dying of laughter. Then, the young man threw on a classic suit and looked like a straight-up model. Carmen gave him the green light and headed to the checkout. They went to the amusement park. The roller coaster didn't faze our boy at all, but at least the girl and his cat were having a blast. They explored all sorts of different attractions together. The guy even held a cat-shaped balloon like a total Sigma male. Checking out the photos, Carmen got annoyed with Yu's blank expression. She tasked him with following a technique she was about to use. Carmen meticulously flashed her best smile, while you looked like a total disaster. Their next stop was the haunted house. This girl was daydreaming hard about their life as a couple. The plan was to snuggle up to him whenever she got scared. She reminded him not to attack anyone if he saw a ghost. But this hypocrite was so spooked, she beat a zombie to a pulp. The girl ended up handling the threat all by herself. Carmen started to realize she might actually have feelings for our boy. Scarier than any mannequin was Jean's dead inside face. The two girls scared the living daylights out of each other, while the two men just stared at each other in total confusion. Carmen was shocked to run into the former world champ in a place like this. She was suspicious at first, but remembered this guy has high integrity and wouldn't budge for money. Stella openly disrespected you since he effectively retired her husband in their match. But Carmen isn't the type to back down. She fired back with some savage roasts. They shared a table with Stella and Carmen in a tense atmosphere, while Jean was surprised to see him here. He noticed something about him. The former lightweight champ couldn't forget a single moment of their fight. What bothered him was the relaxed look in Yu's eyes, as if he had reclaimed a bit of his humanity. He looked at Carmen and wondered if she was the one influencing him. The guy was acting like a total Giga Chad dad, openly spoiling his kid. An ice cream cone accidentally landed on Yu's head. This actually shook Jean, because our boy would never let himself get hit by something like that. Carmen recalled info from his match with Mako, who really gave him a hard time back then. That guy specialized in high-level tactics and even pushed Jean to the brink. Unfortunately, Jean was stronger and still caught the W. But Mako's obsession with winning was crystal clear to everyone. The former lightweight champ wanted you to stay on guard because his opponent was dangerous. When they parted ways, Jean couldn't stop obsessing over the ice cream incident. He truly feared you would catch an L if he kept being that distracted. The date ended with the couple chatting together. Carmen probed to see if he had found what he was looking for yet. You told her he wanted to chase it, but now he was even more confused than before. She asked if he would keep boxing if he never found that thing. Carmen advised him to try finding that light in a different part of life. She wanted him to enjoy the good things in life, so he wouldn't have to keep searching anymore. She was straight up rizzing him up, saying that light might be sitting right next to him. After the fireworks, a random girl approached you acting like a fan. But she actually had a message from Marco for Carmen. She shredded the paper without even reading it. Everything was going great until then. Carmen was still vibing with the date and wanted them to get back to their daily routine. Right then, you made an unusual request, saying he wanted to go on more dates with her. She happily agreed, while Marco was secretly watching and getting a kick out of the scene. Their daily life continued as usual, and you actually started digging her cooking. But the more he liked her, the more his boxing skills tanked. The coach was livid and demanded a meeting with Carmen. He chewed her out for playing house with him. Coach K was extremely annoyed and even questioned her for catching feelings. Carmen tried to explain, but she was brushed off and fired from her duty of protecting him. Instead, you got some clown-nosed dude as his new bodyguard. When Carmen got home in a foul mood, she was blindsided by a stalker waiting for her. The psycho middleweight champ Fabrizio had been waiting for this moment, bringing back the boy's first question. He never understood what made hitting people so fun. Carmen was in critical condition due to severe injuries caused by Fabrizio. You completely spiraled when Kay broke the news to him. Kay took the blame for not being careful enough with Carmen's safety. He didn't want you getting distracted by personal drama and emphasized that he had a lock-in on training. At the press conference, Kay met Marco and immediately confronted him about Carmen, but Marco just played it off. A reporter asked about their impressions of each other. Marco claimed he was incredibly proud of the coach and his undying thirst for victory. However, he simultaneously argued that the fighters under K were just toys he manipulated. But since K's latest obsession was also a monster, he figured they were even. Next up was Coach K's response. My man pulled an old-school move and dropped a savage mom joke on him. The crowd went nuts, while Marco actually lunged forward to attack. K welcomed him a try, since he was more than ready to beat him within an inch of his life. It's rare to see Marco get triggered this hard. The reporter quickly shifted to Fabrizio, who openly declared he would kill you in the ring. The tension was thick when the mic was finally handed to you. The quiet fighter remembered the sincere moments, with the only person who actually cherished him and saw him as a human being. Ultimately, hitting people led to Carmen's tragedy. You broke his silence and declared he wouldn't end the match quickly. He flashed a smile. That gave the audience chills, emphasizing that he would torture Fabrizio for the full 12 rounds. Peter was shook because this was the first time you had done something like this. He had never voiced an opinion until today. After the press conference, Marco vented his frustration while Fabrizio was frantically pumping himself full of gear. He was forced to use the highest dosage possible because of Yu's insane capabilities. Carmen woke up on the day of the fight. The crowd was going wild, especially because of Yu's impressive record of conquering multiple weight classes. Stepping out from the wings, Yu headed toward the ring, making the entire arena explode as they chanted his name. However, for his opponent, the celebratory faces quickly turned into expressions of pure rage. This guy received zero praise. Instead, he was met with total hatred from the crowd. The Santorino brothers didn't give a damn about these people and threw double middle fingers right in their faces. Fabrizio's hands were wrapped by the ref to prevent cheating, but Peter thought it was basically just a show for the audience. Bob Norris believed the match favored Yu since he had overcome his emotional slump. At the same time, Fabrizio looked like he was juiced to the gills. The guy's abs looked like they had their own set of abs. Coach K knew all about their doping and openly told you to just do whatever he wanted in this fight. The match was about to start, and you didn't even show a hint of emotion. This monster was out for blood as tension escalated between the two fighters. The match began with Fabrizio lunging in to attack. This speed was on par with Yu's reaction time. This was thanks to Marco's genius plan of turning Fabrizio into a monster to take him down. The middleweight psycho kept up the pressure. Marco had planned for this match to be a psychological war. Knowing Yu's impressive record of never being hit, Marco determined that Yu suffered from a phobia of being attacked. So Fabrizio threw a dirty low kick, a total foul. A normal fighter would have taken a hit, but Yu dodged it thanks to his god-tier reflexes. Dodging in such a weird way would expose a weakness, allowing Fabrizio to lunge in and attack him just like in Yu's debut match. He was stunned when our boy dodged the punch by reading the movement of Fabrizio's shadow. He followed up with a furious strike that sent Fabrizio flying with just one hit. The whole world was stunned as the cheater hit the deck, after only one attack. What's more, Yu's body was pulsing in an unusual way. Coach K wanted to play by their rules, and had also used a performance enhancer. He was vibing with the show, while the drug's effects significantly boosted Yu's performance. Carmen felt something was off. Somehow, Fabrizio managed to stand up after that vicious punch. The round continued, while Marco realized he was intentionally hitting him in the face instead of going for the knockout. Ultimately, that was Yu's promise to the Santorino brothers, that he would dismantle them for the full 12 rounds. Scene cuts to Carmen. She remembered being held captive by Fabrizio. Her earliest childhood memory was when her family was taken by terrorists. As a little girl, she helplessly watched both her father and mother lose their lives right before her eyes. The sense of loss made her shake with fear, paralyzing her mind. She had lost all hope and accepted her end. Then a young Kay saved the little girl and raised her until she was an adult. After growing up, she wanted to work under him, but by then Kay had become a completely different person. When Carmen was caught by Marco, she was mostly unharmed despite their attempts to intimidate her. She calmed herself in the face of fear and uncertainty. Marco entered the room and said he wouldn't have used such heavy-handed tactics if she had played ball from the start. He cut straight to the chase and explained that he wanted to make an offer. Interestingly, he asked about you. Carmen replied that they only had a professional relationship, but Marco knew she wanted to help the fighter live a normal life, escaping the clutches of his cutthroat career. He knew damn well a guy like Kay would never let that happen because his head was already twisted. The monster raised under Kay's care would gradually lose his humanity, becoming a toy for an obsessed old man. He asked if you ever actually wanted to box in his life. His offer was simple. He needed Carmen to cooperate to make you lose, freeing him from that obsessed coach. Even though Marco should have been the enemy, Carmen agreed with his words. It was clear as day that Kay's obsession would drive you into madness. At the same time, she still trusted the man who saved her life. She believed both of them still held onto some scrap of humanity. Carmen turned down the deal and advised Marco to win the fight fair and square. Then she remembered waking up in the hospital bed. Clown Nose used 2 new bodyguards, filled her in on the situation of the match. Carmen recalled that Marco had let her go without actually hurting her. She didn't understand his actions, but it was because Marco didn't really want Yu's rage to explode to an irreparable level, so he released her unharmed. So the question is, why did Carmen end up in this state? She explained it was due to a run-in with some thugs, even though she'd clearly wiped the floor with them last time. In the ring, Yu was creating a total massacre before the audience. They were witnessing the hated middleweight champ get destroyed by his own dirty tricks. The commentator Bob believed Yu had more than enough power to win this without the gear. But we're talking about K. He wanted to prove a point and flex on anyone who dared challenge them. He was the real puppet master, beating opponents at their own game. He had even considered killing the boy's cat and used Carmen's condition as the perfect catalyst for Yu's performance. After John Reynolds lost, he finally learned the truth from his daughter. Marco didn't do anything to her. He just tried to scare her into leaving. She begged her father not to fight them because they hadn't actually harmed her. This painted a different picture of the Santorino brothers. They weren't actually the villains or as evil as the rumors claimed. But none of that mattered to Yu, who was crushing them in this match without a shred of mercy. Carmen, though weak, still wanted to do something. But Clown Nose advised her not to try, because Kay's cruelty knew no bounds. Clown Nose reminded her that Kay was a savage who had taken countless lives in the past. He urged his own Kay to back down. In the ring, Fabrizio had taken a mountain of injuries. Before the match, Marco had told his brother to memorize Yu's strategy, since he wanted to drag the fight out. That confirmed he would dismantle him for 12 rounds. Fabrizio knew right, then it was impossible to gain the upper hand. The silver lining was that Yu wasn't interested in a quick W, which shocked the commentators. Fabrizio dropped his guard completely, entering a wrestler's stance to use his reach as an advantage. But the monster Yu was no joke. He lunged in and vanished into thin air, appearing from behind. Yu unleashed dozens of brutal punches all over his body with superhuman speed. The thought of Carmen made him ramp up his hand speed even more. Kay concluded with satisfaction that no matter how many tricks the opponent played, absolute power would still overwhelm everything. The current Yu was raining down on his opponent like a catastrophic disaster. Nothing could stop his wrath. And he emphasized this with a frantic punch to Fabrizio's vitals, personally neutering the next generation of scum. Everyone saw this low blow, but the crowd cheered while the ref looked the other way and didn't penalize Yu. Marco knew Kay had bribed the ref with a disgusting amount of cash to make him look the other way. The tide was turning against Marco. His face was full of despair while Kay held the high ground. Like a true predator in this war, Fabrizio was getting beaten to a bloody pulp and finally passed out as the first round came to a close. He was vomiting uncontrollably after taking so much damage he could barely stand. The crowd was cheering at the collapse of these scumbags, looking at the Santorino brothers with pure disdain. Later, inside a church, a woman was praying in utter desperation. The eldest brother stepped into the ring to save his sibling. Marco remembered when their mother gave Fabrizio a drink to help him perform his best. Even though he didn't want Fabrizio to drink it, Fabrizio went ahead anyway. She wanted them to stop the fight if they couldn't win, because that mother was truly worried about her kids. Fabrizio wanted to win this one for his mom. But right now, he couldn't even understand what his brother was saying. Marco immediately realized something was wrong when he looked at the color of his brother's lips. That was when he recognized another level to Kay's deviousness. This man had given Fabrizio drug milk right before the fight. Their poor mother was essentially the definition of mentally impaired. The 3 siblings had different hair colors because their mother tried to pay off the debt their father left behind. Marco didn't hate being poor and thought that was just life. But then he saw his mother struggling to come up with rent money. Back in school, Fabrizio and Marco never spent a single day in a classroom. They couldn't go. But they wanted to stack paper so Julia could actually attend school. Marco was the brains of the operation and called the shots. He'd distract people by striking up a conversation while Fabrizio snatched their cash. That's how they traveled around, making money. But their mother became desperate because they had no money to pay the debt. She would go out late at night and return the next morning. The poor brothers understood her pain and wanted to earn enough to free her from this agony. This world is cruel to everyone. Whether you're rich or poor, it doesn't matter. Kids living in the slums are no exception. They were beaten by a man who came to confront their mother for stealing. He threatened to call the cops if she didn't do what he said. The next morning, she returned home to face her children. The 2 boys were speechless and eventually took a beating from their mother. They knew stealing was wrong, but seeing his mother's state, Marco couldn't just sit there. He didn't accept a world that treated his disabled mother so brutally. To them, evil was the rule of the world. She even cried after hitting them, apologizing for being an irresponsible adult. Marco couldn't accept this world and sought revenge as his only salvation. The young boy asked his brother to teach him how to read. Marco and Fabrizio soon learned that world champions make bank and eat good. The match continued in a bloodbath as Fabrizio was being completely dismantled. Back then, the two brothers wondered if they should keep going to school and ask a teacher for help. Marco liked that idea and taught his brother how to read first. He returned in the afternoon after spending quite a while looking for their school. Marco did every odd job as a kid to scrape money together. His family took a break, but Fabrizio realized his brother was working his tail off day and night. Marco wanted revenge on the man who played his mother. He knew from a young age he couldn't grow up to be a good adult. At the same time, Marco didn't want Fabrizio and Giulia to grow up like him. He wanted to turn his brother into a world champion or achieve something great, while he took all the darkness onto himself. That night, the boy set out to find that bald, alcoholic freak. He picked up the dollar bill. But at that exact moment, Marco smacked him with a club. The kid had underestimated how many hits it would take to drop him, so he bolted and set up a bunch of traps. Tripping over one of those traps, the man fell face first into a puddle of tar. Seizing the chance, the boy pelted him with sharp rocks, aiming straight for his head. He knew he couldn't go toe-to-toe with a grown man, so he used extreme measures to attack from a distance. The bald freak got triggered and fell right into Marco's hands. He had laid out multiple traps for him in the alley. The drunken idiot chose to chase the kid instead of thinking strategically. As he pursued him, Marco triggered another trap. A heavy rock slammed into the man's spine, but it still wasn't enough to take him out for good. Marco deployed another trap and smashed his nose. But this persistent freak still wouldn't let him go. The boy tried to run until he stopped and faced him with a sharp weapon. The bald old man mocked the kid for going around trying to kill people. He created a distraction and landed a painful punch, sending the boy to his knees. The bald guy called Marco's mom trash and thought he should eliminate this evil child. Marco confirmed the man was right and that he should get rid of scum like him. Fabrizio seized the moment as he and his brother gave that bald freak a brutal beatdown. The two brothers took the man down and snatched his cash. To make an example out of him, Marco took measures to ensure he'd never hurt anyone again. After the fight, his younger brother confessed he didn't want to go to school. Instead, he wanted to follow in his brother's footsteps. Marco wanted to learn boxing and become world champions so no one could look down on them. The next day, the man was found paralyzed after taking a savage takedown from the two boys. They even made their mom happy with the meat they bought with that money. Even though the meat pie tasted like crap, it was enough to bring happiness to the family. Santorino, Marco's mother, loved Sundays because she could pray and enjoy time with her kids. Marco and Fabrizio's next plan was to learn boxing. Unfortunately, their village had no gym, and underground clubs are the only thing they knew. One day, a drunk old man offered to teach them how to box. Luciano. Moni introduced himself, but to the kids, he was just some literal nobody. This old man happened to be at the scene of the crime and had seen everything. Marco threatened him right back. The old man saw the fire in their eyes and offered to teach them boxing. That's how they met their first mentor. He wanted them to fight within an inch of their lives without actually teaching them anything. Fabrizio and Marco started throwing hands while Luciano observed their abilities. He could see Fabrizio was a natural-born warrior who was handling his brother without much trouble. But when it came to making the right calls, Marco was the better of the two. He had a solid strategy and knew how to plan for a better future. Luciano told them about the two aspects of boxing, the mental and the physical. Each of them was blessed with one. The two brothers confessed their hunger to become world champions. Luciano didn't think that was enough, because a world champion must possess both the physical and the mental aspects. Since each of them only specializes in one thing, it's going to be tough. But the final aspect of boxing boils down to pure obsession with winning. That's what made the Santorino brothers so determined. The drunkard bragged and claimed he'd help them become world champions if they learned from him. So from that day on, he taught them how to fight. Luciano didn't want them focusing on their weaknesses, but rather prioritizing their strengths. He was brutal when it came to training them. Time passed. They entered their teens and eventually reached adulthood. Once grown, they confronted the deadbeat father who had abandoned his wife and kids helpless with a mountain of debt. They beat him up and forced him to sign the papers unless he wanted a beat down he'd never forget. Luciano didn't meddle in their business and didn't care what they did. He wanted to give them advice, but remembered he wasn't their parent. Marco invited him over for dinner to celebrate Christmas. Cut to the family dinner. The drunkard and the boys pretended he was their boss. At home, their mother was surprised to meet an uninvited guest. Marco introduced Luciano as their boss, and she treated him with great kindness. Julia had also grown up during this time and was surprised to see the older man. The kid was always the observant type, so Marco had to signal her to zip it. Julia quickly broke the ice and even started messing with Luciano's beard. It looked like Marco's mom was about to end him, but even she joined in on the fun. Finally, dinner was ready. The family said grace before tucking into the delicious meal. After that night, Luciano thanked the boys for giving him a good time. Marco suggested he move in with them, but the drunk thought the only place he belonged was in the gutter. Luciano parted ways with some sincere advice. He didn't want them getting cocky because there are always people out there who are stronger and more violent. He advised them to stay away from a life of crime and be good people. Fabrizio shifted the conversation to a snowball fight, and the old man took a snowball straight to the face. Playing with him in the snow, they felt like kids again and soaked in the moment. Marco declared they'd still become world champions after wiping out the crime in their village. He had accepted his life as a criminal. Marco just wanted to be the necessary evil to clear out the trash. He harbored good intentions for the world in his own way and didn't mind facing punishment when he died. Luciano didn't hold them accountable for their sins because he thought everyone was the same. He wished them the best before sadly losing his life at the hands of the mafia. Julia was chatting with her mom about Luciano. When tragedy suddenly struck, their mother's health declined. Maria prayed for her children's peace. But nothing went her way as he was beating Fabrizio to a pulp in the ring. Julia came to pick up her mother, who still wasn't feeling 100. Her son was going through agonizing pain, but he kept asking for more. The match suddenly turned into a boxing bloodbath. Even Bob was confused, not understanding why the doctor and the ref hadn't intervened yet. Normally, it would have been stopped immediately. But Marco knew the association required the Santorino brothers to stop the fight themselves. After all, the crowd was going wild for the entertainment and cheering for the brutality. Coach K had played his hand perfectly. The round ended, but it was only round 4 out of 12. Marco advised stopping the fight because even if they lost the title, they still had plenty of chances to make bank. But his younger brother was shocked and didn't want to quit halfway. He got tilted just thinking about the humiliation. One day, Maria and Julia were jumped by a bunch of thugs. While they remained safe, Luciano was severely injured with a massive gash across his stomach. At the start of round 5, he was looking down at his prey. Fabrizio remembered the words of Luciano, who once thought they could become the most powerful figures in the underworld, but still warned them not to go down that path. He advised his pupils to live as successful fighters, even if people like Jean and Bob, who they could never hope to beat. He even warned them that one day they might run into a real monster. Luciano's prediction came true as Fabrizio stared into the eyes of a predator. He reminded them that winning in life is impossible because enemies are always replaced by new ones. Humans only live for a brief moment, becoming the strongest before fading away. That was the life of his own family, implying that he had once walked a path similar to the Santorino brothers and had lost his family. He didn't care about the meaning of teaching those two boys boxing, even if they never became world champions. Later, the Santorino brothers had to help their mother with brain surgery. You rained blows down on Fabrizio, leaving Kay very satisfied. He wanted him to show zero mercy. Fabrizio struggled to hold on, while Marco still couldn't decide what to do. Luciano's life ended with one final message for his pupils. Julia rushed her mother to the emergency room due to her condition. Fabrizio no longer had the strength to fight, while Marco begged him to stop this meaningless match. But he didn't want to quit, because doing so would negate all the effort and everything they had done up to now. The match continued, even though Marco fully understood his brother was light years behind that terrifying puncher. He was ready to throw in the towel the moment he felt his brother's life was in danger. Surprisingly, the guy was barely clinging to life in this fight. Round 7 officially made Fabrizio the only fighter to endure Yu's wrath this long. The terrifying puncher attacked without mercy, not leaving a single moment for Fabrizio to counter. He remembered a conversation with his brother when they were kids. At the start of round 8, everyone began to question the point of continuing the match. Fabrizio didn't want to surrender this fight, even if it destroyed him. Round 9 began with Yu still torturing the guy. He had probably landed at least 300 punches. The other guy was tanking everything and questioning his own existence. At the start of round 10, Fabrizio harbored a deep hatred for the world. He hated that humans had to struggle so much just to live a normal life. Round 11, the ring was stained with the middleweight champion's blood. The final round, round 12, the last stand. Surviving up to this point, Fabrizio's face looked like it was headed for plastic surgery. Marco was about to forfeit, but the association officials forcibly stopped him. The concept of right and wrong is fragile and fickle. While Julia was praying for her mother's health, Marco was fearing for his brother's life. What the world was witnessing was a public execution right before their eyes. Marco begged Fabrizio to just run away. You demolished his face with brutal punches. One blow after another. This time, you didn't hold back at all as he tore Fabrizio's body apart. The middleweight champion had lost consciousness, but you kept going without stopping. Fabrizio's condition was so critical that he lost his hearing. All he could see was a monster tearing him to pieces. Fabrizio tried to punch him and prepared for a final showdown. He showed his life philosophy and refused to run from the ring. Fabrizio ordered him to just hit him. Only 5 seconds left on the clock. The monster lunged in for the final finishing blow. This guy was really about to end him. 3 seconds, as Julia was called by the doctor. 2 seconds, as she remembered her family. The final second, when you charged at full speed to end the other man's life. The world was stunned to see the presence of a glowing fighter appear in the ring. He had blocked Yu's punch and saved Fabrizio. While Julia also got the news that her mother had pulled through, the glowing figure who once saved you back in the day had just reappeared. Some people recognized him, some didn't. But it was clear to many that Jay had stepped into the ring. The crowd wondered if he was making a comeback. Jay told him they'd meet in the ring next time, then walked right past Kay. Kay absolutely hated his sudden appearance and even threatened to kill him one day. These alphabet-named guys are having some real beef in this manhwa. Marco called for an ambulance for his brother immediately. After the middleweight title fight ended, you had won without breaking a sweat. Many used to think he was weak in long matches, but he showed everyone he's the real deal. Peter thought you was the definition of a fighter, who had transcended perfection and entered the realm of the inhuman. There was a key moment in this match. The retired fighter Jay personally stepped in to stop the fight. Usually a lawsuit would be slapped on anyone trying that stunt, but Jay is different. No one knows why he stepped into the ring. Peter knew you had created a monster that was continuing to grow into a terrifying power. Both Jace and Stella watched the match. His wife was worried sick. But the former lightweight champ thought Kay was the one they should really be worried about. He desperately hoped that you would be saved by someone one day. Yuto Takeda also watched the match. His new girlfriend noticed he looked kind of down. Yuto agreed with her, as he remembered his close old friend having the same expression. The scene shifts to Jace, who realized you had become way too strong. Even though Jay should be proud of his friend's achievement, he didn't like the direction he was heading. Taepoon told him to stop worrying, because he had his own match to deal with. Jay had also achieved impressive success in his weight class and was heading toward a title match. Fabrizio woke up next to his brother, shocked that he was still in one piece after the fight. Marco told him about Jay's intervention, which left them both confused. He apologized for pushing Fabrizio to such an extreme. Instead of blaming his brother, the former middleweight champ felt like a weight had been lifted. They both started crying because they were just abused kids, trying to make money for their mom. After recovering, they went to see her, completing their happy and loving family. In the end, they stayed true to themselves, and that's the wrap for the Santorino family as their chapter closes. Now it's time for Yu's next opponent to show up. His coach, Andrei Vlchenko, was hyped to finally meet an opponent who could beat Victor. Despite Yu's emptiness, this boxer was bombarded with millions of questions by the press. They even asked about Jay, but that wasn't what Yu cared about. The only thing he cared about was demanding that Carmen come back. Kay informed him that she had quit because people like the Santorinos might show up again. Kay felt pity for Yu, who had become attached to her, remembering the moments they shared. Kay advised him to take a week off. During this break, he reflected on the meaning of life. The emptiness followed him everywhere. Was it in the clubs or in the operating room, where patients were fighting for their lives? Is the meaning of life found in a stressful desk job, or among protesters standing up to politicians? Could be found in grief? Yu yearned for an answer to life's meaning. He was an empty boy haunted by the shadows of his past. After everything that had happened up to this point, Yu's mental health was circling the drain. Putting a gun to his head and about to end it all, the image of the cat made him stop. The depressed boxer hit the sack with his cat. The scene shifts to Aaron, who is gazing at the gorgeous cemetery of stars in the night sky. The heavyweight champ was dropping some high-level riz on his wife. He expressed a certain unease. He knew a catastrophe was waiting for them. Angela comforted him like a devoted wife who always has her husband's back. Her smile helped him regain his confidence, while Yu was dying inside from loneliness. With only his cat, Coach K was very satisfied with Yu's absolute units of punches. Their next target was the world champion, Aaron Tide. Even though Victor was supposed to be Yu's next opponent, Aaron was the one he really needed to worry about. The coach wanted to give him a perfect body to demolish the next obstacle. His training regimen was about to get cranked up to extreme difficulty. Yu continued to steamroll several opponents after that. It was always the same idiots thinking they could take him until they got punched in the mouth. The first match in the super middleweight division ended in less than 2 seconds. The second match, against a playboy who looked like a grizzly bear, also ended in 2 seconds. The super middleweight champ Rockstone was obliterated. In the third match, Yu's opponent was whining because he knew he was about to get cooked. The coach gave him some props. So this clown thought he was an anime protagonist and was actually going to win. That delusion got punched right out of his jaw when Yu won the fight in under 2 seconds. His final opponent was the light heavyweight champion. He also got crushed just 1 second into the match. Yu solidified his status as an unbeatable, peerless fighter. He wasn't putting on a show for the crowd anymore, focusing instead on pure slaughter. Peter thought Yu's ultimate goal was Eren, even though Victor was the immediate opponent. The outcome of their battle remained unclear. Andre was there rooting for his own student's downfall. When the guy with the mohawk showed up and checked on the coach, the cruiserweight world champ didn't think much of Yu's power. Andre emphasized that he wouldn't be able to beat someone like Yu. Victor almost punched his own coach in the face. This guy has a massive obsession with mohawks and believes anyone without one has zero chance of beating him. Furthermore, this guy literally runs a cult of men with mohawks. No surprise that even the coach was fed up with him. Peter left his junior reporter, Tommy, in charge of the interview with Victor. You might wonder why, and the answer was quickly revealed when the young man showed up at the gym. The gym looked the exact opposite of what it should be. Some thugs were bullying the skinny kid when he introduced himself. They bullied and intimidated him so much he ended up shirtless while the poor kid kept frantically apologizing. The interview started with Coach Andre, who straight up trashed his own fighter. He didn't hold back at all and roasted his student without mercy. Andre explained that he became a coach 8 years ago to pursue a traditional style. He wanted to be someone like Jean-Pierre. At that time, his gym prioritized hard work. That was until a guy with a mohawk showed up. The guy looked goofy as hell, but packed a devastating punch. Victor impressed the coach with punches that built up insane power. Andre introduced himself as the head coach and wanted him to aim for the world title. Victor was fired up with excitement. But for Andre, it was the worst decision of his life. Because when he told the guy to go clean up, Victor kept flexing about his mohawk obsession. Andre realized this guy was basically an idiot, but he had talent for days. He tried to teach him how to throw a jab, but the dude thought throwing a punch like that was a straight-up insult. Andre decided to let him do whatever he wanted. He even bet he'd do anything Victor asked once he became world champion. On the day of Victor's debut, he did nothing but spam crazy haymakers. Of course, that left him wide open and he got clapped for it. The coach thought having only one signature move was pointless, but then something happened in the fourth round. His opponent got too cocky, but unfortunately slipped and walked right into a devastating blow. It was a total knockout, and the first win for this monster. Andre understood that luck played a huge role in this match, so he hoped the next opponent would teach him a lesson. But then Victor took that guy out too. The same scenario repeated, and his lucky punches ended the careers of many fighters. Andre couldn't wrap his head around what was happening. Even though this puncher had insane power, it was honestly ridiculous to accept that a single move had carried him all the way to the title fight for the Cruiserweight Championship. By then, the Mohawk Saint had a massive following. Before the match, Victor reminded his dear coach that he'd make him get a mohawk after he won. And that was the day Andre knew his life was over. Everyone's heard Bruce Lee's famous quote about practicing one kick. The Mohawk Saint was basically the living definition of that. This guy just spammed one move, and it got him a title shot against Rupert Einstein. Even commentator Bob Norris admitted this crazy puncher's skills were absolute trash. But you couldn't deny he was still undefeated. Victor was the first champion to break every rule of boxing and still catch the W. The match began, and this Einstein guy was actually landing punches with Newtonian precision, calculating everything while giving Victor a beatdown. It was basically a match between a smooth brain and a jacked version of Einstein. Victor got knocked down, and in a weird twist for a coach, Andre was actually rooting for his own student's downfall. The Mohawk Saint realized he was up against a boxing genius. But with I'm pissed off strength, he got back up even stronger. He continued to get shredded for 12 rounds until he looked like a total wreck. Even Andre was annoyed that all previous opponents had fallen for that flashy move and lost to Victor. The coach was cheering for Einstein, who was landing punches like he was Saitama. Victor tried to counter, but it did nothing. The genius decided to pause for a second before unleashing a revolutionary energy equation punch. The performance was extraordinary as Victor got dropped again. Everyone thought he was finished while Einstein pressed on. He acknowledged the power gap. But that was the comment that woke up the Mohawk spirit. Even this guy's parents rocked Mohawks. The guy was a total zero, a brainless beast who didn't know how to quit. Victor told the stupid Einstein that he didn't care about the future like those educated folks. The man was basically called a single-celled organism. Einstein was ending his career both literally and figuratively. He lunged in to finish his opponent. But tragedy struck when even the legendary Einstein slipped and caught the full wrath of Victor. The match ended with Victor taking the victory. Andre's fate was sealed when a new cruiserweight champion was born, and that's how they got to where they are today. Andre emphasized that the secret to Victor's success lies in his extreme innate luck. Andre stressed that luck is the only factor behind his success. In fact, his student's existence is a straight-up insult to the sport of boxing. Young Tommy was full of admiration because he wasn't just hyped about the match with Victor. The coach emphasized that Yu's training was all about prepping for the war with Tide. The coach figured that lucky idiot didn't stand a chance of winning again. The Mohawk guy barged in and didn't give a damn about the interview. All he cared about was his special training session. Tommy had zero clue what was going on, and got all hyped when Victor went on an eloquent monologue about becoming the strongest creature on Earth. The guy just wanted to be a man who could rock a mohawk with pride. The solution was simple: beat the big guys and get strong himself. So, this dude headed into the wilderness, fighting boars, bulls, kangaroos, you name it. And he actually pulled it off. His final challenge was a mighty bear. It was a total man versus beast spectacle. But unfortunately, even the bear was unlucky enough to slip and fall to its death. Victor solidified his spot as the strongest when he suddenly realized his next target. Dinosaurs were the strongest back then, but he didn't get why they went extinct if they were so tough. The cruiserweight freak found his answer in absolute nature. His goal shifted to achieving the ultimate punch. He didn't take you seriously because his power was mid compared to the champion's fist. The special training arc began. All this guy cared about was flashy punches with ridiculous names. He climbed MT Everest to train his mountain punch, flew through a cyclone to train his cyclone punch, punched lava to train his lava punch, and even challenged the ocean with his tsunami punch. Even Andre was praying to God to stop this man's deluge. My man was literally praying for Zeus to strike a bolt of lightning down his ass. Lightning actually hit Victor, creating a moment of celebration. The guy thought he was finally free, but the Mohawk guy, like a jackpot winner, remained completely unscathed. He's one of those rare cases who survive a lightning strike, while Yu is so unlucky that even opening a soda can go wrong. At the Luciano Boxing Club, the head coach wasn't exactly optimistic about Victor. That's because Yu's next opponent is favored by the goddess of luck. He shared his concerns with Kay about the upcoming match. Back to Victor's chaotic training. This guy was punching through ice in Antarctica. Arnold told the coach they should prep something in advance because they were facing a total wild card. On the other hand, Victor was training like a damn Dragon Ball Z character. He just invented the iron punch in a construction cave. Back to Aaron's conversation. He shared clear concerns about the opponent being insanely lucky. This was obvious from the fact that Yu's shoelaces kept snapping. This made Arnold break into a cold sweat because the luck effect was already kicking in. The Mohawk guy practiced his speed with his brand new machine gun punch, while Arnold advised sticking to a point strategy because going for a KO might bring bad juju to you. At the same time, Kay thought even if they minimized the risks, the possibility of an L could still surround them again. A light bulb on the ceiling shattered and fell, nearly hitting you, which made Arnold even more anxious. At the church, Andre was praying for science to prevail. Young Tommy was praying for a raise and a growth spurt. Poor Short King stuck with two struggles. The Mohawk guy was thinking about taking a dump in his usual style. He splashed holy water on his fists, blessing his chances with a holy punch. This dude has more types of punches than I have friends. Kay emphasized that they can't change destiny, and that goes for you too. He didn't even entertain the thought of him losing because it was impossible. The day of the match finally arrived. Two prestigious punchers were about to square off and make history once again. On one side was Yu, the undefeated fighter with the ambition to conquer 8 weight classes. On the other, we had the cruiserweight world champion himself. The outcome was a total mystery to everyone. Bob Norris, our boy's #1 fan, thought he'd win no matter what. That's just how big the skill gap was. So in this fight, the odds were heavily stacked against the Mohawk guy. But he didn't give a damn because he just wanted to punish guys with styled hair and sleepy eyes. Andre hyped him up to become the strongest in the world. Victor roared like a wild beast, earning the cheers and excitement of the crowd. Even young Tommy had turned into a hardcore Mohawk fan. Tide was also watching this match like everyone else. The match began with both fighters lunging straight at each other. Incredibly, Yu's foot slipped the moment the match started, leaving both Andre and Kay in total shock. The insanely low odds seemed too easy for Victor to beat, as evidenced by his daring adventures and survival skills. Victor unleashed a terrifying knockout blow, and our boy got blown away. The world was shook when a referee declared Victor the champion. But this shocking result was just a prank by the author. who almost changed the series title to the Mohawk. After this match, no one could ignore Victor anymore. He was considered the strongest fighter and even eclipsed Eren. That was the power of the incredible Mohawk head. He answered a barrage of interview questions and declared he'd be the strongest fighter in the universe. People cheered for their Mohawk champion, and before long, he was invited to run for president. Andre couldn't believe his eyes at what was happening. Everything was going the champion's way. They even ignored his Russian nationality. Later, he actually won the presidency thanks to his popularity. At this point, you might wonder if this is a joke because the guy went wild, and even ushered in an era where fighters fought to decide world peace. World unification was officially achieved through the fists of one man, the emperor of the world, Viktor Grigorievic. This dude made it a mandatory policy to rock a mohawk, but unfortunately, tragedy struck when aliens invaded. Victor personally jumped on a damn rocket and blasted into space to throw hands with the aliens. While all this was playing out in his head, the Cruiserweight World Champion had actually been knocked out. Summarizing what happened before that. Dreamlike mess. When you slipped, he remembered Ryu's impressive Jetstream punch. Copying that move, you unleashed an earth-shattering punch that dropped the world champion, making him lose just 1 second into the match. This man, Andre, probably had the happiest day of his life. No one was surprised by the result of the match. Even the commentators were speechless. Victor's boxing career came to an end in the ring, and he realized he had truly lost. His coach could finally tear into him and even mocked him for participating in the shortest boxing match in history. Victor and his coach could agree on one thing. It was fun, and that's all he cared about. Victor reached out his hand to you, and you reciprocated. The former Cruiserweight World Champ was shocked that such a small hand could deliver such a monstrous punch. Sensing Yu's unease with boxing, Victor tried to convince him to quit. K, being the literal cockroach he is, stepped in and called him a damn loser. Obviously, that would have sabotaged his plans. But that's how the Cruiserweight World title fight wrapped up. You had taken down 4 world champions who were the best in their classes. Peter believed Victor's boxing wasn't just luck, but also featured incredible defense and stamina. It also proved the capability of Coach Andre, who had forged his student into an ultimate machine. If Victor hadn't acted like such a clown, he would have had enough power to go toe-to-toe with Eren Tide. But this Joker lost to K's latest monster. The final showdown between the two behemoths of the boxing world is drawing near. Coach K is absolutely hyped because he's waited way too long for this moment. The boxing legend Eren Tide observed the match and planned to hold a press conference. He's a real softie at home and truly loves his kids. The next day, Eren gave a speech that sent shockwaves through the boxing world. He spoke bluntly about retiring, refusing to be a toy for the old man, who trained him. This announcement was a total shock to K. Eren's news caused an unexpected stir in the boxing community. But he answered with cold certainty that there was nothing left for him to achieve. He didn't want to be a showpiece for the entertainment world. Coach K accepted the challenge and decided to exploit the world champion's weakness. K was ruthless in his determination to prove Yu's superiority as Bob Norris realized K's insanity. He had refused to fight under his name and switch careers. The concept of boxing had become meaningless to him. The same thing happened with Jason Freddy because every fighter K trained became a crazed monster and eventually quit. Coach K had traveled the world searching for his 5th disciple. While looking for talent, K was hunting for something far beyond talent, something inhuman, something surpassing even the 3rd and 4th students who had become his champions. K continued his relentless research to find a superhuman monster. Then one day, when he had lost all hope, he observed his driver, Eren, a man with an impressive physique and a massive frame. K was itching to test him out in boxing, but just like you, his answer was similar in that he didn't like hitting people. They decided to take a detour because of a traffic jam. Finally, the driver asked K to sit tight and call the cops while he was at it. With that, he got out to save a woman from a criminal. K was thrilled, waiting for this moment to unfold and watching in anticipation. The guy refused to let her go, even after Eren told him for the 3rd time. He snapped and stabbed the woman in the thigh. Facing a guy with a knife is no walk in the park. K wanted to test this man's physical power in a real fight. The criminal lunged to stab him, but he was shook when the blade couldn't even pierce his body. K recalled the rippling muscles hidden beneath the man's clothes. He was exactly the kind of talent K had been hunting for. Eren gently asked the bald guy to back off. Even after being stabbed, he didn't want to hurt the guy. Eren decided to slam the dude into a wall. The sound of a cracking skull echoed through the scene. This man literally killed a guy, and K was absolutely loving it. The police arrived on the scene to handle the situation. They were shocked to see that a single punch could cause such severe damage. Before they arrived, Eren officially apologized to K, but the coach actually helped him out. He didn't want the guy getting into trouble, so he staged the scene to make it look like he was the one stabbed. In case you haven't realized, this old man is straight up insane. Kay lured him in with the idea of discovering the meaning behind his existence. After the case, no charges were filed against Aaron because he acted in self-defense. At the Luciano Boxing Club, he tore other fighters apart, even though it was his first time boxing. Kay wanted to fully unleash his power. Just then, one of the former fighters he used to train showed up for payback. Kay thought he was the perfect toy to test his new subject. He called that mad dog trash and wouldn't even look at him. Kay loved the idea of taking him back, as long as he could beat the newcomer. Pumped and hyped, he stepped into the ring, clueless about the consequences of his actions. Jason Freddy was a former world champ who once ruled 4 weight classes. He was the 4th disciple who became the strongest fighter in the region. Jason was the definition of fear. He relied on pure psychological warfare, transformed into brutal power to terrify opponents. He was the type who could also be ranked as a monster. His only weakness was the madness that kept him from becoming the world's best. The match began, and almost immediately, Aaron was engulfed by a tsunami of catastrophic punches, but he just stood there with an invulnerable, armored body while his opponent gassed himself out. This giant had struck fear into the heart of the former world champ. He towered over him while gently comforting him with words. Aaron prepared to attack. Jason had been picked up by Kay when he gave him the chance to see a brand new world. But now he was nothing more than a tool for his former master. Aaron unleashed a punch that sent the guy straight to the hospital. Kay wanted to etch that victory into Aaron's mind. He wanted him to understand that everything he cared about lay in the realm of superiority among men. Aaron became a monstrous force, rising to become the heavyweight world champion. Aaron woke up at night, ready for his boxing routine, but then remembered he had quit the game. The man had escaped the burden, so he decided to go back to sleep. It felt good, but he was annoyed because he couldn't sleep, so he spent hours working on his stamina, just like you. Aaron saw the crowds welcoming the champion on his run, while you trained in total solitude. He felt refreshed after finishing his sprint, and thought he was finally free. Returning home, he had a meal with his family. My man was forced to eat carrots, because even if you're a world champ, you can never escape the wrath of a typical housewife. Meanwhile, you stared at the cat food, realizing his precious little kitten wouldn't eat for some reason. Aaron took his daughter to the amusement park, and felt guilty that he could experience such happiness. The scene shifts to Kay, who had prepared a massive punching bag for Yu's training. After all, he had a beast that needed to be put down. Aaron's wife comforted him, listing all his best qualities while Yu was busy tearing a heavy bag to shreds from every angle. The big guy was soaking up happiness while our boy was getting more jacked than ever. He looked like he'd been eating trend sandwiches. Kay knew he didn't even have to do anything to get that monster of his back into the ring. Because on one fateful night, Carmen showed up in desperation to beg his family for help. She cried in their comforting arms, saying Kay had planned to ruin her. The situation was heartbreaking because even the authorities wouldn't be able to help them. The man they were facing would only retaliate with violence more horrific than words could describe. Carmen begged the heavyweight world champion to come out of retirement for one last fight and save Yu's life. She wanted him to lose at least once, so he'd stop being Kay's puppet. As for Yu, things were going south as his cat coughed up blood, signaling a decline. After Kay's speech, it was actually his own wife who begged the world champion to return to the ring to save a life. She thought there were other people in this world who needed saving, and that he needed to win at all costs. With ironclad faith, Aaron prepared to win his final match in the boxing world. The next day, the whole world went wild. At the announcement of the heavyweight champion's return to the ring, this match would finally decide which of them was the GOAT. To train, the giant sought out his new coach, who looked like he had one foot in the grave. The coach immediately warned Aaron that he'd have a rough time in the upcoming fight. On the other hand, a police officer made the mistake of investigating Kay's facility. Once inside, he was shook when he saw a human literally dodging cannonballs from every direction. He was undergoing a life-or-death training regimen to survive Aaron's devastating punches. Shifting to the heavyweight champion's training, the coach explained that all his sparring partners needed to wear bomb suits, because if they didn't, they were dead meat. It was like stepping into the ring with a nuclear bomb packed into a single punch. Time passed as both formidable fighters trained explosively to reach perfection. You managed to save his cat by taking it to the vet. But the outlook wasn't great because it was unusually old and didn't have much time left. Aaron had his loving family supporting and cheering for his victory. The day of the final match finally arrived. All of Kay's preparations up to this point were complete. Kay reminded him of the first piece of advice he gave our boy about boxing. You better use that ultra instinct level of dodging because otherwise, you're dead. There's no way you survive the ring if you take even a single punch to the body. K's only directive for you was to kill the world champion before he could land a clean hit. Instead of worrying about the match, you told the coach to look after his cat if he died fighting Eren. The coach agreed, and they headed out to the ring. The roar of the crowd was on another level because this was the fight of the century. All eyes were on these two, the truly strongest fighters. Eren was determined to shatter K's expectations by defeating you. The match to decide the strongest monster starts right now. The heavyweight champion felt the emptiness in his opponent's eyes and wished for him to live the life of a human being. He played the role of Yu's savior and immediately lunged to attack the moment the match began. Our boy started his dodging streak, while Yu unleashed a punch that had destroyed many world champions before. The result was shocking as it didn't even dent the solid wall standing in front of him. He slipped away before his opponent could land a single hit. Our boy survived his opponent's wrath with such insane speed that the audience could barely see what was happening. Before the match, K advised Yu to empty his entire arsenal for this fight. With Eren, he proudly boasts a range of physical advantages that could overwhelm you if he's not careful. Your training is nothing compared to the real deal. The heavyweight champion's coach gave his student the same advice. He pointed out Yu's monstrous reflexes and speed that he needed to watch out for. Yu landed punches on the man, but they barely made him budge. The man standing in front of him is a mountain of muscle. Hitting him is like hurting your own fists. He doesn't even need to guard because his body does the job for him. Eren's coach advised him to corner the fight because that would be his guaranteed win. With the way he aggressively tried to push you back, Kate also realized their tactic. But that was exactly what he had anticipated. Instead of avoiding the corner, our boy showed everyone he doesn't give a damn and stepped right into it. No one knew why he made such an unusual move, as it would limit Yu's chances of escape. Eren thought the match was about to end with his next punch. But this is you were talking about. He took advantage and unleashed 4 lightning-fast punches, pushing even Eren back. His coach realized that Yu had been hiding his true power since the start of the match. Next, it was the giant's turn to use his full power. He shifted into beast mode. As the two monsters stared each other down, the real battle, not between boxers, but between monsters, began. The battle started with a jab to the face. Eren sliced through the air with his punches while Yu narrowly dodged the wind gusts and shockwaves from his attacks. He countered and dodged so fast the referee couldn't even process why he was standing in a ring with these monsters. Round 4 was the ultimate test between speed and power. Even his new coach was shocked witnessing Eren's total power at this level. He was the one leading the dance against Yu, who was still throwing counters far beyond the perception of the naked eye. They lunged at each other, but it was clear the heavyweight champ was closing the gap. This was because the very punches Eren threw sent vibrations throughout the entire ring. He had to account for wind resistance and the impact force while dodging every attack. Even though he had dodged everything so far, maintaining this momentum was impossible. The pressure was weighing on him. The ring was now a literal war zone. One hit from Eren meant death. So our boy's body was working at max capacity to ensure he didn't get erased from this world. Kay still thought Eren was holding back and wanted the monster to unleash even greater power. He is the icon of fear and victory, a man superior to all. He defeated fighters in boxing's most prominent era and became the greatest heavyweight champion of all time. His opponents came from many disciplines, but those feelings were all crushed before this monster standing at the peak, representing the pinnacle of boxing. Peter recalled wondering what boxing meant to the legendary champion. He wanted to find the meaning of life, but he wasn't sure what it meant anymore. Is it just a sport that brings honor and money by crushing others? Then, for the first time, the heavyweight champion landed a sharp blow, nicking a piece of flesh from Yu's ear. The undefeated fighter who had never been touched in a match had just taken his first wound. Round 4 ended as the scene shifted to Peter's conversation with Eren's coach. They talked about the concept of genius and how people with extraordinary abilities don't feel the sense of superiority that many others mistakenly assume. Instead, because of their talent and the isolation of their strength, they feel an insane sense of fear and loneliness. The coach advised Eren to stay alert because their opponent wouldn't go down that easily. Kay observed Yu's torn ear with a completely stone-cold expression. The match continued in round 5, and only Bob from the commentary team noticed the power imbalance between the two fighters. Yu was being overwhelmed in this fight. Meanwhile, Eren was glad to have met someone who could understand his pain and loneliness. He had met many fighters who spent countless hours training to reach their goals, only to be crushed by him without mercy. He thought you felt the same way, thinking that they weren't boxing, but just repeating a series of meaningless movements. The geniuses, the monsters that everyone worships, weren't blessed with God-given talent. Instead, they were cursed. He was gradually being overwhelmed as more flesh was torn from his shoulders. He could no longer perfectly dodge the monster's punches. Aaron wanted to save you from the real monster, Kay. But then something happened. The heavyweight champ froze before coughing up a pool of blood. Kay mused that mere fear could never shake someone like you, who only knew emptiness as his closest companion. Furthermore, despite Aaron's tank-like body, Kay had brutally trained you to specifically rupture Aaron's internal organs. From the day he started boxing until now, that was the sole focus of his training. The accumulated damage was bound to take its toll on him. Kay thought his stupid former student should give up on finding meaning in boxing and focus on surviving. You didn't let him go down easily, landing painful strikes all over his body. The boy's emptiness symbolized approaching death, striking fear into Aaron's heart. Aaron coughed up blood as the very power that used to be his greatest strength was now becoming his downfall. Kay once questioned him about his hesitation to finish off opponents. He was the type who possessed no fear, even though violence usually triggers it. Every sinful act is committed because it stems from the fear of loss. But that fear transforms into strength for every human except the heavyweight monster. He was an entity far beyond that concept because his power surpassed fear, but his hesitation was a mistake that made him an incomplete monster. He had defended his titles and soon faced Kay, saying he felt no meaning in boxing at all. Kay told him he still hadn't accepted his place at the top of the food chain as the strongest instead of constantly looking for meaning. Aaron didn't like that explanation and thought he was dealing with a madman, so he walked away. The coach thought his dream was an impossible ideal when even pure strength became its own limit. He had given up all hope until he found his greatest student, a creature superior and more transcendent than mankind. Aaron felt a strange emptiness, a type of pain he had never experienced in his life. The sensation of death, the awareness of agony as the pain spread through his body. The match forced him to kill or be killed in this ring. The heavyweight world champion realized he was a fool for trying to save his opponent. He had forgotten his true nature as a monster specialized in taking others' lives. He recalled memories with a little girl at the orphanage. He was only 11 years old when he first killed someone. The girl he befriended had a heated argument with him. He tried to push her away, but couldn't control his strength, resulting in her death. That was when the boy realized how lonely he truly was. His talent was born to destroy and defeat others. Coach K helped him pursue a new side of life, a life of wealth, status, and fame. He was like a god among mortals, basking in the glory. But even those luxuries became meaningless. Aaron couldn't find a shred of meaning in his existence. One day, while he was wasted, fate brought him back to the woman he once saved. She became his savior and gave him meaning. The heavyweight world champion put his survival first, and instead of saving you, he would now look to destroy him. For the first time in boxing history, Aaron took a conventional boxing stance. He was never the type to use traditional techniques because his power was enough to beat anyone, but now it was different. This match was a matter of life and death, and he couldn't hold back. Kay was enjoying this visual feast because it was what he craved most. He wanted to fully realize the sole meaning of life, the absolute nature of superior power. Every boxer focuses on countless aspects besides power. There are skills and techniques that can often overcome strength, but with this heavyweight giant, he didn't need any technique to conquer the world. Now that very monster was trying to step into the boxing world with all his might. The battle starting now would decide Yu's survival. There was no way he could survive even a single attack from Aaron, who was now in the stance of a true pro. Our boy was in deep trouble having to dodge those unbelievable punches. The first jab lunged at Yu with insane speed. In that brief moment, the boy couldn't dodge or block. The only thing he could do then was parry the punch's direction, and he did it with perfect precision to avoid having his fist shattered. It sounded impossible, but it was the only option for Yu. Otherwise, he'd be crushed under the champion's heel. The second punch was thrown, this time much faster than the last. It made his fist sting. His punches were becoming a major problem for the boy. His flesh was being torn as dodging became impossible. Yu dodged another fatal blow by letting Aaron's fist just graze his skin. Bob Norris concluded they were watching a killing machine in the ring, someone born to destroy humans. His wife couldn't recognize this side of her husband. He had become an absolute entity with the sole goal of survival. The commentator rushed to stop the match until he saw Yu, aggressively adapting to every single attack. While taking damage, he simultaneously countered with powerful blows. Instead of stopping the match, Bob felt an urge to watch until the very end. The blood of both fighters spilled and scattered all over the ring. It was a life-or-death battlefield. Coach K soaked up the hype of witnessing a real war. This was what gave his life meaning. The crowd roared with excitement. making Carmen's despair feel even more out of place. It's finally time to dive into Kei's past, since the author loves making us feel for every character. Kei had quit boxing to become a paratrooper, possessing legendary potential. Kei understood that boxing was a sport of self-satisfaction. He didn't want to participate in such a puppet show and sought out real-world combat. So he left his coach and joined the military. The rookie became the star of Kei's entire squad, executing missions and honing the art of killing. After taking a life for the first time, he brushed off the guilt. He acted exactly as trained and fought to protect the ideals of justice and peace. He even saved a young boy. Let's just call him Pumpkinhead for now. After completing the campaign, he was seen as a talented soldier destined for promotion. The boy he saved made him a small toy and expressed his wish to become a soldier just like him. He felt surprised and nurtured Pumpkinhead's ideals. He felt a sense of purpose he'd never had before. After completing more missions for the squad, he became a captain and an elite soldier. Kei had a wife and child back home and had entered a hellish battlefield against mercenaries. This was the period when he felt a special state of flow and paved the way for the whole squad. They found a teammate bleeding out while he begged them to run away. Kei immediately got the message and ordered the squad to take cover. They survived the blast, but at the cost of one casualty. Kei determined there was at least one formidable mercenary on the enemy side, posing a massive challenge in this battle. He didn't want to trade his subordinates' lives for the campaign. Kei stepped up himself and charged inside. He could sense at least one enemy within while another was planting a bomb. Both soldiers carried a fierce conviction for survival. The bomb detonated just as Kei burst in. Ironically, the mercenary he was fighting was none other than Pumpkinhead, going through moments of hesitation as he recalled the boy's precious smile. Kei pulled the trigger. That was the day life decided to show its true face to him. Kei returned after completing the mission alone. His face was painted with sadness, but he pretended he was fine, returning to normal life. He always struggled to understand the balance between the two worlds he belonged to. One side required a kill or be killed mindset, while the other lacked those elements. From the hellish battlefield, he returned to everyday life, but the inner emptiness began to swallow him whole. He reunited with his son, but was haunted by what he had done. Kei's mental health took a hit when he woke up from a horrific nightmare, where he shot his own child, an image representing what he had done during the war. He told his wife about the terrible mission he had to participate in, and how he had killed the boy he once saved. Kei recalled how the world froze until the bullet pierced the boy's head, erasing his existence. The feeling made his caring wife burst into tears out of pity for her husband. His wife was an amazing person who always cared for him. She feared that one day she would receive notice of his death. Kei promised her he just needed to finish one last mission, and then he would live a normal life. Everything fell apart when Kei went on a mission. He received news that his family had suddenly passed away. A truck driver accidentally ran them over while they were at the market. The man only got a suspended sentence because the incident wasn't entirely his fault. That was the day everything changed for Kei. He kidnapped the driver and prepared to make him experience the ultimate pain if he didn't answer his questions. Kei had hit rock bottom and was ready to kill anyone. The driver told him he had to decide between saving them or saving many lives at once. It was the classic trolley problem, and, unfortunately, Kei's family had to be sacrificed to save the others. The driver begged and apologized as Kei pointed a gun at his head. He promised he wouldn't do anything to his family. The man begged for his life because he wanted to be there for his daughter's birthday. But Kei soon accepted that everyone dies eventually, just like his family did. So he coldly pulled the trigger, ending the man's life. The scene reminded him of his grandfather's passing, who wore a melancholy expression before taking his last breath. That was the first time he experienced loss and accepted someone's absence. He continued to serve in the military with achievements that made him look like he wasn't even human. Everyone knew he was deeply traumatized by what happened, so a friend checked in on his well-being. Kei said he was fine and had passed the mental health evaluation. He asked Stallone if he had a reason to live. The man actually had no reason, and asked the same question back. Kei replied that he had watched a lamb become a victim of a wolf. Then he saw a lamb being saved, but that same lamb eventually became a victim of a predator anyway. He watched the lamb struggle and wanted to see its endgame. Back on the battlefield, he remained indifferent to the gunfire and chaos. A fun fact about his mental health evaluation: this psychopath answered every question perfectly to get the exact result he wanted. His mind had gone beyond mere insanity. Kei is a graveyard burying the people he loved most. He is the kind of monster who knows how to manipulate even a psych eval. Kei roared when he finally realized the truth. He went mad and realized that humans are free to do whatever they like. The superior ones can enjoy their dominance while the weak perish. In the middle of a battlefield where most people feel trapped, this monster grasped true freedom. He threw his helmet aside and charged straight into the fray. Ammunition didn't matter anymore as K pieced together the only philosophy that made sense to him. Superiority is achieved by taking the life of another creature, and that defines one's omnipotence. In the miserable world he knew, superiority was the only meaning he found. He was challenged to a boxing match right on the battlefield. K accepted the challenge with a smile and annihilated his opponent. He realized that peak superiority didn't need weapons. It was the collision of fists between the strongest beings. Stallone was no more. K had accepted the madness in his head. He nurtured a thirst to validate the pinnacle of superiority. That brings us to the present, with a horrific battle unfolding before the public eye. Carmen felt the madness erupting, while Aaron's wife was begging him to stop. Both monsters from the same coach are fighting to be the god who holds the power of life and death. The round ended with Aaron's coach explaining that he still had the edge thanks to having a larger blood volume in his body. Fate decreed you'd lose this match because your wounds are getting deeper with every round. Kay knew this signaled doom for his fighter. He reminded him that this would be the deciding round because he'd be defeated if it dragged on any longer. Kay will finally show the world the birth of a new god. The heavyweight monster fought for survival, cherishing the life of his family. He endured countless painful strikes until one of his punches dislocated Yu's left shoulder. With one arm disabled and his right fist bleeding internally, the match ending was only a matter of time. Beyond the world of boxing, Aaron Tide wanted to discover the meaning of life. His wife gave him a simple explanation, wanting to give him a clear answer instead of something vague. Yu's stance in the ring began to crumble. He was at a disadvantage since he couldn't drag the match out any longer. The deciding moment, the factor between life and death, had arrived. One was the ultimate killing machine, the other was cold indifference. The fighters lunged for the final assault. Aaron aimed a hook to crush Yu's brain, while Yu unleashed a powerful straight punch to crush his heart. The moment drew near as their fists almost touched each other's bodies. Aaron's wife revealed that the beauty and meaning of life lies in loving others. Aaron awakened his humanity at the very last second. Both fighters were just children struggling with loneliness. A thunderous boom echoed as the emperor of the heavyweight division hit the floor. Aaron Tide had been conquered while Kay's ultimate dream came true. The whole world witnessed the horror in the match's conclusion. Kay wanted our boy to rest after that amazing match, and he looked at Aaron with cold indifference. The champion was rushed to the ER while his wife waited and prayed for his survival. That boy had only one dream at the orphanage. He wanted a family, but that dream was being snatched away from him. Anxiety flooded her mind until the thought of death terrified her. Thankfully, the doctors saved the champion's life, but he remained in critical condition. Emily, his child, worried that her father would die. The little girl started crying, so her mother had to comfort her. Carmen unexpectedly appeared and apologized for being the one at fault. Instead of blaming her, she told Carmen that this match was unusual because you could have been in Aaron's position. When the punch was about to hit his head, Aaron hesitated at the last moment and stopped. He chose to hold onto his humanity after being tormented by the past. He refused to become the monster the coach had molded him into. She was proud of her husband and wanted to be strong for him. But even with such strong words, she broke down in distress as the thought of his death terrified Aaron's wife. That night, the 9-division champion returned home with his cat, sharing a bed with the one who was always by his side. The fighter Yu had made his mark on history, becoming the fastest fighter to conquer 9 weight classes in a total of 22 matches with 0 losses. But this story isn't over yet. Jay announced his return to boxing and challenged his first opponent, Fabrizio Santorino. Aaron's condition was mourned by the whole world, while others celebrated the rise of the strongest fighter to conquer 9 weight classes. Even Aaron was nothing but an obstacle to him. The birth of a supreme entity created by a mad coach. The world had witnessed it all. At the same time, Jay's sudden return made many wonder if he wanted to challenge that fighter in the ring. Many questions left boxing fans puzzled, but Kay was there to answer them all during his press conference. Peter asked about future plans. Kay explained that he wanted Yu to drop back to middleweight to maintain his peak performance. But that wasn't all. The main reason this man wanted him back in middleweight was because of Jay. The coach was looking to prove a point and publicly declared a funeral for Jay. The commentator Bob knew things would go down this way. Both Kay and Jay had opposing life ideals. Bob recalled facing Jay in the ring. "You're the type of fighter that everyone respects. Jay doesn't have the most illustrious career because he's tasted defeat before, but one thing's for sure. He'll give anyone a hard time in the ring, no matter who they are. Jay's fights are different from the usual hype of winning or losing. He evokes a sense of fulfillment in everyone's heart. Chavo remembers him as an outstanding fighter. Many others remember Jay as a boxer in the exact same way. He's the kind of person who pushes you to give your absolute all in a fight. That boxer has returned to the ring because the strongest fighter on the canvas isn't a monster like Aaron or you, but the man who fully represents the spirit of boxing. He climbed the ranks and swept through every opponent just to get a shot at Fabrizio. On the day of the match, the whole world wondered if the Golden Boy could get past Santorino to face you. Fabrizio also marked his return to the big stage. Unfortunately, his opponent held a grudge against this meathead for cheating in their previous bout. In response, he headbutted him and got a warning from the referee. Fabrizio calmly told him they don't play dirty anymore, so it's all good. For the first time in a long while, he cast aside the entertainment factor and focused on the authentic side of boxing. Even though it made him hated by the audience, who still haven't forgiven the Santorino brothers, Fabrizio didn't mind. The opponent pummeled him across the ring, refusing to forgive this disgusting human for his past actions. Despite the disappointment, Fabrizio gently asked if he had finally vented all his feelings. He had become a mature fighter, realizing that guys like this will always exist in the ring, but he only kept his world title through dirty tricks. He no longer wanted to tarnish his name with foul play and finally defeated his opponent fair and square. Both brothers celebrated their first victory as true fighters. Fabrizio reclaimed the interim middleweight belt, and they were even happier than when they first became world champions. The day the final title fight arrived, it was the match between Jay and Fabrizio. The kind of guy who'd likely go back to his old ways when pushed into a corner, but the Golden Boy Jay wasn't worried about that. Marco warned his younger brother to be cautious with the opponent because he was a seasoned pro. Fabrizio had always craved a match like this. He held immense respect for Jay and didn't want him to have to face a monster. So in this fight, instead of just chasing the belt, Fabrizio hoped to convey his desire to stop Jay. The match began, and almost immediately, an opportunity flashed for Fabrizio, the first knockdown. That guy didn't even know what hit him, and only managed to stand up at the final second. Fabrizio realized that this time, Jay wasn't holding back at all. He unleashed a rain of punches to corner Jay, who barely managed to block one of the strikes. Jay is the type of fighter who doesn't possess a specific boxing style. He switches styles mid-fight and doesn't even have a fixed combat habit. Marco tried to study him, but nothing went according to his plan. That's why his only strategy for Fabrizio was to beat Jay with everything he had. So that's what's going down right now. The Santorino brothers could never become the best on their own. So they combined their skills to reach for the championship belt. They stopped messing with dirty tricks and focused on the perfection of the match. In this fight, they were worthy contenders for the title. Jay took a hit and felt proud of their growth. Then he fired back with a liver shot. The stinging pain brought Fabrizio to his knees. He couldn't believe Jay had always been this strong. Yet even Jay's power paled in comparison to that monster. He didn't want a match to end with Jay's death. Fabrizio stood back up. He recalled the first time they met him. Back then, they were just rookie fighters struggling to pay their mother's hospital bills. The only goal of boxing was to train mind and body like crazy just to crush the opponent. The sole purpose of boxing was to spend hours of mind-numbing training to destroy other fighters, but that feeling was absent in this match. In the fight with Jay, he felt comforted and accepted rather than attacked. It was as if that fighter was gently embracing and consoling him. Fabrizio refused to send him off to a monster like you, while Jay sensed his purpose and threw light-speed jabs to get his message across. Marco didn't understand how someone like Jay could have zero combat habits. Even Yu's perfection had habits that could be exploited. But this guy had absolutely nothing. Fabrizio saw a spark in his eyes that answered all his questions. He intentionally quit and spoke to the referee. No one knows what words were exchanged in the ring. Even Kay, the true god of boxing, is coming to witness the fight with the strongest being alive. After his victory, Jay declared he would challenge you in the ring. He earned the interim championship belt after defeating Fabrizio. The whole world wonders what will happen in the clash between these two fighters. In an interview with Peter, you said that boxing just means dodging and hitting, exactly what his coach taught him. Peter believes that although Kay trains the strongest fighters, they all lack a special element. They lack the human element. On the other hand, Jay is a complete mystery. No one knows why he's so obsessed with meeting you in the ring. Especially since this monster even sent his own coach straight to the hospital after just one training session. Cut to Aaron's wife. She weeps for him while he remains unconscious. The next day, at the press conference, Kay answered on behalf of you, reminding everyone that the comeback of a legendary puncher means absolutely nothing. He is determined to show the world that this match will be the most brutal in boxing history because he has achieved everything he wanted. His ultimate goal is to crush Jay to satisfy his personal pleasure. After that spine-chilling answer, the mic was passed to Jay, who stated he has a clear intention. He plans to win this match no matter what. Jay's coach thinks, he's gone crazy challenging a fighter like you right after coming out of retirement. No one knows what he's thinking. Jay talks about the emptiness of the universe. He feels incredibly sad and lonely. The meaning of existence is so vague. Yu's little furball took its last breath and surrendered to death. The boy always wondered if his existence had a deeper meaning than just survival. The shadows of the past haunt him. The basement was the only home the boy ever knew. In this dark basement, an unfortunate woman gave birth to a child. She felt his weak embrace. Many people are born into this world to take on different roles and experience feelings of sadness, joy, and despair. Life and death follow humanity, and the boy was no exception. But every time the door opened, he saw the boogeyman, the embodiment of nightmares coming to devour him. The boy was beaten and abused by his father in the basement. He no longer had enough emotions to describe what he felt. The father took his anger out on the boy mercilessly while he prayed for his life to end. The boy's life wouldn't be snuffed out even in the face of such pain. He had given up on living and stopped crying. The boy didn't care about anything anymore because that was the only life he knew. With his last bit of strength, the boy cooked instant noodles for his mother, but she smashed the bowl against the wall, neglecting her own health. The boy cleaned the floor and emphasized the importance of eating well. He ate the same food within the decaying walls of the stinking room. The boy lived for 7 years locked in that small basement. One day, a strange creature broke into the basement and entered his world. The shadows of the world colored his surroundings. The appearance of the stranger allowed the prisoner to escape his chains. He climbed all the way to the top and explored the outside world for the first time. 7 years after being born, the boy finally knew what it felt like to be outside. He felt everything and saw the height of the stars. A tall girl noticed him and greeted the boy. He was too overwhelmed and didn't know how to respond. The boy was always filled with insecurity about the present. The girl asked for his name, but he didn't even know what that was. Looking at the wounds, she knew he was in trouble. So she decided to show him around the neighborhood. They ran into an old man who gave him some candy. Even though the taste was gross, the boy still liked the candy because he'd never had anything like it before. That was when he realized there were even better treats out there waiting for him. They saw a student who was depressed while cramming for the civil service exam. He was crying because the academic pressure was just too much. Then they met a man walking in circles, muttering where. They awkwardly followed him for a few laps and eventually reached their destination. The girl was very fond of the cat that had just given birth to a litter of kittens. She helped him climb up to a spot with a beautiful panoramic view of the city. The girl shared that everyone lives and dies the same way, and she was just one of many existing in this massive system of life. The truth about life terrified her, but the boy who had lived in the worst conditions didn't understand a word she was saying. To him, the sky was a graveyard full of resting stars. That sight made him feel something totally foreign. He went back home to his mother and immediately announced that he had been outside. Meanwhile, the girl was being chased by a creepy old geezer. He rambled on about everything he saw, felt, and experienced in the outside world. In response, he got a slap from his mother, who suffered from abandonment issues in her distress. She begged him to stay by her side. As for the girl, she survived after tossing the man to save herself. The boy rested on a planet where everyone craved to feel or achieve something. Those emotions were foreign to him until now. His only desire was to go out and explore the world. He learned how to count heartbeats and realized his mother slept for at least 21,000 beats. So, while counting heartbeats, he snuck out into the outside world. He kept counting while reminiscing about his memories. He remembered every street but couldn't find the girl. The girl suddenly hugged him from behind, thrilled that he had come looking for her. She wondered what he was doing, so he explained he was counting heartbeats. She pressed her ear to his chest to listen to his heart. Then she took him for another walk around town. The boy got to taste all kinds of candy and saw everyone in the outside world struggling to make a living. He played with the kittens and gradually felt his existence blooming. One day, the girl couldn't climb the stairs anymore. Her illness had taken a turn for the worse. They rested in a field while the boy continued to count heartbeats. She broke the bad news about her impending death. Unfortunately, the tumor inside her was spreading like a plague, and she had to have several organs removed to survive. She said she used to feel like the main character growing up, but soon realized she was just a grain of sand among many, destined to vanish from the earth. She couldn't answer what the meaning of life was. She wondered why creatures leave descendants to make their mark. She looked at the boy for comfort. For the first time, the boy stopped counting his heartbeats. The world kept turning, and when he returned home, his mother had smashed everything to pieces. She lunged at him and started choking him immediately. Even as he was dying, the boy still asked what his name was. A rush of emotion flowed from his eyes. When his mother realized what she was doing, she apologized to her son and even cooked instant noodles for them both to eat. Then, as they prepared for bed, she asked him to tell her about his experiences in the outside world. He felt an unprecedented peace, thinking that perhaps his life would be smooth from here on out. The girl had taught him how to draw, so he drew a picture of a happy family. But the very next day, horror struck when his mother chose to end her own life. The boy's father was a gangster, and his mother worked in the illegal entertainment industry. They came together thinking they could understand each other, but because of the woman's infidelity, the man went insane and locked her in the basement. As his mother's life hung by a thread, the boy held her, trembling. The girl desperately wanted him to have a normal family, and even thought that one day he would get just that. But the cruel father flew into a rage when he saw his wife was dead. In a fit of fury, he beat the boy until he was covered in blood. He only knew how to vent his violent frustration on him, making the boy wonder from a young age, what's so fun about hitting people? He thought his life was over. But even while being battered at the hands of the man called father, all he desperately begged for was to be loved by him. This made the man livid, and he lunged to punch him. But that day the boy discovered something. He slashed his father with a blade, and at the tender age of 7, his perception of the world shattered. The boy followed the light outside, but the girl was no longer there to comfort him. She left him a sketch of her cat. The old man who once gave him candy had passed away in his sleep. The student cramming for the exam slipped, fell, and lost his life. The boy witnessed all of this right before his eyes. To get revenge on the girl, that man killed both the cat and its litter of kittens. Death surrounded him. The girl who cherished his drawing had also taken her last breath. The body count around him kept rising. No matter where he went, nothing changed. Broken, lost, and collapsed in a gutter, he sat under a light. Then he met the little fur ball that has followed him until now. But even now, his closest ally, the little fur ball he loved, is gone too. The next day, you showed up at the gym looking like a pale ghost after days without sleep. Aaron warned Kay about his condition, but contrary to Aaron's concerns, Kay believed his monster was in the absolute best state to fight. The day of the match has arrived. The golden boy is waiting for the upcoming bout while the coach brushes Yu's hair. To get him ready, this dude is lecturing him while styling his hair. The fighters are called to the big stage as the middleweight world title match begins. The all-time undefeated champion will face the legendary puncher, Jay. Everyone is hyped because the opponent this time is completely different from those before. They all want to know the reason why he came to fight you in this match. Even Jay is present in the audience. Gene is here too, which really annoys Stella. He wants to see if he will sink deep into the void of doom or find salvation. Yudo and his wife feel the same way. They're all terrified of the machine-like puncher who destroyed every world champion. Even Yudo admitted that he felt true terror when fighting him. Everything he worked so hard to build became meaningless before the invincible puncher. But after every match, Yu sank deeper into the darkness. Yudo Takeda is cheering for the champion to find a new light. The Santorino brothers don't have much faith in how the match is going. They wonder why Jay would want to face a monster like you in the ring. As for Victor, this guy is crying because you never showed up to get that mohawk of his. Aaron's wife absolutely loathes you, and his coach. But she still wants to see the outcome of this match. She wants to see the meaning behind Aaron's choice. The fighters step into the ring. Fabrizio noted that Yu is unbeatable, especially with his superhuman feats in the fight against Aaron. Though his raw power might be capped due to the weight class difference, there's no doubt Yu is the absolute ruler of the middleweight division. All eyes are glued to this match. The bell rings and the fight begins. But for some reason, neither of them attacks the other. The referee even has to remind them to start fighting. Yu questions the golden boy on whether he knows the reason behind the world's ultimate pain, the true meaning of existence, and what it means for a monster like him. He seeks answers from the fighters standing before him, who is preparing to face the definition of death. As Yu tears up the canvas and stains the arena red with Jay's blood. Round 1 had just begun, and Jay already felt the presence of a true monster staring him down. This battle is totally different from the previous ones. Jay experiences a world of pain that exists as a reminder of Yu's bloodbath. All he focuses on is dealing out violence and pain. Coach K is extremely satisfied with this performance. While everyone fears for Yu's life, he walks the path of monsters. He feels an indescribable sadness when ordinary people struggle so much just to live a minimal life, knowing that soon their existence will be gone. Jay feels the rage in every single one of Yu's punches. The meaning of life is clear to Yu, brutally beating his opponents. Yu reveals a terrifying side of himself. He doesn't give his opponent a single second to react, while the whole world wonders how the hell Jay plans to save himself. Even after this brutal beating, Jay is still forcing himself to stay up in the ring. The whole world sees a monster that has far surpassed human capability. Jay takes devastating hits, while the crowd can only wonder, what is he even doing? Coach K thinks this is a perfect testament to the way things should be. People are even booing the legendary Golden Boy for putting on such a performance. Back then, Bob was the middleweight champion, but another guy had also finished his debut matches. He suffered a pathetic defeat, but still looked like he'd won a title fight. Jay gives meaning to weakness. This makes the coach's blood boil. He wants the whole world to see the true nature of the monster he created. No one can defeat him. That has been proven through his power. Round 2 begins with similarly brutal strikes. Then it shifts to round 3. Bob doesn't know where this match is headed. Even trying to endure the match to show grit is pointless, as Yu has annihilated guys like Fabrizio over 12 rounds. Jay's coach wonders what he's planning, because so far, nothing is working. For that miserable and lonely boy, Yu experiences ultimate sadness and continues to vent his rage. But Jay refuses to back down and looks the monster straight in the eyes, representing death in the ring. The kids at the orphanage are watching this match. Carmen has returned to serve at this orphanage after leaving Kay. Kay thinks it's all just one big coincidence, and no one is capable of reaching Yu's heights. Fighting against him is an experience of total isolation and pain. The pain he endures has become his very boxing style. It represents the hardships he has managed to survive. The commentators can't wrap their heads around what's happening. Suddenly, Jay presses forward as he switches to an in-boxer style. Carmen sees the miserable state of Yu and chats with the orphanage director. He is the strongest fighter she's ever known, but because of that, no one left in this world can beat him or save him. The director remarks that his opponent is equally strong, a boy from the same orphanage. The director has never seen a kid stronger than Jay in his entire life. When he first showed up at the gym after retiring, Jay wanted to fulfill a promise to a boy he met while traveling the world. Even though his time in this world is running out, he wants to deliver a message to that boy. Jay drops to his knees after taking a devastating knockdown. The doctor had begged Jay to stop boxing altogether, but he persisted in training. On the outside, it looked like he was in peak form. But on the inside, he already had 1 foot in the grave. His coach advised him against competing, but Jay wanted to pursue the question of meaning. He wanted to chase it in the ring and communicate with you. Jay might have come back stronger than ever, but the whole time, he was just holding back. He wanted to save his energy for the fight against you. Of course, Fabrizio understood this. But now he's frustrated because Jay isn't doing anything in the ring. Jay gets pummeled and knocked down for the second time. But he gets back up again. He gasps for air as blood gushes from every part of his body. Jay perseveres just to talk to the boy. Round 5 ends as Jay survives another brutal beating. The coach reminds him of his very first debut, and how he stepped into the ring despite having broken ribs the day before. This man possesses an ultimate passion for boxing, even while dying in the ring against a monstrous opponent. Even after being beaten, Jay still thinks the world of boxing. It's a sport where people meet and share their stories in the ring. Jay believes that boxing represents true love. Round 6 is about to start, with Bob predicting that Jay will only throw 1 punch. And that will be the only one until the match ends. He wants to pour all his energy into this single punch, and it might be the only kind of strike that you won't be able to dodge. Yu lands heavy blows, knocking the life out of the Golden Boy for the whole world to see. Kate is beyond bored believing that. Ultimate power will crush everything, since every living being will vanish into nothingness. Carmen can feel Yu's sadness. She calls him the loneliest fighter in the world. Someone who has overcome obsession, persistent effort, and even luck. You have conquered the representatives of every ideal. Carmen tried her best to save him, but she was left with a broken heart. There are always people who support each other in life, but Yu has no one. He has always been alone. The director argues that right now, Yu isn't alone at all. There's someone dying over and over again just to teach him about love. Jay perseveres through his toughest challenge, yet while the coach clings to the hope that he has some kind of plan. He persists to save Kay's monster. Round 6 is a total bloodbath for the fighter. Rounds 7 and 8 pass with him being knocked down. For an impossible ideal. No one knows what he's fighting for, but he keeps getting back up. He's standing up for the boy in the corner of the ring. His body gushes more blood as the audience watches in horror. The fight drags on to the 11th round. No one thinks this looks like boxing anymore. It has transcended the boundaries of what's considered human. The final round is closing in. Kay wants you to finish the match without holding anything back. Meanwhile, Jay's body is consuming its own protein to survive. He's lost so much weight just trying to stay alive in the ring. He doesn't even know what he's doing here anymore. The coach realizes that even his brain has suffered trauma. But instead of turning him away, The coach reminds him that he came here to teach someone about love. Recalling that purpose, he enters the ring for the final round. Each side represents darkness and light, death and life. One person holds meaning in his fists while the other is empty. The final round of this war has now begun. Jay's agony continues with punch after punch. He casts aside every emotion until he reaches love. He remembers watching on TV about the existence of a God who died for the sins of humanity. But the boy couldn't understand how a deity could exist. He had a million questions for God. He wanted to know why he grew up in this living hell. He wanted to know why he refused to save him from suffering or even allowed such things to happen. The boy desperately questioned why his world was filled with death. So he kept clinging to God for answers. As he cruelly knocked Jay down, Yu's resolve wavered violently because he craved an answer. Jay smiles at him like a brilliant ray of sunshine. It's clear that power alone can never defeat loneliness. This world is full of people plagued by vices. They worship material desires without ever knowing gratitude. Rage drives them, and anxiety drowns their future. Some lives are lost to accidents, while others suffer from violence. Some pass away from illness. This world is equally cruel to everyone because everyone struggles just the same. The conclusion he reached is that after everything, only defeat awaits humanity. Even the author agrees that one day we will all embrace death, the bleak truth of this world. That is what Kay wanted him to see. Countless stories arise, and they all end with the same conclusion. Kay wants him to throw the match and surrender. The orphanage director tells Carmen that death draws near when one is lonely. No matter how many relationships you build throughout life, facing death means you are truly alone. At the same time, if there were a God, he would sacrifice his life to do anything for love. Jay is the embodiment of that existence. As he's covered in blood, but still refuses to stop, Kay starts getting annoyed because Yu is dragging out this match. The golden boy, drenched in fresh blood, has accepted his death. Kay orders his monster to end it. But Yu's resolve has wavered and nearly shattered. The golden boy finally catches up to the punches, leaving Kay stunned. He refuses to go down, denying the reality of the situation. On the contrary, Yu is the one who is exhausted and feeling the pressure of the match. Kay acts like a coward, trying to use force to stop the match, but even the referee is too stunned to do anything. The whole world watches a spectacular sight unfolding. The fighter who accepted death long ago is now fighting to save a boy. From the start, he wasn't there to win. Jay moves forward with undying persistence while Yu tries to push him further and further away. Fear grips Yu, showing the world a side of the monster they've never seen. 10 seconds before it all ends, Jay continues to step forward. He tanks dozens of punches but refuses to back down, pressing on until he corners Yu. The lonely boy who was never saved by anyone now feels the comfort of the light. Jay throws a punch very slowly and gently touches Yu's forehead, landing a hit on him for the first time in boxing history. The match ends as the entire arena erupts in emotion. Everyone experiences a special feeling as the boy starts to burst into tears. Jay comforts him despite the agony as the match closes. After the match, the light returned to Yu's eyes, while Jay was stretchered out in critical condition. For the first time in his life, the boy felt like he was no longer alone. After the fight, Aaron's coach quietly passed away, consumed by guilt over what had happened to him. He regretted not throwing in the towel and visited him every single day. Later, his wife told Aaron about the funeral. She used to be bitter toward you, and the circumstances had alienated her from her family. But she accepted the responsibility and put her faith in her husband's life. She will wait for him to wake up and keep moving forward. The lives of the world champions continued as normal. After the final match, Kay closed the gym and vanished. There were many rumors about his death, but nothing was ever confirmed. It was the same for Jay. People didn't know where he went and wondered if he had gone traveling again. Carmen stayed at the orphanage, hoping to soothe human suffering. So many lives had fallen in the ring, putting a full stop to their stories. Just like you, there was a boy miserable and lost under the night sky. Our grown-up protagonist came to the rescue, asking if the boy was okay. He comforted the boy with Jay's words, saying that the stars are shining just for him, no matter how harsh life gets. You lived out his life with Carmen and the kids at the orphanage, beautifully wrapping up the main story of the fighter. But there's more to this story than just the end of Yu's journey. The next decisive battle is between Jay and Ryu. The two meet again in the ring. Jay's debut lasted 2 minutes against a veteran puncher. He entered his second match and stepped up to the canvas. Steel comforted him, but Jay wasn't too worried about this fight. He had a very special feeling. The match began with a sharp jab at the opponent. Even though Jay faced a tough veteran, it only meant his upcoming opponents would be even stronger. He maintained high pressure and unleashed high-energy punches. knocking his opponent out cold. Taekwon believed this was the start of Jay's growth, having surpassed his previous limits. Jay won the match, opening up a positive loop of success. He started enjoying life, thinking about boxing even while showering at the gym. He was a beast, continuing to crush opponents and maintaining an impressive winning streak. It was a convergence of victory, growth, and joy. But such triumphs easily lead to the fear of failure and arrogance. Eventually, Jay was defeated because he wasn't a naturally gifted fighter. His body had limits, unlike those monsters. Taekwon told him to rest because it's a crucial part of the training process. Meanwhile, the Mohawk guy was playing mind games with the kid, threatening to shave his head bald if he lost. The higher a person climbs, the greater the sense of loss becomes. After the first loss, Steele wondered if the kid would even show up at the gym anymore. When they arrived at the gym, the boy was working the heavy bag tirelessly, without any sign of slumping. Taekwon realized Jay was fueled by a passion for boxing. He continued to evolve even after tasting defeat. Though his growth rate was slower than the geniuses, he possessed infinite potential for development, something those geniuses lacked. The scene shifts to Shirha, who is yawning while watching Jay, the fighter who would one day challenge him for the title. Jay was beyond hyped for the upcoming title match. He had fought tough pro boxers, experiencing both wins and losses to become a worthy challenger. While he and the coach were roaring with intensity at each other, Steele wasn't exactly confident, thinking he'd get his head cracked in the very first round. Shirha is a lazy guy who makes coming late to practice a regular habit. He doesn't find fighters like Jay interesting at all, but the coach advises him to stay sharp to stay in the game. The match between the well-trained fighters ends in a flash as Shirha defeats his opponent without even needing headgear. He is the youngest junior welterweight champion. He's the same age as you, but has already successfully defended his title 9 times. He was ready for the World Pro Circuit, but chose to stay in the domestic leagues. They watched the match between him and The Rock, the same guy who fought Jay in his debut. Rock throws a provocative straight punch to corner him, before crushing him with a relentless flurry of punches. Shirha escapes the corner, but to Jay, it looks like The Rock had the upper hand against the champion throughout the fight. But the reality is completely different. The Rock looks disappointed, as if he realized he had already lost the match. Round 2 starts and ends way too fast. It's the total opposite of round 1. Shirha adapted to the intel gathered in the first round and used it against his opponent in the second. The first round for every opponent is the same, but no one can touch him during that round, no matter how hard they try. Jay's defeat is certain if he can't beat his opponent right in the first round. They discuss tactics, but this time there's no game plan. Even his coach doesn't know how to deal with an opponent like that. Jay lacks destructive power and doesn't really have a finishing move to end the fight. His opponent is basically the kryptonite for traditional technical fighters. Techniques always become habits, and he's the type who adapts to those movements with machine-like precision. Jay's own techniques will backfire against such a fighter, so the coach just tells him to stick to the basics while he figures out a way to handle the opponent. Jake does some shadow boxing against the welterweight champion, but he can't find an opening. He knows the 4 basic boxing moves he's practiced his whole life, but those weapons will fail at stopping the opponent. While he's struggling, Rob sees him and catches up with Jay. He realizes it's because of the champion. The guy faces despair before the upcoming match, thinking all his efforts will betray him. Rob reads him like a book and explains his regrets about the match. Because he didn't believe in his own hard work, he suffered a pathetic defeat. He thinks he's the one who betrayed his own efforts because he wouldn't have had any regrets if he had tried harder. Before leaving, Rob asked the guy about those last-second dodges in their debut match. Jay says his body just moved on its own without thinking. And it wasn't just luck that decided the outcome. It was thanks to his hard work. Rock wants him to give 100 in the upcoming match, reigniting the fire in his spirit. Jay runs back to the coach, having found the solution to his problem. But the coach has another plan. He's found someone else to help train Jay. When Jay enters the gym, Yuto and Masaki are waiting for them there. Both Jay and Yuto even act exactly the same way when greeting each other. Shirha refuses to train or stay healthy because he's arrogant enough to think he'll easily beat Jay. After training with the world champion, Jay felt overwhelmed for 2 months, but now it's time for him to test his strength. Jay's coach is shocked to see the champion's impressive physique. This puncher doesn't even need to try and still stays in amazing shape. But when Jay takes his shirt off, the whole world sees every muscle rippling. He looks phenomenal to the average person. Shirha reaches out to shake Jay's hand, hoping for a good fight. But in that brief moment, he already learned a few things about him. Finally, the match is here. Jay has come this far through sheer hard work. But Shirha started his adaptation process the moment they shook hands. Shirha is bored to death. He wants to compete with the big names on the world stage after this. The 2 strongest warriors face off. Ha is certain of his victory, but even he knows his limits. He knows he'd lose to monsters like Yudo. He knows exactly where he stands in the rankings. Power-wise, Ha only feels a rush when fighting someone whose moves he can't predict. He wonders what Jay will show him in this fight. The match begins, and Jay scores an immediate knockdown. Ha's coach is in shock, seeing such sudden improvement from the challenger. But the champion isn't that easy to take down and has recovered. Round 2 begins as Jake tries to execute the same attack. However, the opponent has seen right through this move. But Jay gets caught in an ambush Jay eventually trained with Yudo to achieve a special kind of grind. The hardest worker in the world surpassed him at every level. Jay wanted to catch up to the world champion with everything he had. In the second week, Jay adjusted his training regime, but still admired Yudo's excellence. The third week was exactly the same. He couldn't keep up with Yudo's pace. He learned that focus and effort are both vital when not a single one of his movements became sloppy during training. The retired boxer still strives for growth with an undying thirst, even with no one left to fight. By the 5th week, his body felt heavy. He felt true terror and felt the weight of his body collapsing on him. Jay succumbed to the brutal training that Masaki had laid out. The only thing he cared about was the heavy bag in front of him. He wanted to become a powerful fighter like his father. That was the moment he broke his limits and evolved into a mighty boxer. Ha is facing his worst challenge, yet against this relentless, resilient opponent. As he exhausts himself, Jay lands the deciding blow and knocks the champion down. Just one more knockdown, and Jay will become the champion. The boy was only 9 years old when he found life too boring to live. But now he sees a warrior giving him a real challenge in the ring. Even Yudo and Masaki came to watch the match. Though Jay couldn't change much in such short training time, his growth has started to bear the fruits of labor. Hard work isn't the only thing that shows growth. It means casting aside life's pleasures to pursue greatness. It means sacrificing relationships until everything is stripped away from a person's life. All of that is then condensed into a single point, creating spectacular achievements. The crowd cheers for our boy, who is pressing the champion with a barrage of punches. Round 1 isn't over yet, and this is his only chance to beat Ha. He throws dozens of attacks. But then it happened. Ha's adaptation process is complete as he counters his opponent's hard work with just a bit of his talent. The genius junior welterweight champion lands a thunderous punch as round 1 ends. But now it's a real problem for Jay. Because even after 2 knockdowns, Ha is still ready to give him a taste of misery in the next round. He doesn't feel too bored or excited in his match with Jay. Masaki and Yudo wonder how the match will unfold. The champion wonders what secret weapon he's still hiding to take him down. Taekwon reminds the student that he'll throw in the towel if Jay doesn't finish the fight in the next round. The match begins, and Ha shuts down Jay's initiative. He lands a knockout punch that drops Jay. But suddenly, Ha realizes he took a heavy hit in that same moment. He realized Jay's strategy was to tank hits while relentlessly swarming his opponent. The match continued with Jay trading damage point for everything he took. He was trying to turn the fight into a war of attrition. Counterpunches are extremely hard to land because they paralyze the receiver's body before they can strike back. That's why Jay pushed his body to the limit to endure such a beatdown. He was bringing the heat to the champion after grinding hard to bulk up. This was a battle between a natural predator and an average Joe. But even with that muscle, he still took brutal damage after every single blow. Jay's movements began to stumble as the damage stacked up. It was now or never. His grit pinned the opponent down, so Ha aimed for the liver, the most sensitive part of the body. Excruciating pain set in, but in that split second, he landed a counter that dropped the champion. It was a counter to a counter as both fighters struggled to stay in the game. Jay unleashed a strike that nearly made him collapse. He used this moment to try and finish Ha. Both fighters executed perfect counters. But Jay took a fatal blow from the champion and was knocked down again. Memories of Ryu flashed through his mind. That was the match where he truly struggled against his opponent. A fighter who fought freely without sticking to any stance. Ha used Ryu's exact same movements when he dodged. Even though he stood up, Jay had taken massive damage and had little gas left in the tank. Ha felt like Jay had no cards left to play. He battered Jay all over the canvas, thinking he should just put an end to the match. But right before he could, the round ended. Ha advised him to throw in the towel for his own sake. On the contrary, the blonde guy was still obsessed with his match. Taekwon wanted him to quit, but he stayed in the game. Round 3 began, and Ha easily handled Jay and his sluggish movements. The only thing this kid had left was his chin, just like he learned back in school. The coach thought he'd lost his mind, but Jay still wanted one more round. Shurha beat him to a pulp while commenting on the mundane and boring aspects of life. Heroes and villains don't exist like in comic books because miracles are just fiction. Most people are victims of the circumstances they were born into. Jay managed to land a hit on Shurha, who suddenly refused to dodge the punch. The truth was Shurha had also accumulated serious damage. This allowed Jay to land his shots. Both fighters were struggling to hang on, but now came the clutch moment of the match. For Jay, he had overcome massive hurdles, giving him the strength to endure that pain. His opponent was a talented giant relying on unleashing flurries. But he gassed himself out, giving Jay the opening for an uppercut. Shurha dodged the hook and repeated Ryu's counter-jet punch. But that wasn't enough to take him out. Jay followed up with a counterpunch and knocked Shurha down. As they both hit the canvas, both fighters were knocked down at the same time. The referee started the count as Jay forced himself up to stand firm. The crowd went wild as he won the match. A new national champion was born while Shurha tasted defeat. For the first time in his boxing career, he once thought he'd lose to someone more talented, but that prediction was wrong. One person boxed just for self-entertainment, while the other had surpassed himself. It's clear Jay deserved this win. Jay won the junior welterweight title match. The scene shifts to a face we've all been dying to see. It's Ryu, who has just been released after serving his time in prison. He goes back to find his boss, no longer wanting to do the dirty work for these thugs. But he suddenly feels dizzy because they drugged Ryu's food. He's still as skilled as ever and doesn't mind wrecking them. The whole gang lunges at him, but he takes them all down. After flattening them and reminding those bottom feeders of their place, he's ready to kill anyone who gets in Ryu's way. He wonders exactly where his life started spiraling out of control. He doesn't know if it started with the humiliation of defeat or the act of hitting someone. At the rock bottom of society, Ryu has become a nobody, until Josh finds him outside his bar. He begs for food and then collapses. Josh gives him a good meal and finds out they're the same age. He even offers Ryu a chance to work at the bar, but he refuses, thinking that kind of job just isn't his vibe. He glares at Josh's trophies and realizes he's a boxer. Curious, Ryu asks if Josh ever made it big in the pros. He replies that he was only good at local fights. The world stage is a whole different beast. Something stirs inside Ryu, and he begs to spar with him. Annoyed, Josh takes him to the alley to settle things with Ryu. He looks down on him, but Ryu still strikes incredibly fast. Josh dodges his hit, but still struggles a bit. Coincidentally, Jin's coach arrived to witness Ryu's boxing potential. He possesses incredible timing and excellent reflexes. At the same time, his movements are very strange. This is due to the leg injury he's been suffering from. As a result, Josh punches him to the ground. Josh reminds him that back in the day, he was a much greater fighter than he is now. Recalling an aggravating conversation with Kay, Josh claims there are two geniuses in Korea even stronger than him despite never having learned boxing. He leaves the white-haired brat lying there in the gutter. Jin stands before him and asks what he truly wants. But in response, that salty guy just tells him to beat it. He looks pathetic lying on the ground, but Peter still extends an invitation, telling him to find him if he wants to go pro. No matter where he goes, Ryu's past still haunts him through images of Jay. The image of you absolutely terrifies him. And Josh reminds him of his own inadequacy. Even Kay called him a piece of useless trash, making him feel weaker than ever. Peter meets Jin and tells him about an interesting guy he met on the street. Ryu follows the path Peter laid out for him. Back then, he watched the match between Yu and Jay, where the world seemed to freeze in place. Ryu finally arrives at the gym and expresses his desire to become a pro boxer. Peter wants to hear it from the bottom of his heart and soul. Ryu gave the old man what he wanted, but he won't get a free pass for training. After all, he is one of the best coaches in the world. But he's willing to give him a discount if he works a local restaurant. So the guy is kicked out to learn the value of hard work. The next day, he goes to Josh's bar and sincerely says he wants to work in the kitchen. Josh demands that he apologize for his actions. In his entire life, Ryu never thought he'd apologize to anyone. But he's forced to eat his words and choke out an apology. He felt embarrassed, but also a sense of freedom. He was finally experiencing a kind of growth he'd never had before. Ryu got straight to washing dishes. But low-key, he was secretly planning to destroy Josh in a revenge rematch. He got a clean buzz cut and was determined to change for the better. When he first arrived at the gym, he saw Jin, the man who had faced off against the best in the world. Ryu paid his membership fees, and Peter gave him his first boxing lesson. Ryu hated being clowned on because he already knew those basic moves. He preferred learning how to fight through actual combat, but Peter told him he still didn't know jack about boxing. Ryu tried to show off his 1-2 combo, but it looked pathetic compared to the standard. Peter noticed Ryu's leg hurt every time he tried to attack. Everything relies on the legs since they're vital to his style. Ryu lost it and challenged Gene directly. That big talk wasn't enough to get him in the ring with Gene. Peter arranged a fight with a semi-pro to see if he even had the chops. This salty guy was actually confident he'd win based on his current form. The match began, and it was immediately obvious Ryu had natural talent. He should have been a powerhouse, but he was getting pushed back in the ring by an amateur. Peter called the fight before the first round could even end. Clearly, this crybaby was pretty disappointed with his performance, and his ego couldn't swallow losing to a non-pro. Finally, he blurted out that Kay himself had acknowledged him as a boxing genius. A moment of silence passed before Gene voluntarily accepted the match. He intentionally hid one arm and even gave Ryu easy winning conditions. The match was over before it even started. Ryu realized Gene intentionally didn't finish him instantly because he wanted to show him the massive skill gap. In just a few split seconds, Ryu suffered through hellish pain against this monster until he blacked out. When he woke up, Peter had to give him the cold, hard truth. The genius was no longer the genius he imagined. Training would mean nothing if he kept doing things the old way. But after a while, Ryu got back in shape and secured a win in a match. Back in school, Ryu always flexed his superior athletic ability, while Yu seemed like someone who could handle any skill. He was cracked at sports requiring reflexes. Yu was the type with insane talent, even compared to geniuses. Ryu, fighting Larry, kept telling himself to shake off his old self. His only advantage was physical stamina, so he tried to maintain that throughout the fight. On the pro circuit, Ryu crushed his opponents, but he was still using techniques that were half-baked for the world stage. Peter chewed him out for it and reminded the fighter of his weaknesses. They had dinner together, and hope for a normal life began to spark. Ryu did everything he was supposed to do and built good relationships in his life. He thought a normal life was good for him since he was nowhere near beating the monsters of the boxing world. It was clear he would never become a world champion. But he was cool with that. He accepted being an average guy. The next day, Peter gave him the good news. Ryu was ranked #1 in the country, so now was the right time to test his mettle at the world level. His first opponent was, unusually, the king of Korean boxing, Jay. He asked to train with Josh, even going as far as apologizing to him. Later, he met Taekwon and Jay on the big stage and learned that Jay had been spending all his time at the old gym. He initially wanted to apologize, but Jay's eyes hadn't changed one bit. Of course, his personality was mostly the same, and he refused to shake Ryu's hand. Feeling heartbroken, he didn't want to lose to that kid. The day of the match has finally arrived. Both fighters step onto the big stage to the roaring cheers of the crowd. They lock eyes in a fierce stare-down. Peter advises Ryu to stick to a strategy of winning on points rather than a knockout, since he's up against the definition of resilience. But of course, he doesn't need to be told this because he's already experienced it firsthand. Ryu challenges Jay and immediately gets his damn face smashed in. That first punch dropped him instantly. It made him realize there's no way he can beat this guy. The hit left him completely dazed, and he realizes Jay is looking down on him. The match continues as Jay unleashes a non-stop rain of punches. Ryu is getting absolutely smoked because his own punches aren't doing jack. His opponent has a body made of iron with such insane stamina that he's nearly impossible to take down. The guy he looked down on his whole life has now surpassed him by a mile. The first round ends with Jay completely dominating the ring, but he believes Ryu is still hiding his true power on the other side. Peter instructs him to try and hang in there to drain his opponent's stamina. The longer the match goes, the higher his chances of winning. But that's just not Ryu's style. He doesn't want to win like that, and craves to end the match in the very next round. The round begins. Jay feels a chill run down his spine. Ryu's fists reach out and attack him with incredible speed. He wants to break Jay's by overwhelming him with heavy-duty punches. This scene is a throwback to their very first fight. Jay senses the weakness in Ryu's leg, but he still gets caught by a nasty uppercut. Memories of his training grind flash before his eyes as Jay presses forward and beats the breath out of his opponent. Ryu collapses to the canvas for the second time. He feels that defeating the Korean champion is an impossible task. He refuses to accept such an end. Ryu stands up again to face his grim reality. Despite his desperate attempt to lunge and defeat the champion, all he gets in return is a punch that knocks the daylight out of him. The match is pretty much settled as Jay outpaces him in this race. The coach screams at him to get up, but this pathetic fighter is already drowning in misery. He feels sorry for his own mangled leg, but then he remembers Peter's words. Why did he even come back to the gym in the first place? The answer is simple. He had nurtured a genuine hunger for boxing. Gathering that spirit, Ryu stirs and starts all over again. The accumulated damage is flooding his body, but Jay still wants to stay cautious in this fight. He lunges in to finish the match in 30 seconds. He had to tank countless heavy-hitting punches during that time. The referee signals the end of the round, giving Ryu a moment to survive. Round 3 begins with him prioritizing his defense. This is to recover from his injuries. But Jay has no intention of letting that happen. Surprisingly, Ryu executes a clinch, stopping Jay's momentum in its tracks. Then, when things get tough, Ryu pulls off a second clinch. He's finally willing to follow Peter's tactics to win the match. In the end, it's entirely possible for the underdog to snatch the win. But even with those tactics, he's still getting beaten to a pulp by Jay. The Short King has returned to take a brutal revenge on Ryu. He regained consciousness, but it wasn't enough because the gap in their level of effort was just too wide. Round 3 ended, and he didn't even have a game plan. 3 more rounds flew by as Ryu started to wonder how much longer this match would drag on. Peter even called him a punching bag and told him he could quit if he wanted, but Ryu reminded his coach of his own words. He didn't want to have a single ounce of strength left before giving up. Round 7 began with Ryu feeling envious of Jay, who had become a successful fighter after countless hours of grinding for the sport. He was blessed with talent and had taken it for granted. Back in the day, that kid was just a total dork. He had watched Gene and learned from him. He had also walked the path of growth. Ryu finally landed a successful punch, but in return, his opponent countered with some impressive strikes. Ryu accepted being overwhelmed. He accepted his defeat. But a miracle happened when Jay slipped and suffered a severe injury. Now, with his opponent's vision compromised, Ryu lunged into a relentless attack. Instead of slowing down, Jay's offense got even faster. But his desperation was plain to see. The goddess of victory decided on a different outcome for this match. Ryu sensed a brief window of opportunity and landed a fatal counterpunch that dropped his opponent. Jay refused to quit and stood up immediately. The match continued, but Ryu handled his opponent with ease. He realized Jay's vision was so bad he couldn't see straight. This world has never been fair, not even in competition. This match shouldn't end like this. A freak accident couldn't possibly bridge the skill gap between them. Ryu landed a thunderous hook on Jay. The injury became increasingly obvious for the fighter. Ryu wanted him to stop since he already had the upper hand, but Jay kept tanking dozens of punches to the point where he went completely blind in both eyes. He tracked his opponent based on pure instinct. Ryu was used to being alone and didn't need a family. Even as a kid, he thought he was the center of the universe. He used to think he was the GOAT and no one could beat him. That was how he used to feel. But ever since that match, Jay was the only one who saw right through him to settle this twisted fate. Both fighters threw their final punches, landing square on each other's faces. Ryu's whole body was on the verge of collapsing, but he wanted to show Jay that he had finally grown up. The match unexpectedly ended with a comeback victory for Ryu as the doctor stepped into the ring. Ryu was stunned to find out he had won. He was so shocked he didn't even drop his guard, even while the doctor was checking on Jay. The only thing keeping him upright was sheer willpower despite his injured leg. Ryu realized that back then, being more talented than others was just pure luck. He was declared the champion and mended. His relationship with Jay. That day, he shed tears and was sincere in every word he spoke. But Jay wanted the whole world to celebrate his victory and looked forward to their future matches. After the fight, they met again on the world stage. They fought many more matches and waited for one more person to arrive. Ryu wondered if he should be the one to apologize, since he was the one who ended up in the ER. This big shot is over here, plotting to beat you with a combo. Jay is like, what the hell is wrong with this guy? And there he is. Yu appears with a happy smile on his face. They talked about many things and discussed the lives they were leading. Time passed, and eventually their story came to an end. Ryu dedicated his life to working for a nonprofit, while Jay opened his own boxing gym. Josh's business boomed, while Gene became a chef. Kasim, that absolute madman, spent his life traveling the world. And Gene dedicated his life to painting. Yuto Takeda lived a healthy life selling fruit with Yamaguchi until he passed away of old age. Mako became the president of the Boxing Association, while his younger brother founded a charity. Mohawk Victor became an actor, while Aaron spent the rest of his life becoming a doctor and treating patients. Finally, the protagonist of our story took his last breath in Carmen's arms. They shared many moments together, and everything was complete. Instead of becoming a monster, you lived a human life and left the ring at the age of 84. Carmen was there to see him off in his final moments. The boxer steps out of the ring as this extraordinary story comes to a close.